The school's playground was bustling with activity as the magic formation was in the midst of being set up. I stared at the formation, emotions swirling in my heart. The entire senior class was gathered here, not just them, but every 18-year-old across the empire, even the world. Today marked the day we all entered the eternal world, becoming rookie lords. This day was called Lord's Day. As for me, an orphan reborn into this world 18 years ago with only 2 buffs to my name, I had nothing to show for it. No secret crush on the campus belle, no family to care for me, just memories of my previous life and a handsome face. Staring at the glowing formation, I muttered to myself, where's the golden finger? Where's my cheat system? All scams, huh? Our homeroom teacher, Ms. Tang Lon Lon, clapped her hands to gather everyone's attention. The formation will be complete soon. Once inside, you must survive the 30-day novice period. Focus on developing your territory and troops. Don't be greedy or impulsive. Your troops are important, sure, but your territory is your foundation. Work within your limits. As her voice trailed off, the first batch of students was engulfed by the light of the formation. Then the second group, the third. Finally, it was my turn. Taking a deep breath, I stepped into the formation. With a brilliant flash of light, I vanished. Ding! Welcome to the eternal world, the arena of the gods. You are a god or a destroyer. The choice is yours. Ding! First time entry detected. Enabling auxiliary functions. Ding! Trading system locked for 30 days. Ding! Talent awakening. Supreme sovereign. Unique. Exclusive. Ding! Novice gift pack delivered. Please check your lord's inventory. I suddenly found myself standing on a patch of grass, staring at the system interface. This world isn't some game. It's a brutal battlefield. My starting territory was random, which wasn't bad, at least. It wasn't a barren desert or an endless swamp. Among my talents was the mighty Supreme Sovereign. The first revealed trait. Echo of Fortune. Lord's Heart upgrades always produce gold tier or higher attributes. Excited, I exclaimed, damn, that's OP. The system prompted me to open the Novice Gift Pack, which contained the Lord's Heart, a random barracks gift box, and 100 gold coins. Without hesitation, I bound the Lord's Heart. Instantly, a diamond-shaped mark appeared on my wrist. I began rolling for attribute tiers, and 3 options materialized in front of me. 2 golden, 1 red. Gold, Blessing of Life. Troop health, stamina, and mana are fully restored daily. Death immunity included. Gold, Gift of the Outer Gods. Troop attributes allow mutations and evolution, but with increasing risks of madness and being targeted by otherworldly beings. Red, Super Evolution. Elevated Barak tier to Divine Grade. Troop loyalty set permanently at 100%. Absolute discipline guaranteed. My heart pounded as I considered the options. Despite my excitement, I carefully analyzed them. The Gift of the Outer Gods was risky, not suitable for someone like me. The red tier, Super Evolution, however, was a treasure. Loyalty is one of the biggest challenges for rookies. Disloyal troops could easily rebel. Resolute. I selected the red tier, Super Evolution. Ding! Red tier attribute, Super Evolution, successfully bound. Added to the Lord's Heart interface. Opening the interface, my territory stats displayed a lowly Iron Grade 1-star baseline. Yet there it was, the dazzling glow of my bound attribute. Next, I inspected the random barracks gift box. As a newcomer, all outcomes relied on luck. Ding! Open random barracks gift box. Open. Ding! Acquired tier, 3 barracks. Desecrated Cathedral. Quickly consulting the system, I found the Desecrated Cathedral belonged to the Chaos faction, skilled in dark magic and blood rituals. Seemed fine. Ding! Upgrade tier, 3 barracks. Desecrated Cathedral. Upgrade. Black and crimson light erupted as the Desecrated Cathedral transformed into a Divine tier barracks, the Fallen Saint Cathedral. Ding! Tier, 3 barracks. Desecrated Cathedral evolved into Divine tier barracks, Fallen Saint Cathedral. Looking into the details. Level 1. Alignment, Chaos. Recruitment limit, 10 units daily. Cost, 1 coin per unit, discounted from the original cost of 1 million per unit. Ability to recruit fallen angels, including both standard and hero units, with a chance for rare variants. Recruitment was capped at 10 units daily. For 30 days, costs were fully covered with the gold provided, stress-free. Positioning the Fallen Saint Cathedral near my dilapidated Lord's Manor, I marveled at its architecture. Dominantly black and crimson, it exuded an eerie sense of grandeur. A massive inverted cross wrapped in bloodied vines crowned its rooftop. Frozen in its courtyard were mystifying fallen angel statues, each bearing dramatic expressions from seduction to fury. At the center stood a massive 18-winged fallen angel monument, radiating both divine majesty and eldritch terror. Gothic murals with flowing black and red energy adorned the walls. Ding. Begin recruitment. Recruit all 10 units. I took a deep breath. Ding. Spent 1 gold. Recruitment complete. My excitement was undeniable. A divine tier barracks and undoubtedly loyal troops? My journey to godhood had just begun. As light converged in front of the sculptures, 9 figures materialized. Above them, a pillar of radiant 7-colored light burst skyward, revealing a far grander form. The 9 knelt in reverence as the figure took shape. Before I could react, I was enveloped in a gentle embrace and a tantalizing fragrance. "Aren't you my Lord Sovereign?" A sultry voice echoed. Feeling the softness behind my head, I glanced over to see the 9 figures still kneeling solemnly. "Greetings, Lord Sovereign." They chorused in unison. Each of them showcased black and purple wings, every one of them feminine and divinely beautiful. "Arise," I said softly, though excitement lingered in my tone. They stood, glancing warily at the figure holding me close. "I am Lilith," she said, her voice both melodic and alluring as she addressed me from behind. Turning around, I was met with the sight of a tall, captivating figure. Eerily stunning, yet frighteningly intense, she was an embodiment of beauty and devotion. "My Lord Sovereign, you're so adorable," she added, pulling me tighter into her embrace. I nearly felt like she wanted to merge into me. Breaking free, I took a deep breath, her hypnotic fragrance lingering. "Does my lord despise me?" Lilith's dewy eyes glistened with hurt. Taking in her presence, I noticed she wasn't just taller. Her magnificent black and purple wings, milk-white skin, and flowing black dress added to her imposing, ethereal aura. Caught staring, she cooed suggestively. "If my lord wishes, I am at your service anytime." Her cheeks flushed with apparent shyness, though the glint in her eyes betrayed her boldness. "Seek off. Let's settle that later. For now, let me check your stats," I stammered, suppressing my discomfort. "Do examine me thoroughly," Lilith whispered teasingly into my ear. Refocusing, I studied her information. Name, Lilith. Loyalty, 100 fixed. Level, Iron Grade 1 star. Class, 7 Sins Fallen. Lilith, Hero Unit. Faction, Chaos. Talent, 7 Deadly Sins. Skill, Flames of Original Sin. Artifact, 7 Sins Scythe. Potential, Origin. Notes, an anomalous miracle and legend. One of a kind. A miracle. A one-of-a-kind existence. I muttered under my breath. Despite her low level now, her artifact alone highlighted her tremendous combat potential. But most alarming was her potential tier, Origin. Troop growth rankings started from Iron tier, progressing to Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, and beyond. Yet, Origin was rumored to breach mortal limitations entirely. Adjusting my thoughts, I realized fate had dealt me a strong hand. My journey had truly begun, on the path of a supreme god. Sacred domain, legends, epics, mythics, demigods, deities. Potential determines the greatest achievable level. Anything beyond deities remains unknown. Let's take a look at the 9 shadows. Name, Original Sin Fallen Angels. Loyalty, 100. Level, Iron 1 star. Unit type, Fallen Angels of Pride, Greed, Lust, Envy, Gluttony, Wrath, Sloth, Standard units. Faction, Chaos. Talents, 1 for each of the 7 deadly sins. Skills, Weight of Pride, Greedy Hand, Lustful Charm, Jealous Blade, Gluttonous Devour, Wrathful Axe, Chains of Sloth. Artifacts, weapons corresponding to each sin. Potential, Greater Celestial Deity. Notes, a special breed of fallen angels far surpassing the ordinary ones wielding the original sin authorities as unique units. I exhaled deeply. I summoned unique fallen angels, and even in their default state, their potential reached to that of a greater celestial deity. They may very well surpass normal deities. 9 original sin fallen angels, 2 in pride, 2 in lust, and the rest 1 for each sin. This is phenomenal. Time to soar. Has His Majesty the God Emperor seen enough? Perhaps they can come over and serve you. Lilith whispered seductively into my ear. The other fallen angels of original sin had a fanatical gleam in their eyes, awaiting my command. Each of them was willing to give their all. "Let's save that for later," I said softly to Lilith. "As you wish, God Emperor," she answered obediently, her icy gaze sweeping over the other women. "Serve the God Emperor well, or I won't hesitate to discipline you severely," Lilith warned them coldly. They looked at her with palpable fear. Her superior's intimidation and bloodline supremacy suppressed them entirely. Defying her would just mean they'd face punishment mandated by my authority. "It's fine, Lilith. Let's ease up on them for now and head outside," I said. "As you wish, God Emperor," she replied with a delicate smile. "Allow me to carry you, Your Majesty," she offered suddenly, cradling me in a bridal hold before I could say no. Please don't do this again. I objected in mild exasperation. Lilith gave a contented smile. Noted, Your Majesty. I couldn't deny that she was large, soft, and fragrant. Honestly, I couldn't find it in myself to refuse her. I set my sights on the dilapidated Lord's manor. Much like any beginner-level lord, this was where things started. The barracks allow recruiting 10 units a day, enough to dream of forming an army. Within 30 days, we'll prioritize upgrading the barracks, and only afterwards will territory development follow, I explained to Lilith. Focus on the barracks first strategy, followed by upgrading the Lord's core, and then expand the territory, she affirmed. Territory expansion increases land area, while upgrading the Lord's core provides powerful attribute perks. Between the two, the Lord's core is more crucial for me. Those golden attribute entries from Strong Fortune Echo are outrageously valuable. I opened my territory's interface. Name, unnamed. Level 1. Area, 1,000 meters diameter. Structures, dilapidated hut. Barracks, Fallen Angels Cathedral, God level. Warehouse, none, 100 square meters required. Upgrade materials needed. 100 timber, 100 stones, 10 essence crystals. Starting from scratch, huh? I laughed wryly and named the territory Supreme Paradise. Next, I accessed my personal attributes. Name, Suyi. Level, Iron 1 star. Talent, Supreme Overlord, unique. Normal 7-stage unique. Territory, Supreme Paradise. Personal inventory, 10 slots. Gold, 90 coins. Lord's authority, domination, decomposition. Summary, a beginner-level lord. The personal inventory is my private storage space. While the territory warehouse is shared, they remain distinct systems. The Lord's authority signifies absolute control over the territory. Decomposition allows the breakdown of resources like monster corpses while sharing control rights with subordinate units. I glanced over at Lilith. As my first hero unit, her influence is pivotal. New lords are guaranteed 1 hero unit by design. It's a hidden game feature, much like how recruiting units only cost 1 coin. Ding. Detected recruited units. Would you like to initiate the Void Trial? The Void Trial is the main source for resource acquisition during the novice stage. It's also the most perilous. You're allowed 1 attempt per day, but skipping it doesn't penalize other activities. Lilith, are you ready for battle? I asked. I've been ready, Your Majesty, she replied with a smile. Good. System, initiate the Void Trial. Ding. Please select a difficulty level. The higher the difficulty, the richer the rewards. Proceed with caution. Normal, hard, nightmare, hell, abyss. I scan the options. For beginner lords without any backing, the first 30 days are a mad dash to establish a foundation. No one would sanely pick anything lower here. Abyss. I announced confidently, my gaze resolute. Abyss difficulty wasn't unheard of. With Lilith and her group of god-level units, choosing anything less would seem unjustifiable. Ding. Void Trial initiated. Difficulty, Abyss. The trial commences in 30 seconds. Lords, please prepared. The sky over my territory turned a menacing crimson, and the oppressive atmosphere urged caution. Lilith, I'll leave this to you all, I said earnestly. Don't worry. Leave it to us, she replied, her eyes glowing blood red as her scythe ignited with black flames. The other fallen angels of original sin activated their divine weapons without hesitation. 30 seconds disappeared in an instant. Around my territory, space-time began to distort violently, unleashing swarms of grotesque little demons. They invaded from all directions. The scene grew fraught with tension. I glanced over the demon's stats. Name, Abyssal Imps. Rank, Tier 3. Level, Iron 5 star to 8 star. These were considered the lowest forms of demons in the Abyss. Yet, for a Greenhorn Lord, they were terrifying adversaries. I was taken aback. So this is Abyss level difficulty. Iron 5 star, even up to 8 star units. Far stronger than the Iron 1 star troops I currently commanded. The gap wasn't just level-based. It came down to their tier rank. Lilith's expression grew feral as she wielded her scythe with devastating precision, obliterating the demons into energy essence to fortify her unit strength. Meanwhile, the other fallen angels tore through their horde of foes effortlessly. Even amidst overwhelming numbers, nothing could withstand their might as god-tier units. I marveled silently. God-tier units are as extraordinary as they claim. They're dismantling everything purely through their raw prowess and weaponry, without even resorting to their abilities. I was profoundly thankful I hadn't underestimated their potential. Few novice lords could dream of commanding units at the divine level right out of the gate. The time frame for Void Trials scaled with difficulty. Normal lasted a single wave. Hard spanned 5. Nightmare endured 10. Hell raged continuously for half an hour. An abyss stretched to a grueling full hour of relentless onslaught. The challenge was extreme. Most lords would stockpile resources for weeks before even daring a go. Yet, here I was tackling abyss level on day one, a nearly unheard of feat. Settling myself down cross-legged, I opened the system's interface. A myriad of functions appeared: chat, live stream, trading, private messaging, and logs. Although trading was locked to maintain fairness and prevent monopolization from powerful factions, the other features operated seamlessly. I clicked on the chat feature to see novice lords buzz with excitement. This is incredible. I summoned a 7th tier wyvern. Who can stand against me? Nice flex, buddy, but good luck feeding that thing. It's a gold sink. Yeah, they're manageable now, but later on? Total money pits. Lucky guy gets a decent barracks. Meanwhile, I can't pull anything good no matter what I do. Big shots, lend me a hand and sponsor my army. Why is my barracks more like a farm? Can't recruit anything valuable. I'm dying over here. Seeing the general chatter, I couldn't help but feel invigorated. It seemed most hadn't started their void trials yet, largely due to the danger. I closed the chat and opened live stream, watching the Lady Lord Han's Cat Kingdom live stream with goblin troops. The action was intense. I whispered, Han's Cat is strong in this one. The greenskin monsters furiously attacked golden-furred dogs. The scene was heated. I couldn't help but comment on the Lady Lord's impressive figure as I quipped. Stream cut off all of a sudden. Now you gotta pay 1 gold coin per hour. What a way to make money. I hopped around different live streams. Minotaurs, hogmen, trolls, tentacle monsters, you name it. There were even streams of chopping trees and mining. After a while, I had my fill and turned them off. No spare gold coins to waste for now. I'll watch more when I've got extra cash, I muttered to myself. While others spent 1 gold coin on an ordinary unit, I spent the same to summon god-tier heroes. What a rush. I glanced at Lilith and my troops as time ticked by. Wave after wave of little demons swarmed in, leaving treasure chests everywhere. During the newbie phase, as long as you've got the strength to back it up, resources come endlessly. I counted roughly a few dozen chests piling up. An hour later, the system announced, Void trial complete. Evaluating. Evaluation done. No losses, 1,000 kills. Rating SSS. Rewarding SSS Abyss Treasure Chest. Lilith approached with a radiant smile. Your Majesty, the Divine Lord. I nodded. Well done. Take a break first. Her gaze was intense. What about the rewards? Later, I waved her off. First, let's sort out the other loot. Using my authority as Lord, I collected 400 scattered black iron abyss chests into the warehouse. The drop rate's pretty good. I chuckled as I prepared to dismantle the bodies. Dismantle 1,000 little demon corpses? Dismantle. Obtained 100 primordial crystals. 10:1. What a windfall opportunity. Time to open the chests now. All of them. The system kept flooding me with rewards, gold coins, primordial crystals. In total, 20,000 gold coins, 2,000 primordial crystals. Wait, where's the wood and stone? I was baffled. It made sense though. Higher abyssal difficulty came with fewer basic resources, but way higher rewards. Ordinary difficulty farms couldn't even come close to this scale of earnings. Looks like I'll need to outright buy materials. My territory was mostly grasslands, not forests or mines. Buying resources was the only option. Turning my focus to the SSS Abyss treasure chest, the final reward. I hesitated before opening it. Open. High-grade meat resource, card times 10. Primordial crystals times 1, 000. Gold coins times 10, 000. High-level landmark, innate spirit source lake. Unique landmark, chaos fountainhead. I couldn't help but shout, holy crap. Resource cards were invaluable and essential for feeding troops. Gold coins and primordial crystals? Always top-tier currency. But the landmarks? Building them meant serious prestige. Checking the 2 wonders, my excitement only grew. Innate spirit source lake, a high-grade structure providing an everlasting source of spirit energy. Troops can bathe in it to increase their strength, solving long-term resource bottlenecks. Chaos fountainhead, a unique structure with a 10-meter diameter offering 6 phenomenal properties. Never runs dry, water of life, evolutionary glow, environmental boost, chaos aura, and devour evolve. The last feature especially, allowing the consumption of rare items for unique traits, is game-changing. Using my lord's authority, I planted the innate spirit source lake, its crystal-clear waters shimmering like a jewel. Immediately after, the chaos fountainhead erupted, funneling streams into the lake, blending mysticism and power. Lilith, thrilled, asked if she could take a swim. I chuckled, of course. A good soak will level you up. She and the troops eagerly prepared to dive in and wash off the battle's fatigue. Meanwhile, my attention fell on the fallen cathedral. Its upgrade cost was 100 primordial crystals. With my 3,100 crystals stockpiled, I upgraded it to level 2 straight away. Level 2 bumped troop recruitment from 10 units to 20. The next upgrade needed 1,000 primordial crystals, 10,000 gold coins, and 1 dark seed. The costs were astronomical, meaning establishing a full army would take ages. High-tier lords clearly face much slower campaign progression. The newbie phase is a critical window. I needed to utilize the resources and wonder bonuses effectively to build my army's strength now while paving the way for later. Since higher-tier troops consume recruitment caps faster, I entered the fallen cathedral. Lilith followed. Recruit troops. Recruit. 10 gold coins deducted. Recruitment successful. Black and crimson mist enveloped the grand hall. Even Lilith's face reflected mild disinterest. As the mist cleared, 10 tall figures emerged, kneeling in unison. We greet the Divine Lord. Rise, I smiled. The soldiers, though only 20 units strong, were god tier with immense potential. These new recruits belonged to the original Sin Fallen Angel sequence, exceptionally rare and aligned with Lilith herself. Currently, there aren't other heroes from different sequences available. Recruiting one is a near miracle. Lilith, they're under your command now, I instructed. As you wish, my lord. A faint smile played on her lips as she glanced at the troops. To the others, assemble, she directed. I watched them leave before returning to the cathedral to sit cross-legged and activate my lord's heart. Upgrade Lord's Heart for 100 primordial crystals. Upgrade. I anticipated the change. Lord's Heart upgraded to Black Iron 2-star. Choose a new perk. A warm flow surged inward, enhancing my physique and awakening greater spiritual energy. Every upgrade to the Lord's Heart brought palpable growth. Current Lord's Heart. Level, Black Iron 2-star. Perk, Super Evolution, Red Tier. Next upgrade cost, 200 primordial crystals. System, show perk choices, I commanded. The screen displayed 3 options, 2 red tier perks, 1 golden tier. Red 1 Supreme Order. Doubles the strength and upgrades the potential of order-aligned troops by 2 levels. Troops also gain max loyalty and embody principles of order and justice. I hesitated. It locks alignments, which could cause complications down the line. Red 2 Supreme Chaos. Like the first, but for chaos-aligned troops, complete with doubled strength, higher potential, and absolute loyalty. However, chaos-aligned restrictions bring similar headaches. Gold Crystal Palace. Limits recruitment to female units only. In exchange, female troops gain doubled power, an upgrade to potential, and an increased unit cap, a mix of power and a slightly questionable implication. I sighed. All these options have trade-offs. Both red-tier perks were deal-breakers because of alignment locking. The gold-tier perks restriction, strangely enough, worked in my favor since nearly my entire force was already female. Guess I have no choice, I said decisively, locking in my decision. Bind the Crystal Palace perk. Instantly, a ripple of change affected the land. By the lake, Lilith lifted her head toward the fallen cathedral, smiling. Did their potential just grow? Meanwhile, the troops, unaware of the change, indulged in carefree bathing and splashing. Checking the Lord's Heart panel, I noted the newly added Bound perk. Bound perks remain permanent. Each level up allows only one selection, and failing to bind means wasting your chance. With 2,900 primordial crystals remaining, I opted not to upgrade further for now. It wasn't hesitation, it was strategy. Higher level territories would increase void trial difficulty too, so pacing was crucial. Lilith. They were only Black Iron 3-star units. Though considered divine level units, the strict World of Lords level suppression rules were a tough hurdle. Black Iron units inflict a maximum of 50% damage on bronze tiers. The suppression effect only begins to weaken for levels Diamond and above. Even my teacher emphasized, don't rush to upgrade your Lord's Heart early. Focus on raising your unit's level first. I'm no exception. In Abyss-level difficulties, even one bronze tier enemy could lead to disastrous failure. Even divine-level units face this risk. Total annihilation isn't far-fetched. Having low-level units and fewer troops, there's no need to rush. Focus on steady progress. Raising a level a day already puts you ahead. Source crystals are solid currency, more valuable than gold coins. In void trials at normal difficulty, there's no source crystal reward. Only in nightmare difficulty do you occasionally get a chance. Beyond nightmare, you can only rely on treasure chests, as decomposed corpses cannot be traded. I opened the chat and saw people complaining. Who even dares to pick high difficulty? Just take it slow, normal's fine. Pick Abyss, and you're just asking to die. I've got rank 10 units. I'm going Abyss. Come with me. You're insane. Just to show off. Jealousy, blaming, perfectly expected responses. Without resources, of course, there's resentment. I'm no different. Looking to buy dark seeds. Private message if available. I repeated this message several times. Otherworldly Voyager is my alias. Nobody uses their real name while navigating dangerous waters, right? Dark seeds are rare treasures and only available in void trial reward chests. There are thousands upon thousands of newbies, and not many have had the luck or willingness to trade them. Trading houses were locked, so the only way was through private messages among beginners. This system is set up to give rookies a lifeline. Those with weak units and limited resources generally won't trade. Only those with extra resources would bother exchanging items. I was gambling on chance to find someone who could. Merchant lords haven't appeared yet, but the latest should be by day 3. By then, it'll be more convenient. I calculated silently. Merchant lords are a staple in every era. They either have extraordinary business talent or are sent by a major merchant guild. Powerful lords use money to buy resources. Regular lords sell their resources to merchants. Sure, they're often called profiteers, but I appreciate their efficiency. Spending money to save time makes sense. Even powerful lords value efficiency and prefer not to waste effort on meaningless tasks. Meanwhile, in another lord's domain, a man named Yi Xiao sneered as he observed the chat. Otherworldly Voyager, that infamous arms dealer. Yi had a rare rebirth talent that made him extremely confident of his success. In my last life, this guy started collecting dark seeds on day 1 and began selling upgraded units by day 20. His strategy focuses on rapid barracks and tech upgrades, efficient but lacking long-term firepower. This time around, I have rank 10 dragon-slaying warriors and the king's authority talent. It's not impossible for me to claim the top rookie position. Plus, he's shooting for a true god-level inheritance. This time, I'll make him one of my subordinate lords. Problem solved. Yi reminisced while methodically plotting his moves. I sneezed abruptly. Who's gossiping about me? I muttered, rubbing my nose. Lilith, a graceful woman who looked straight out of a classical painting, sidled up beside me. Divine Emperor, have you caught a cold? Let me keep you warm, she purred. Her soft figure leaned against me, the sweet fragrance intoxicating. I gestured dismissively. No need. Just make me some roast meat. I'm starving. Understood, she replied with a trace of disappointment, heading off to cook. I reclined by the edge of the spirit source lake, sunlight streaming down. Around me, 20 divine tier women, epitomes of sin and fallen angels, existed in their natural state. The temptation was overwhelming. Maybe I should find a dancing tutorial to teach them later. I chuckled, glancing at the former archangels of sin. As night fell, while others busied themselves managing resources, I had little to do except kill time. Most private messages turned out to be H-streaming links. As a freeloading viewer, I scrolled through bizarre creations like Minotaur Lolas, trolls, tentacles, and living armor. A bizarre smorgasbord, if ever there was one. For dinner, I decided to raid the Fallen Angel Cathedral. Who needs upkeep for a rundown lord's manor? Just before bed, delicate perfume enveloped me. I blinked awake as soft hands embraced me. Divine Emperor, it's late. Time for rest. What's my reward tonight? Lilith whispered playfully. Her eyes brimmed with seductive mischief, and resisting was nearly impossible. We'll skip over this part for censorship purposes. My dreams were chaotic, resulting in a fitful night's sleep. By sunrise, my body felt stiff, and I groaned as I sat up. It's day 2 already, Lilith, I mumbled. The Divine Emperor wakes. Of course, she replied, helping me dress. My gaze lingered on the Sinfallen Angel statue as the system chimed. Would you like to initiate daily recruitment? Yes, recruit, I confirmed. 20 gold deducted. Recruitment successful. Black-red mist filled the cathedral's altar as new silhouettes materialized. 20 newly summoned Sinfallen angels knelt in unison, devotion-filled eyes fixed on me. We greet the Divine Emperor. Rise, I ordered coolly. Then, turning to Lilith, I said, they're under your command. I'll freshen up first. She obediently nodded, leading the newly summoned unit out of the cathedral. As the door closed, I sighed and attempted to stretch my sore waist. Truly, I could barely keep up. The power gap was insane. I ranked a mere black iron 2-star, still leagues weaker than Lilith's divine tier prowess. No rush. I'll finish today's void trial before considering upgrades, I decided, glancing toward the Lord's heart. Any ill-considered choices could come back to bite me. Leaving the Fallen Angel Cathedral, I headed toward the Chaos Well, scooped up water with my hands, and drank. Sweet, refreshing, feels nice. After a few gulps, the ache in my waist eased, and my energy surged. Wait, is this stuff healing me? My interest spiked, and I drank several more mouthfuls. It felt like a full recovery potion. If others learned I was treating this as an energy booster, they'd probably faint from shock. Opening my private messages, I saw new notifications. No way, Merchant Lords already popped up? My curiosity piqued as I read through the updates. Someone named Tiny Merchant had added me as a friend. Their username clearly marked them as a merchant lord. I hesitated briefly, then accepted their request. Meanwhile, a young girl sitting before her screen mumbled to herself. These newbie lords are all so clueless. Borrow this, or my father Zhang is rich. Morons trying to freeload. I'm not a charity. Her system pinged. Spotting my username, her mood lifted instantly. Otherworldly Voyager. He's the one gunning for the dark seed. She sent me a message. Tiny Merchant. Lots of resources available. Wood, stone, gold, source crystals, you name it. Raising an eyebrow, I replied. Got any dark seeds? I'll also take barracks. Excited, she thought. If he's asking for one, it must be important. Even barracks are fair game. She typed a quick response. If you need it, I can find it. We'll discuss prices though. Don't worry, you won't lose out. The sooner, the better. One dark seed. Barracks options can be any rank or faction. Even more thrilled, she confirmed. Got it. Finding barracks is tough, but I'll have the dark seed for you today. Wait for the update. I kept my reply brief. Good, then shut off chat. She wasted no time, leveraging connections and boundless patience to track down the rare resource. Just scrolling through chats aimlessly is like searching for a needle in a haystack. As I glanced at my friend's panel, a thought crossed my mind. Which merchant guild does this little merchant belong to? For a merchant lord, connections are everything. This person is definitely no ordinary trader. I figured they must be an heir to a high-tier merchant guild. Only someone with such a background could amass so many connections in such a short time. Something a regular merchant could never achieve. Whatever. Doesn't concern me. I turned my attention back to my territory. Lilith. She appeared immediately. Yes, my emperor. Notify the other fallen angels of the deadly sins. The void trials are about to begin. Prepare for battle. I ordered firmly. Understood, my emperor, she replied, her eyes gleaming with blood-red light. Her black-purple wings spread wide as she shot into the sky like a streak of light. 40 fallen angels of the deadly sins swiftly followed and assembled behind her as a formidable force. System, activate the void trial. I commanded, gritting my teeth. Ding. Please select the difficulty level. Normal, hard, nightmare, inferno, abyss. Abyss, I said resolutely. Ding. The abyss level trial will begin in 30 seconds. Lord, please prepare yourself. At the territory's borders, a dark red glow began swirling ominously. 30 seconds later, towering demons stormed into my territory with thunderous roars, shaking the heavens. I inspected the attributes of the incoming enemies. Name, Abyssal Lesser Demon. Rank, Tier 4. Level, Iron 9 star. These so-called Abyssal Cannon Fodder demons were hardly worth mentioning, with a status only slightly better than that of imps. These Tier 4 Iron 9 star monsters are bottom tier and wouldn't stand a chance against a bronze level enemy. As I looked around, noting that all the incoming foes were Iron 9 stars, I knew my troops were underpowered. My strongest unit was Lilith, who was only an Iron 4 star. The recruits I had were all Iron 1 stars. If they encountered a bronze level monster, we'd likely lose. Losing even one soldier would be a devastating blow to me, as each troop in my army had potential that rivaled that of a supreme god. A single fatality would sting immensely. High above the battlefield, Lilith flashed a chilling, cruel smile. Her scythe gleamed before erupting in a trail of star-like light, mowing down a swarm of demons in a single swing. Blood rained down like a macabre storm. The other fallen angels of the deadly sins followed one after another, charging into the horde of demons like radiant missiles of carnage. The slaughter commenced with brutal precision. I fixed my eyes on my new recruits. The difference in combat power was stark. The deadly sins fallen angels are formidable, I thought to myself as I stared at them. I felt reassured, knowing I wouldn't have to worry about my forces standing no chance against Iron 9 star enemies. The massacre raged on, and soon demon corpses were piled into gruesome heaps. Lilith's power surged quickly. Within 10 minutes, she ascended from Iron 4 star to Tier 5. Even the rookie soldiers showed noticeable improvements. As time passed, my territory transformed into a blood-drenched battleground. The latest wave of abyssal enemies was stronger, with many higher-level creatures emerging in larger quantities. Treasure chests began to appear on the ground, waiting to be claimed. 1 hour later, the trial came to a close. The system announced, 0 casualties, 5,000 enemies slain. Rating, SSS. Reward, SSS rated Abyssal Treasure Chest. 5,000 demons. The Abyss lives up to its reputation. It scales exponentially. I thought with a bitter smile, gazing at the mountain of bodies. Just yesterday, there were only 1,000 minor demons. Today, the number had multiplied 5-fold, and the creatures were far stronger as well. The harder the difficulty, the better the rewards in the treasure chest. Without top-tier items, it's impossible to construct unique wonders. I utilized my divine authority to dismantle the corpses, yielding 500 core crystals. This waste recycling was an unexpected bonus, leaving me rather satisfied. Lilith and the fallen angels returned, their bodies drenched in blood. "Go rest up and clean yourselves," I said to them with a smile. As they left to recuperate, I remained behind to tidy up the aftermath. After an hour of combat, Lilith had reached Iron 7 star, and the rest of the troops had enhanced their levels significantly as well. God-tier units sure level up slowly, I muttered, shaking my head. Thankfully, I still had the Spirit Source Lake. Though the process was slow, it was consistently effective. With a single thought, I gathered all the monster drop treasure chests into one big pile. 800 of them in total. The system prompted me. "Do you want to open all chests?" I nodded without hesitation. Coins and core crystals spilled forth in a dazzling array. I obtained 40,000 gold coins and 4,000 core crystals. For an ordinary lord, this would have been an astronomical fortune, but to me, just average wealth. It wasn't something I'd run out of anytime soon. Finally, I focused on the highest-rated reward chest, taking a deep breath before opening it. The system chimed 3 times in quick succession. Tier 1 Barracks, Machine Gun Camp. Rare Wonder, Wine Pool and Meat Forest. Unique Wonder, Hall of Heroes. I gasped sharply as the significance of these 3 legendary structures struck me. To think I'd acquire such incredible facilities so early on. Looks like the newbie phase really is playing the game on hero mode. I chuckled to myself. Despite the dangers of the Abyss trial, it's no wonder so many lords throw themselves into it. The rewards far outweigh the newbie buffs. Capitalizing on treasure like this is as real as it gets. I carefully examined the 3 newfound treasures. Machine Gun Camp. Tier 1 Chaos Faction. Function, recruits 2,000 machine gunners per day. Cost, 1 gold coin each. The daily upkeep and supply consumption outstrip the recruit cost. These guys are typically used as cannon fodder in the later stages. They're not particularly cost-effective. Even peasant units are more useful. Still, recruitment availability was always a positive. I eagerly selected to upgrade the camp. The structure transformed from a simple green military tent into a towering skyscraper labeled Supreme Compact. Tier 1 God Level / Order Faction. Function, recruits 10 units daily. Cost, 1 gold coin, valued at 50 gold coins each. Next upgrade cost, 100 core crystals. What was even more impressive was that this barracks could recruit advanced technological units, offering unparalleled potential. I was taken aback. This Human Federation, could they be one of the factions I'm familiar with? I placed the newly upgraded Supreme Compact near my Lord's Hall, which now stood between the foreboding dark cathedral and a gleaming, futuristic tower, a stark mix of contrasts. Lilith, being from the Chaos faction, was an inherent rival to order-based structures. She stared daggers at the science facility, her gaze filled with hostility. Still, her loyalty remained stable. She didn't dare act out. She simply glared at the Supreme Compact with fierce intensity. I chuckled and reassured her. "Lilith, whether it's you or any other troop in my army, we are all companions under my rule. While your factions may conflict with each other, I will always respect each of you." After a moment of silence, she smiled and replied, "Understood, my emperor. I must admit, I am curious about the strength of these new recruits." Together, we entered the futuristic barracks. A massive orb of light hovered in the center of the room, surrounded by flowing digital symbols and code. I confirmed the upgrade, spending 100 core crystals to elevate the barracks to level 2. The daily recruit limit increased to 20 units. The next upgrade cost jumped to 1,000 core crystals, 10,000 gold coins, and a technology seed. A daily limit of 20. This barracks is on par with the Fallen Angel Holy Altar. I mused. Does this mean I can recruit technological units such as psionics, genetic warriors, mechs, or energy constructs? Without hesitation, I initiated recruitment for 20 gold coins. Beams of blue-white light flashed across the orb, and streams of historical technological advancements danced in my vision. Firemaking, the Industrial Revolution, machine guns, airplanes, interstellar fleets, cross-dimensional travel, neutron annihilations, the Void Engine. As the glow subsided, 20 figures materialized. Leading them was a 5 feet 9 inches white-haired girl clad in sleek, futuristic combat armor. Her empty, glowing eyes flickered to life, akin to a machine powering on. In perfect unison, she and her unit knelt and said, "We pledge our allegiance to the Emperor." "Rise," I commanded calmly. The girl stood up, her gaze betraying a fervent devotion. I observed her features, a finely chiseled face, flawless skin, and a figure that could only be described as perfect. Checking her details, I discovered Talus. Loyalty, 100. Level, Iron 1 star. Class, Final Weapon, War God, Talus, Hero. Rank, Divine Tier. Innate Talents, Genetic Sovereign, Void Engine. Skills, none. Artifact, Ultimate Armament. Potential, Primordial Tier. Crystal Palace Enhancement. Note, an artificial deity, surpassing the limits of technological potential, capable of unlimited gene fusion and swallowing. An ultimate technological weapon. I took a deep breath. This unit can continuously evolve by devouring. I glanced at Lilith, shook my head, and said nothing for now. Take one step at a time. Recruits review. Only females can be summoned, as restricted by the Crystal Palace. Genetic Forbidden Army Attributes. Loyalty, 100. Rank, Black Iron 1 star. Trait, Gene Devourer. Rarity, God Tier rank. Talent, Gene Devouring Bio-Engine. Equipment, Divine Gene Arms. Potential, Lower Tier Deity, enhanced by Crystal Palace. Note, a maximum of 3 gene evolution fusions is allowed. Use these opportunities wisely. Although it's limited to 3, the potential boost is immense. I understood that fusing weak genes would be a waste of opportunity. I introduced in brief. This is Lilith. She is now your partner. Talus nodded coldly. Lilith observed her, seemingly unimpressed with the order and viewing me as chaotic. However, Talus was the embodiment of my will's absolute order, a force to maintain my dominion. I see. Lilith gave her assessment, which seemed positive. I instructed, take Talus to meet the other fallen angels of the 7 deadly sins and familiarize her with our structures. Understood, Emperor. Lilith smiled as she agreed, her gaze lingering on Talus. The two left the Apex Accord Hall. I considered how absolute order was born of my will. Talus wasn't just an ordinary soldier of order. She existed because of me. That put my mind at ease. In other words, in Lilith's eyes, I represented supreme chaos, while Talus viewed me as absolute order. No conflict there. They were both loyal to me. This is what true, unwavering loyalty looks like. I mused as I walked out of the hall. Far off, near the Spirit Source Lake, Lilith led the fallen angels of the 7 deadly sins and the Gene Forbidden Army to coexist peacefully. I turned my focus to 2 unusual architectural wonders: Wine Pool and Meat Forest. Level, Exotic Treasure. Size, 500 to 1,000 square meters. Features, produces unlimited diamond-quality food and beverages, self-cleans, plus 10 loyalty, plus 10 happiness. Description, provides endless sustenance, with the ability to switch between ancient or modern architectural styles. An exotic treasure tier wonder lives up to its reputation. I marveled. The small architectural model glowed in my hand, limitless diamond-grade food and beverages at its disposal, ensuring survival would never be an issue. While foods didn't differ in quality for consumption, Black Iron tier foods had body and spirit-strengthening properties. Diamond-grade foods and beverages flowed endlessly. It was invaluable, particularly the beverages, as they could be stored long-term and function as hard currency. I hesitated about selling them. These luxury beverages were monopolized by major trade guilds. Selling them could invite death. The major guilds, backed by divine rulers, tolerated no competition or defiance. Don't think too much about it. This world is real. Major guilds would rather eliminate than take chances on suspicion. I shook my head, aware of my current lack of strength. Breaking the established order would be suicidal. Its self-cleaning ability eliminated pollution issues in territory. Though loyalty wasn't a concern for me, it would function as a resource for other lords. Happiness. I wasn't sure about that yet, and decided not to dwell on it for now. I placed the model behind the Lord's Manor. With a thought, the structure transformed into a modern villa occupying 500 square meters. For now, I let it settle. The final wonder to address was the Hall of Valor, a golden, ethereal palace featuring murals of valorous Valkyries. Features: 1. Valor, plus 100% combat unit attributes. 2. Fearless, max morale, immune to morale drops. 3. Sacrifice. Each unit lost strengthens the remaining units by 1%. 4. Loyalty, plus 20 loyalty to troop units. 5. Humility, doubles the recovery rate for stamina, spirit, and energy. 6. Undying, grants immunity to 1 fatal attack, enforcing a health lock. 7. Resurrection, units gain 1 chance to be revived every day. This is ridiculously overpowered, I muttered, eyes fixed on the Hall of Valor. My forces were already robust. Paired with these mechanics, they were like an unstoppable juggernaut. Immunity to fatal damage, post-mortem buffs for allies, and daily resurrection. It was invincible. Taking a deep breath, I secured the hall within my territory. Its radiant glow illuminated the land, standing side by side with the wine pool and meat forest. I laughed. If I happen to die, I can just drink and feast right over there. With the benefits of the Crystal Palace and Hall of Valor, my stats effectively doubled. It was insanely good. I gazed at the Lord's Heart emblem on my wrist. Before, I hesitated to level it up, worried higher-level trial difficulties would overwhelm me. But now, with dual enhancements and the Hall of Valor, supported by God-tier troops and heroes, I had to give it a shot. Would you like to spend 200 Origin Crystals to upgrade the Lord's Heart? Upgrade. 200 Origin Crystals deducted. Lord's Heart upgraded to Black Iron 3-star. Choose a new perk. Warmth surged through my body as newfound power awakened within me. Leveling up within 2 days was exceptionally rare. For now, let's hold off. Tomorrow, I'll evaluate the Void Trial difficulty, I thought. Today I encountered a Black Iron 9-star creature, barely making it out alive. I had no choice but to strengthen myself aggressively. Now with 1 rank up, would tomorrow's trial bring bronze-level creatures? I decided to wait and see. Now to choose a perk, system, display perk options. 3 golden perk options appeared. No red ones, so at least I had a guaranteed baseline. 1. Absolute loyalty, plus 30 loyalty for units. Useless. I already had full loyalty. 2. Fate insight. Ask a single question about your fate each day. Tempting. 3. Psi barrier. Increases territory defenses based on troop strength. The stronger the troops, the tougher the barrier. I hesitated between Fate Insight and Psi Barrier. Unfortunately, I couldn't pick both. Ultimately, I chose Psi Barrier. Strengthening defenses felt more practical. Monsters and enemies frequently targeted territories. Without strong defensive measures, maintaining control was impossible. Lock in, Psi Barrier, I confirmed. The system acknowledged the binding. Lord's Heart now possessed Black Iron 3-star perks. Super Evolution, Red, Crystal Palace, Gold, and Psi Barrier, Gold. The next upgrade required 300 Origin Crystals. I reviewed my resources, 7,100 Origin Crystals, 70,000 gold coins, and 10 premium meat resource cards. Gold was plentiful, as recruiting troops relied heavily on it. All set, I stretched with satisfaction. Today's tasks were complete, for now. I decided not to upgrade my territory further. With just 60 troop units, expanding the guarded territory would make it harder to manage effectively. As I prepared to relax, a private message popped up. Merchant, hey big boss, we found a dark seed. Price is 1,000 Origin Crystals or 20,000 gold. Interested? The price was surprisingly low. The dark seed was an incredibly rare treasure. A deal like this wasn't possible under normal circumstances. In the early stages, treasure value meant little compared to practical power. Without the strength to protect a territory, such valuables were useless. There were likely 2 reasons for the low price. Either the seller urgently needed cash, or their territory was in trouble. I had chosen a higher difficulty void trial, took risky bets, and lost my troops, leaving me resource-starved, forcing the sale of treasures at a bargain price. Such scenarios were all too common in the early stages. Often, lords overestimated their forces and underestimated trial difficulties, leading to catastrophic losses and desperate sales of valuables. Then again, some lords sold treasures at low prices strategically to fuel better development. Make practical trades, know when to let go, and plan long-term strategies. I pondered for a moment before replying. Interdimensional Traveler. Sure, I have more gold than primal crystals. Let's use gold for trade then. Lin Xiaoxiao responded slyly. 20,000 gold coins. That's no small feat to accumulate in a single day. You must have a gold mine or a powerful troop unit. And you don't even need primal crystals? No matter what, you're definitely a promising candidate. She immediately initiated a private trade request. After confirmation, we each uploaded our items. The trade was completed. I received the dark seed, and Lin Xiaoxiao gained 20,000 gold coins. Pleasure doing business. Let me know if you need anything else, Lin Xiaoxiao said. I brought up my intent to find a seed of technology, to which she quickly replied, got it. After closing the chat, I felt a surge of contentment. Among new lords, there were indeed some with real capability. Lin Xiaoxiao, ever a shrewd operator, had clearly judged me as her biggest client for now, even though she didn't know my true identity. What comes after the rookie phase, ascension or mediocrity, remains an open question for me. I walked directly toward the Fallen Saint Cathedral. A system prompt flashed. Do you wish to consume 1,000 primal crystals, 1 dark seed, and 10,000 gold to upgrade the Fallen Saint Cathedral? Upgrade. I confirmed decisively. A pillar of black light erupted, shooting through my domain. Lilith and Talith appeared consecutively, with Lilith visibly relieved, assuming something might have gone wrong. As the light faded, the cathedral looked even darker and more profound, its surrounding space folding inward like a black hole, swallowing light. I checked the cathedral's new stats. Level 3, Divine Grade, Chaos Faction. Daily recruitment, 10/30 units. Cost per unit, 1 gold, 100,000 in-game currency. Aura, Primal Dark Eternity. The upgrade requirements had skyrocketed. 10,000 primal crystals, 100,000 gold, and 10 dark seeds. This demand is absurd. I shook my head with a wry smile. The Primal Dark Eternity aura was unique to Divine Grade barracks. It ensured that units recruited in the Fallen Saint Cathedral would not truly die. Upon defeat, they'd return to the eternal dark cycle for rebirth unless the barracks itself was destroyed. Unlimited revival, without cooldown. Even the Hall of Valor can only revive once daily. This system is just crazy. A sense of excitement sparked within me. The drawback was that the aura only affected units tied to the Fallen Saint Cathedral. I couldn't exploit it for all factions. I turned toward Lilith and Talith, noting my Lord attributes were stackable. Both already had 2 revival traits, one with a cooldown, one without. Lilith, Talith, follow me, I said, leading them into the Fallen Saint Cathedral. With 10 recruitment slots available today, I couldn't let them go to waste. The system prompted me. Consume 10 gold for daily recruitment. I looked up at the statues of fallen angels with anticipation and decisively clicked on the recruit option. Dark energy swirled as 10 figures appeared, kneeling before me. In unison, they greeted me as their God King, and I ordered them to rise to their feet. At the forefront stood Istha, a silver-haired, crimson-armored fallen angel radiating fervent devotion. The other 9 were pure fallen angel units. Black Iron 1 star, Divine Grade, equipped with remarkable talents and artifacts. I examined Istha's attributes, learning she was the oldest of the orthodox fallen angels, distinct from Lilith's original sin fallen angels and Talith's genetic battle forces. Appointing Istha as commander of the fallen angels, I also assigned Lilith and Talith as commanders of their respective factions. Their responses varied. Lilith beamed with joy, while Talith remained stoic and resolute. Ready for the feast? I joked. Lilith responded eagerly. Oh, God King, I could definitely use some wine. Grinning, I led them to my modern-style villa. Inside, the hall was lined with beverages and food items of black iron rank. I declared the celebration to begin, allowing everyone to indulge freely. The party atmosphere was electric, with the original sin fallen angels cheering spiritedly, while the genetic battle forces maintained their composed demeanor. I sipped a physique-enhancing liquor as I sat in the center of the room on a plush sofa, flanked by the proud original sin fallen angels on one side and the calm, steady genetic battle forces on the other. An idea suddenly came to mind. What's an epic party without a pool? With a thought, I relocated the entire party to the Spirit Source Lake, instantly transforming the setting into a wine and water festival. Enjoy yourselves as much as you'd like, but leave the higher-tier consumables untouched, I announced, to a chorus of cheers that sustained the celebration through the morning. Exhausted, I crawled out from a throng of excitable warriors, my head swimming with a mild buzz. Sitting by the lake to catch a breeze, I gradually regained clarity. Talith appeared unannounced. The territory is secure. Go have fun if you'd like, I offered. Her cold demeanor showed as she replied. Protecting the God King is my duty. I didn't press further, knowing this was her way. Softly, she knelt behind me and began to massage my shoulders and temples, her movements precise but unexpectedly gentle. As I enjoyed her care, I asked about her genetic alignment preferences. Without pause, she replied, Lilith or Istha. There was no hesitation in her flat tone. The genetic battle force's alignment depends solely on you, God King. Under the serene caress of the wind, I quickly nodded off, letting Talitha's meticulous touch carry me to sleep. Later, I woke beneath a dark sky, the campfire crackling softly. I expressed my thanks, but she dismissed it stoically, her expression unchanged. Performing my duty requires no gratitude, she said emotionlessly. I opened the chat channel, ignoring a flood of irrelevant messages. Among them, my sole trusted connection, Little Merchant, had sent me an intriguing query. Would I be interested in recruitment refresh cards? I perked up. While these cards might be commonplace for average lords, they were a game-changer for high-tier factions like mine. They allowed timely troop refreshment and expanding ranks. Without hesitation, I messaged her for the price and quantity. She revealed she had 5 in hand, priced at 1,000 gold each. I confirmed, purchasing all 5 outright, and tasked her with hunting for more dark seeds, promising unlimited funding. The Little Merchant, profiting handsomely at the edge of her domain, surmised that I must be leading an elite troop setup, capable of fully utilizing recruitment cards. Simultaneously, she dismissed another lord's absurd wager proposal, opting to block him outright. This particular lord, Yi Xiao, grew anxious as he realized his lack of options. Reflecting on his past life's memories, where he had seen the little merchant and interdimensional traveler rise to the peak through their alliance, he strategized. His only chance now lay in forging deep collaboration with them, binding them to his cause, and ensuring they funded his survival. Staring at the blank chat screen, Yishio typed another message, only to see a system notification. Ding! You have been blocked by Little Merchant. Private chat and trading are no longer available. Frustrated, his face darkened. That interdimensional traveler must have been bluffing all along. He muttered bitterly, trying to rationalize his missteps. Wealth, devoid of social tact, might merely be an illusion. Being blacklisted means that I can no longer conduct any transactions with the largest merchant, an incredibly precarious situation. Luckily, there's more than one merchant out there, but the smaller ones pale in comparison to the greatest one. Just as this thought crossed my mind, I sneezed. Rubbing my nose, I joked, "Who's thinking about me?" Lilith chuckled sweetly. "Your Majesty, I'm always thinking about you." Ishtar, in stark contrast, glared coldly at Lilith, clearly disdainful of her flirtatious words. Her upright and straightforward demeanor couldn't be more different. I teased. "And what about you, Ishtar? Do you ever think of me?" Lilith laughed slyly, mocking her. Ishtar blushed deeply, falling silent but clearly uncomfortable. "All right, stop teasing her," I said with a smile. "Let's move." Ishtar shot daggers at Lilith with her eyes, clearly wishing she could strike her down right now. But Lilith was unbothered, smugly clinging to my arm as Ishtar fumed but could find no outlet for her frustration. We returned to the fallen sanctuary, with Lilith and Ishtar trailing behind me. In my hand, I held 5 summoning cards for troop recruitment. Ding! Would you like to use the troop recruitment refresh cards? Use them and recruit. I commanded. A dazzling interplay of crimson and jet black light flashed 5 times, conjuring 150 fallen units, a mix of half original sin fallen angels and half pureblood fallen angels. Unfortunately, there were no new heroes among them. The original sin fallen angels were divided into 7 deadly sin categories, all under the command of Lilith. A distinct legion could only form upon recruiting a hero for one of the sins. For now, they remained unclassified. Pay homage to the Divine Emperor. The original sin fallen angels collectively knelt. The fallen sanctuary was vast, easily capable of accommodating over 1,000 units. "Rise," I commanded. "Lilith and Ishtar will be your generals." They nodded in acknowledgement. I didn't bother memorizing or assigning roles to every new recruit individually. It was better left to Lilith and Ishtar. These 5 refresh cards were all used for the Fallen Sanctuary without engaging the Supreme Protocol unit. The Fallen Sanctuary allowed me to recruit 10 additional units compared to other barracks. I'd already discussed this principle of fairness with Terrace. Those 10 additional God-tier units brought immense value, far exceeding simple arithmetic. At this moment, my fallen angel troops were finally complete under one banner. I now commanded a total force of 220, 20 units of gene-engineered elite guards, a pitifully small number, and the rest as fallen forces. Other lords had already surpassed 500 troops by this stage. Thankfully, I used those refresh cards to bulk up my forces. Without them, I would have been stuck with less than 70 units. Remaining gold, 34,880. Still too little. I sighed. During the novice period, I need more recruitment refresh cards. Once that phase is over, a single unit will cost 1,000,000 gold to recruit, utterly unsustainable. Staring at both the Fallen Sanctuary and Supreme Protocol, I understood the importance of the newbie buff, which simplified recruitment during this phase. Luckily, resources were booming. Daily void trials were yielding impressive amounts of gold and crystalline essence. My wealth was only set to grow. Tomorrow, I needed to gauge whether Lilith and her forces could handle bronze-tier creatures. They probably could, but I needed to consider time and efficiency. The score at the end of each day was crucial. High scores were the only path to exceptional resources. Without securing SSS ratings daily during the novice phase, I could fall behind. Rushing to upgrade my Heart of the Lord wasn't worth it. Sacrificing efficiency just to push Lilith to battle stronger foes would yield little benefit. Maximizing daily void trial results was paramount. The difference between a flawless victory and just barely scraping by. It was massive. That's why I couldn't afford to downgrade my rating by hastily leveling up. Levels could always be raised later. The novice scoring chests, however, were limited to these 30 days. I constantly debated whether to upgrade now or wait. Fearful Lilith couldn't handle the strain, or that doing so would lower my daily scores. For now, though, my situation felt stable with consistent SSS ratings. Why rush? Ding. Novice Period Day 3 Trial. Top 10 Leaderboard Rewards Unlocked. Ding. Battle Power Leaderboard, Wealth Leaderboard, Territory Leaderboard, Heart of the Lord Leaderboard, now open. Ding. You have reached the #1 position on the Battle Power leaderboard. Would you like to remain anonymous? Still groggy, I sat up and immediately clicked hide. After getting dressed, I went to the Chaos Spring for washing up. My thoughts cleared. 3 days in, and all 4 leaderboards have opened. Checking the rankings. Battle Power leaderboard. #1. My name hidden. A power rating of 100,000. Second place sat far behind at just over 1,000. Hiding my identity was a smart move. Too much fame becomes a hassle. Newbie lords are often targeted when they stand out too much. Battle power factored in both territory and unit strength. It had only taken 3 days to reach this level. No facility bonuses, just raw troop power. Pillaging other lords was technically forbidden. Yet, in darkness, it was rampant. Rapidly building resources was impossible to avoid. The public channel was in uproar. What? 100k battle power? Who the heck is that? Second place only has 1,000. System glitch. Tech-oriented factions produce fast, and sure, 10k buildup in 3 days is normal. High-tier tech troops start strong but taper off later. Even my 10th tier troops only manage a few hundred power points. God tier units? Yeah, right. No one even has a God tier Barak yet. I smirked. Sure, tech troops grow fast early on, but they lack staying power in the long term. Scanning the other leaderboards. Wealth leaderboard. First, Little Merchant. Territory leaderboard. First, Big Landlord. Heart of the Lord leaderboard. First, Apocalypse. Meanwhile, my Heart of the Lord stood at Black Iron tier level 3, while below the leaderboard's top 10 minimum requirement of tier 5. With billions of newbie lords duking it out, a few standouts are expected, I mused. Still, ranking even one leaderboard was a sign of progress. I wasn't concerned about dividends or impressing anyone. Closing the ranking page, I moved on. Heading back to the Fallen Sanctuary, Lilith and Ishtar awaited further orders. Daily recruitment required a cost of 30 gold. Without hesitation, I activated the recruitment. Dark reddish-black fog burst forth, summoning 30 new fallen units. Half original sin fallen angels, half pure-blood fallen angels. As always, they knelt in unison, pledging loyalty to the Divine Emperor. I entrusted Lilith and Ishtar to manage them. I then shifted focus to the Supreme Protocol building. Terrace was patiently waiting amidst the glowing data-filled atmosphere. Recruiting from here cost 20 gold. I repeated the procedure, summoning 20 new gene-engineered elite guards. Terrace gleefully paid respects and eagerly accepted the responsibility of managing her troops. No new messages appeared in my private channel. I gathered Lilith, Terrace, and Ishtar to prepare for today's void trial. This challenge promised to be particularly difficult. The 3 heroines responded. Lilith remained relaxed. Terrace was eager yet focused, and Ishtar maintained solemn readiness. Their levels ranged as follows. Lilith, Black Iron Tier 9 star. Terrace, Black Iron Tier 7 star. Ishtar, Black Iron Tier 3 star. Ishtar's late arrival had been mitigated somewhat by her cultivation within the Spirit Source Lake and supply of fine liquor for buffs. Troop composition wasn't a concern thanks to respawns in the Hall of Heroes and stat buff enchantments there. My only worry was positioning and score maintenance. Sometimes, penalties for low ranks could lock you out of the SSS rating, even if you crushed everything on the field. Activating Abyss mode in the Void Trial, my forces found themselves standing on the sinister edges of a blood-tinged battlefield. The air was thick with dread. The opponents emerged. Deep sea stalkers wielding corrupted power, their priest shamans, bronze tier level 4, possessing eldritch blessings yet wielding modest strength overall. Bloodbound aberrations, bronze tier level 4, maddened and warped, specialized in destruction and fusions. I exhaled in relief. These foes weren't too troublesome. As long as caution prevailed, success was assured. The battle commenced. Lilith's eyes glowed a vibrant crimson as her bloodlust awakened in full force. The war scythe swung mightily, its black wings behind it vibrating into streaks of light. Crescent-shaped blades tore through the deep dwellers as though mowing grass. I frowned. Damage reduction due to rank disparity was significant. Though Lilith, a formidable Dark Iron 9 star, could wipe out scores of enemies with a single swing, the damage dealt to bronze-ranked enemies was noticeably diminished. However, Lilith, unfazed, seemed excited. Black and purple flames emanated from her body, her war scythe erupting with infernal fire, the flames of original sin born of the 7 deadly sins, damaging any who came into contact. The flames of the 7 sins would burn eternally. This was the first time I witnessed Lilith unleashing her abilities, leaving me stunned. The other fallen angels of original sin followed suit, unleashing devastating skills. The genetically enhanced troops, devoid of any powers yet classified as God tier, relied on raw strength. While incapable of large-scale clearing, They executed precise and deadly one-on-one kills. The slaughter continued. The contrast between today and yesterday was stark. Yesterday, Lilith and company held back. Today, they went all out with their abilities. I wasn't sure if this was their true full power, but they made it look effortless. The bloodshed rapidly leveled up the troop ranks. By day's end, all the new recruits were promoted to Dark Iron Level 3, and it was just the beginning. It's time to upgrade the Lord's Heart. The maximum rank of my troops was capped by the rank of my Lord Core. At Dark Iron Level 3, my troops could only ascend to a limit of Bronze 9 star, as troop levels must not exceed the Lord's rank by more than one tier. Unless I ranked up, there was no further progression possible for my forces. An hour later, the trial concluded. Void trial complete. Evaluation underway. 0 troop losses for 1,000 enemies eliminated. Rating, SSS. Reward, SSS tier Abyssal Chest. Not bad. Everything's as expected, I muttered to myself. Lilith and the others reached Bronze 1 star in rank. Thanks to the monsters today, the troop ranks had climbed. Lilith spearheaded the kills while others cooperated to secure the XP required. You three can rest now, I said to Lilith, Talith, and Ishtar. They nodded, leading their troops to clear the battlefield. Using my authority, I dismantled the enemy corpses, extracting 1,000 essence crystals. 1,000 essence crystals, not bad, I thought. These were the hard currency of the Lord's realm. With a simple thought, I summoned the 600 boxes of loot. Bronze abyssal chests. My curiosity piqued as I began opening them. I obtained 10 cards, each containing advanced meat, wood, stone, and iron resources. No gold coins or essence crystals. I sighed with disappointment. Though the resource cards held significant value, they weren't as immediately practical as gold coins or essence crystals for me. A single resource card was worth around 100 essence crystals, but in the current state of the Lord realm, few could afford them, as everyone prioritized upgrading their Lord's Heart. This feels like a loss, I muttered. The total value might have been high, but the practicality left something to be desired. Still, no one else has access to this yet, so I'm in a position to complain. I kept the resources, planning to use them for infrastructure enhancements. Let's hope there's something more useful in the raiding chest. I turned my attention to the SSS tier abyssal chest, brimming with anticipation. As I opened it, 2 purple-blue schematics and 2 unique buildings greeted me, a troop barracks and a wonder. The purple schematics indicated stable resource production, both highly valuable. The first one was a lightning tower, a mid-tier defensive structure. It had no prerequisites for unlocking and could be built as many times as needed, though its base level was low and upgrading it required a significant amount of resources. Given my current resource constraints, I decided to hold off on active construction. Selling it for a low price didn't make much sense either, so I stored it for now. The second schematic was the Windchaser Bow, a purple-grade weapon schematic exclusively for craftsman-type troops. Currently, I didn't have any craftsman units, and production costs were high, but its rarity and potential were undeniable. I carefully stored it for future use. Next up was the troop barracks, the Green Lizard Nest. This barracks could recruit first-rank Green Lizard scouts, warriors, mages, and archers. I was immediately intrigued and quickly upgraded it. To my astonishment, the barracks advanced into a god-tier version, the Primeval Dragon Nest. This golden palace-like structure, adorned with metallic dragon scale patterns and surrounded by carved dragon statues, exuded a majestic aura. The barracks could recruit the mythical Primeval Dragon Legion, far surpassing ordinary dragons in legend. Although I had never heard of primeval dragons before, the sheer power radiated by this barracks was palpable. I upgraded it without hesitation to level 2, increasing both recruitment limits and troop stats. Placing this primeval dragon nest next to the fallen angel sanctuary in the center of the territory, its golden brilliance illuminated the area. It wasn't long before Lilith, Ishtar, and Talith arrived upon hearing the news. I smirked, inviting them to step into the golden hall. The walls were decorated with engravings of powerful dragons, and a grand dragon statue stood solemnly at the center. The system prompted me to spend 20 gold coins for daily recruitment. My curiosity piqued, and I immediately confirmed the action. A scarlet light shot forth, and suddenly, 20 dragons of varying forms materialized in the hall. The leader among them was a dragon clad in obsidian black scales streaked with gold. It had youthful yet commanding dragon horns and an air of wisdom in its gaze. Most notably, it bore 8 wings, the black wings traced with golden symbols resembling sacred runes. The other dragons, laying low in submission, were covered in black gold scales with just 2 wings each. They measured roughly 3 meters in length and 1 meter tall. Though small, their forms radiated an aura of strength and grace. Pangelia, at your service, divine king. The young but regal leader spoke respectfully. The others bowed in unison. Rise. I replied calmly and turned my gaze to the stats of this intriguing dragon. Name, Pangelia. Loyalty, 100. Level, Dark Iron 1 star. Rank, God tier. Troop type, Apocalypse Supreme Dragon, Pangelia. Innate talent, Ultimate Annihilation. Skill, Annihilation Dragon's Breath. Potential, Creation grade, with Crystal Citadel affinity. Description, a member of the Apocalypse Dragon race, wielding unparalleled destruction and possessing an invincible physical form immune to all elemental damage. The ultimate symbol of power, currently in its infancy. These stats made my expression shift. Not only was she immune to all elemental damage, but her annihilation-enhanced body was nearly indestructible. To even touch her would require physical or soul-based attacks of the highest order. She was practically invincible, and she wasn't even fully grown yet. Suppressing my exhilaration, I checked on the rest of the recruited dragons. Name, Ancient Black Gold Dragon. Level, Dark Iron 1 star. Rank, God tier. Troop type, Ancient Black Gold Dragon. Innate talent, Destructive power. Skill, Annihilation Dragon's Breath. Potential, Supreme God grade, with Crystal Citadel affinity. Description, the exclusive legion of the Apocalypse Supreme Dragon, born from pure destruction. Their physical resilience is unparalleled, and their birth defies the natural order. Even though the ancient black gold dragons didn't quite match Pangelia in strength, they were immensely formidable. Being exclusive hero tier units tied to Pangelia made them even more terrifying. I addressed Pangelia. The Black Gold Dragon Legion is under your command. These are Lilith, Ishtar, and Talith. Get to know each other. Yes, Divine King. She observed them, recognizing the aura of equals, maintaining a composed demeanor herself. Lilith, Ishtar, Talith. Introduce Pangelia and the Black Gold Dragons to the rest of our forces, I instructed. Keep communication open and don't drag each other down. They all nodded in agreement. That's simply how things worked here. Inwardly, I mused about my own situation. My domain harbored units from the three major factions: order, chaos, and disorder. If outsiders ever caught wind of this, their minds would be blown. The fallen cathedral represented disorder, the paramount accord embodied order, and the primordial dragon's nest signified chaos. These three factions coexisting in one domain. Practically unheard of. Typically, units from the same faction would clash over power, and loyalty would plummet, often sparking mutinies. Or worse, a leader ending up dead. Such stories were not uncommon. Long-term peace between units of these three ideologies was notoriously challenging, with backdoor schemes and rivalries rife. Right as I was about to handle another pressing matter, a private message alert popped up. Small merchant, big boss, interested in a barracks? I raised a brow. Selling barracks wasn't something people did on a whim, especially not high-quality ones. It usually happened when the barracks didn't align well with the faction of the domain. Barracks were immensely valuable, capable of endlessly recruiting units like a veritable treasure trove of power. They were rarely sold for gold, but rather traded for items of equal significance. After estimating my current resources, I messaged back. Traveler from another world. What kind of barracks? How much? The small merchant revealed it to be a Tier 3 cross-sister barracks, powerful order-aligned units. However, the asking price was steep. Either another Tier 3 disorder barracks in exchange, or blueprints, relics, or wonders of long-term value. Honestly, I thought to myself, it's just a Tier 3 barracks. No matter how strong the cross-sisters may be, they're nowhere near the worth of rare blueprints, relics, or wonders. Someone was clearly trying to cash in. The merchant reminded me that if I didn't have rare blueprints or relics, other resources could still be negotiated. I proposed 5 high-quality meat resource cards and 1,000 origin crystals. After assessing the offer, the merchant countered with a firm bottom line of 10 premium resource cards and 2,000 origin crystals. After doing the mental math and deeming the price acceptable, I nodded and closed the deal. The Tier 3 barracks, named Nunnery, were now mine. Its model manifested as a Gothic-style white church adorned with a radiant holy cross at the top. I immediately began the upgrade process, transforming it into this sanctified sanctuary. The upgraded Barak stats were as follows. Level 2. Rank, Divine. Faction, Order. Recruitment rate, 20 units per day. Daily recruitment cost, 1 gold. Upgrade requirements, 1,000 origin crystals, 1 holy seed, 10,000 gold. The sanctified sanctuary symbolized absolute order and righteousness, aligning perfectly with the ideologies of the Paramount Accord. Smiling, I turned to leave for the primordial dragon's nest, marveling at the good fortune of the day. My domain's strength had made a significant leap forward. With a flash of pure white light, The immense structure of the pristine chapel materialized beside the paramount accord. Sensing the newcomer, the fallen angels swiftly gathered around. Lilith, for the first time, displayed open hostility as her gaze locked onto the sanctified sanctuary. It wasn't directed at me, but the building itself. Frowning, I felt compelled to explain, "They're allies." Lilith nodded but muttered, "I'll trust you on this, but don't underestimate them," pointing her chin towards where the yet unseen holy angel army resided within. Mentally, I reminded myself, as long as there's no infighting, rivalry can still inspire stronger teamwork if handled properly. I brought Lilith, Ista, and Talus into the courtyard of the sanctified sanctuary. Pangelia, due to her massive form, waited outside since her body couldn't fit in. Inside the grand hall stood a towering statue of an 18-winged angel, exuding divine majesty. I rested both hands on my sword, staring at the statue's expression, one of compassion for humanity, with radiant beams of light cascading down from the dome above, conveying unending holiness. Lilith's gaze danced with amusement, Ista's full of disdain, while Talus remained stoic as always. When prompted by the system, I spent 20 gold to begin daily recruitment. I eagerly pressed the recruitment button. Blinding holy light converged, celestial harmonies echoed, and 20 figures clad in silver armor, gold-haired with white wings, materialized in the grand hall. Ista instantly summoned her flaming blade, tension thick in the air. Lilith attempted to conceal her disdain, but couldn't hide her displeasure. Once the light dimmed, the 20 angels dropped to one knee before me. "We heed your call, Master." I ordered them to rise. The leader of the group had fervent, fanatical eyes full of devotion. Her gaze drifted behind me to Ista and Lilith as a pure white sword manifested in her grip. My heartbeat quickened. I knew that holy angels and fallen angels were natural adversaries. It couldn't have been more obvious how combustible this situation was, right from this tense first meeting. "Stand down," I commanded. Ista's dark energy simmered, and the newly recruited angels reluctantly suppressed their holy power, sheathing their blades. Curiously, I examined the lead angel's stats. Name, Kaisa. Loyalty, 100. Level, Iron 1 star. Rank, Divine. Unit type, Holy Order, Kaisa. Talent, Holy Order. Skill, Flames of Order. Relic, Sword of Order. Potential, Genesis, enhanced by Crystal Palace. She was the absolute antithesis of Ista, pure light in contrast to pure darkness. The other 19 angels also bore the designation of Holy Angels, with 100 loyalty and Iron, 1 star level, talents in Holy Power, skills of Judgment Flame, and weapons called Swords of Judgment. Their collective potential marked them as beings capable of ascending to prime deity status. Clutching my weapon, I couldn't help but marvel at their awe-inspiring abilities. These angels carried the unyielding authority to define and enforce good and evil with the swipe of their blades. "Pay attention, Kaisa," I addressed the leader. "This is Lilith, original sin's fallen angel, and Ista, a pure blood fallen. I trust you're aware of who they are." Kaisa hesitated momentarily, but nodded. "This is Talus, and outside awaits Pangelia. I expect all of you to get along. They're family, my most trusted. Fighting amongst each other will not be tolerated," I stressed solemnly. With reverence, Kaisa pledged, "Master, your will is my command." Lilith sidled up to me, her voice smooth as silk. "Anything you desire, my emperor. I shall obey without question." Ista nodded in silent acknowledgement, while Talus, predictably, maintained her stony demeanor. Though the holy angels had joined my ranks, and despite their unwavering loyalty, I expected friction between their inherently opposing natures and the fallen. Diplomacy, and keeping the peace, would demand finesse. "Lilith, Ista, Talus," I instructed, "show Kaisa the ropes. Stay vigilant to prevent any conflicts. Tonight, we'll host a feast to commemorate both Pangelia and Kaisa joining the family." Lilith smiled warmly. "As you command, God Emperor." "Yes, Master," Kaisa replied with fervent zeal. Ista remained mute, and as for Talus, her steady neutrality spoke volumes. Watching them depart, I drew a deep breath. So long as no blows were exchanged, I figured time would eventually smooth out their differences. Mentally, I organized my forces, the 4 barracks, fallen angels, holy angels, dragons, and gene soldiers. The weakest link was my gene soldiers. I needed to expedite progress with their genetic fusion missions. But of course, my strongest trump card remained Pangelia and her ancient black gold dragon legion. Despite being only Iron, 1 star, Pangelia's evolution rate outpaced everything, leaving even Lilith in her dust. Switching back to private messages, I texted the small merchant. "Keep an eye out for chaos seeds and holy seeds for me, the same way you've tracked dark seeds and tech seeds. If the price is reasonable, I'll take them all." The response was immediate. Small merchant. Got it, boss. I'll sort it out within a few days. Traveler from another world. Thanks. Appreciate it. I logged off, stepping out of the sacred sanctuary. Outside, the chat channels were blowing up. Whoa, did you guys see the leaderboard? What's up with this guy? Jumping from 100,000 combat power to 200,000 in no time? Insane. It's gotta be Tech Barracks backing him up. Only Tech can mass-produce gear like that. Confirmed, it's Tech Barracks. No way it's that exaggerated otherwise. What if it's the troops? Even top-tier sacred units wouldn't be this crazy. Respect to the pro. Please carry us to victory. I ignored the chatter. The leaderboard had hidden names anyway. There was no way the guardians of the eternal world would be able to track me. I walked out of the sacred sanctuary and surveyed the peace of my territory. The genetic forbidden army sat quietly around the spirit source lake. Fallen angels laughed and frolicked. The black gold dragon sent waves crashing with its wings. Delise and Pangelia sat calmly by the lakeside. Istana and Kaisha strolled together, and Lilith lounged lazily in the grass. I smiled and retrieved the golden tower model from my bag. The one and only wonder, the Eternal Tower. Its exclusive attribute, eternal light, enabled troops to evolve continuously, bathing their flesh in divine energy, strengthening and eventually transforming them into indestructible beings. Too powerful, I murmured to myself approvingly. Though troops could be trained, true power required more than just numbers. Pangelia might only be Black Iron 1-star, but she couldn't compare to Lilith in physical strength. With the eternal divine body, however, my troops would gain true divinity. The road might be long, but it would unquestionably be worth it. With a thought, the tower transformed into a radiant, golden sun hovering above the land. Lilith and the others noticed immediately. Under the glow of the radiant sun, an air of mystery and majesty infused the territory. The eternal light continued to guide the evolution of my troops, empowering them for a boundless future. Done. I stretched lazily before leaning against Lilith. Without skipping a beat, she began massaging my shoulders. I closed my eyes, at peace with the world. In another corner of the world, Yishio stared at the leaderboard in disbelief. Unbelievable. That guy is starting to pump out troops like crazy. Teaming up with that merchant really boosted his growth. Yishio had hoped to at least break into the top 10, but couldn't even squeeze into the top 500. Still, he refused to feel defeated. Things were progressing much as they had in his memories. The biggest variable now was himself. 4 days until the dimensional rift opens. Maybe there's still a shot. Determined, Yishio thought aloud. I just need to play it safe. Rushing it would be a disaster. The major tradesmen had already cut ties, stalling resource exchanges and further complicating progress. For a civilian lord like Yishio, the early stages were the only window for fair competition. Once that phase passed, the nobles with backing from their family resources would steamroll ahead. While the nobles focused on safeguarding their status and converting their wealth into tangible growth, any sign of promise in civilian lords had to be met with meticulous, long-term planning, or they'd end up reduced to mere vassals. After a good nap, I stretched and accessed the Lord's Heart interface. Ding! Upgrade the Lord's Heart to level for using 300 original essence crystals. Upgrade. I confirmed immediately. A warm surge of energy spread through my body as the mark on my wrist glowed. Ding! Lord's Heart upgraded to level 4. Detailed attributes are now available for viewing. Ding! Do you want to select a new trait? Select. 3 traits appeared on the screen, 2 red and 1 gold. Red, Era of the Dead Gods. Transform your territory into a forbidden zone for the supernatural. All extraordinary forces will be nullified, even deities. Red, Infinite Evolution. Troops can surpass their potential limits. Growth boundaries are now determined by the Lord. Gold, Mechanical Ascension. Convert troops into a tech-based faction, doubling research speed and increasing production speed tenfold. I deliberated. Though Era of the Dead Gods was formidable, my genetic army relied heavily on extraordinary factors. This would cripple us. Mechanical Ascension sounded promising at first glance, but the risk of completely transitioning factions felt too high. Ultimately, I chose Infinite Evolution. Ding! Infinite Evolution bound. Attributes now accessible. I had 4,600 original essence crystals left. 1 upgrade a day will keep things smooth. I need to save the rest for future purchases. Gold might seem abundant for now, but it was finite, and my earnings from the Void Trial today were underwhelming. My ally, Little Merchant, hadn't reported back with any materials yet, so I'd have to manage with my own meager stocks for now. Without resources to upgrade the barracks, things could get embarrassing fast. Pulling up my Lord's Heart attributes, I began charting the next phase of my plan. Currently, I was at Black Iron 4-star, with an array of solid traits. Super Evolution, red. Infinite Evolution, red. Crystal Palace, gold, and Wall of Size, gold. I'd spent 400 original crystals so far. I turned off the interface and looked around. Pangelia was curled up loyally at my side. Why aren't you playing with the others? I asked softly. The golden glow of her dragon eyes flickered as she responded in a devoted tone. I want to stay by the God King. Gently stroking her cool, smooth dragon scales, I smiled warmly. As twilight descended, I declared, it's time for the feast. Although the eternal tower remained hidden in the dimension, the feast was extravagant, complete with endless black iron and bronze-class wines and delicacies. With my rapidly growing forces, food demand had ballooned and was kept in check thanks to this solution. I clutched a bottle of black iron vodka, designed to enhance physical capabilities. Lilith and Kaisha stayed by my side, their company comforting me in my growing kingdom. The black gold dragon tore into massive haunches of meat. The genetic forbidden army and holy angels drank merrily, while the fallen angels, both original sin and pure blood, took turns dazzling us with performances. The air was alive with laughter, occasionally punctuated by the roaring of dragons. Immersed in the revelry, I drank so heavily that I couldn't even recall where I ended up sleeping. The next morning, the system's familiar chime pulled me out of my hazy stupor. Ding! Day 1 at the top of the Combat Power Leaderboard. Reward, Combat Power Bonus Bundle. Groggily, I pried myself free from an embracing beauty and murmured to myself, for days already? Walking toward the Chaos Spring, I opened my system logs to examine the rewards. The bonus bundle delivered 1,000 gold coins, 100 original essence crystals, 1 recruitment refresh card, and 1 barracks upgrade card. For ordinary lords, it might seem lackluster. But for me, with sanctuary-grade barracks, the cards were treasures of incomparable worth. For now, I stored them carefully away, planning to use the refresh card on my tier 3 Fallen Holy Hall soon. Scanning over my growing army, I noted the imbalance. My fallen angels now numbered over 200, while other units barely reached a few dozen. No rush, there's still time. Checking my personal messages, I found one from Little Merchant sent late last night. Boss, I found the tech seed you wanted. It's priced at 10,000 gold coins. Let me know if you're interested. I instantly replied to confirm the deal. The trade request popped up, and I hit accept without hesitation. Agreed. The seeds of technology emerge on schedule. The recruitment period hadn't officially begun, yet I headed straight to the 4 main barracks. First stop, the Fallen Cathedral. Lilith and Ishtar were already waiting. I led them into the barracks, and the system popped up. Do you want to spend 30 gold to perform daily recruitment? I answered, recruit. Dark mist swirled as 30 lean figures materialized from the shadows. They all knelt. We salute the Divine Emperor, they declared, their fiery eyes brimming with fervor. Looking at the neatly classified units, a seed of anticipation sprouted within me. The fallen angels were divided into 2 factions, original sin fallen angels and pure blood fallen angels. I turned to Lilith and Ishtar, saying, stand up. They're yours to command. Understood, Divine Emperor, replied Lilith with a radiant smile, while Ishtar gave a firm nod. Leaving the Fallen Cathedral, I proceeded toward the Primal Dragon Nest. It was located near the Supreme Accord, with the Fallen Cathedral to its left. Following the principle of recruiting by proximity, I decided to handle each barrack systematically. Passing the orderly arrangement of the 4 barracks, I made a mental note. I'll reposition them later after recruitment. Reaching the Primal Dragon Nest, Pangelia had been waiting for a while. I greeted her. Good morning. How was last night? Her radiant dragon eyes sparkled. All is well, Divine King. I nodded in return and stepped inside the dragon nest. The system asked, do you want to spend 20 gold to perform daily recruitment? Recruit, I confirmed without hesitation. Black and gold light burst forth, and 20 ancient black gold whelps cheerfully emerged. With a mighty roar, Pangelia calmed the whelps, and they obediently followed her out. Next, I arrived at the Supreme Accord. Talus was there, patiently waiting. Imperial Majesty, she greeted with reverence in her gaze. I nodded. No rush, just yet. Gazing at the high-tech structure, the system prompted an upgrade option. The cost was enormous, but I didn't waver. Upgrade. The light of technology, aura activated, doubling both research and output production instantly. Pleased with the divine boost, I murmured, perfect. The system prompted again to spend 30 gold on daily recruitment. Without hesitation, I replied, recruit. A flash of white light illuminated the space, and 30 gene-enhanced guards in combat suits appeared in pristine formation. They dropped to one knee, saluting in unison. We salute the Emperor. Rise, I said with a smile. Talus, they're all yours. She nodded affirmatively, maintaining her resolute demeanor. Finally, I came to the sacred cathedral, where Kaisha awaited me with unwavering devotion in her eyes. "My lord," she exclaimed, her voice full of faith. I smiled. "Let's proceed." Entering the great hall, I was greeted by solemn statues of holy angels. The system prompted, "Do you want to spend 20 gold to perform daily recruitment?" With a steady tone, I answered, "Recruit." Divine light filled the hall, and 20 holy angels appeared, kneeling. "We pay homage to our Lord. Rise. Handle them, Kaisha," I instructed with a nod. With recruitment complete, I checked my resources: prime crystals, 3,600, gold, 15,690. I sighed inwardly. We're running low on funds. I'll need to be more frugal. Frequent upgrades to the heart of the lordship burn through resources like crazy. I silently wished for a major haul during the upcoming void trial. Otherwise, I'd be forced to sell resource cards, a move I wasn't entirely willing to make. Though my forces had grown, 260 fallen angels, 70 gene guards, 40 dragons, and 40 holy angels, these numbers were still far from sufficient. Building a proper military force required tens of thousands. My current situation wasn't anywhere near that goal. After completing recruitment, I headed to Feast Hall for breakfast. The troops were fed to their heart's content while I called the 5 main heroes to gather at the Lord's Hall: Lilith, Talus, Ishtar, Pangelia, and Kaisha. They brought along their respective troops, all battle-ready. "The void trial begins now," I commanded firmly. "Prepare yourselves." Formations locked into place. Lilith led the original sin-fallen angels at the center, flanked by Talus' gene guards to the left and Ishtar's pure-blood fallen angels on the right. In the back line, Pangelia's black gold dragons and Kaisha's holy angels took their positions. Both the dragons and angels were tier black iron units, primarily at black iron level 3 thanks to upgrades from Spirit Spring and black iron food rations. The aim, however, was to elevate entire groups to bronze tier. The system prompted, "Initiate void trial." I affirmed confidently, "Begin abyss difficulty." At the edge of my domain, dark crimson mist churned as twisted and deep-sea monstrosities surged forth, mostly ranked between bronze level 3 to bronze level 5. Calmly seated, I did not waver. Pangelia took to the skies, wings wide, gathering the destructive force of her breaking power. A blast of annihilation-level dragon breath obliterated swarms of enemies. Black gold dragons followed her lead, their fierce attacks wreaking havoc. Meanwhile, holy angels encased in divine light struck down foes with righteous judgment. The combat zone became a theater of destruction, with divine brilliance and shadowy devastation intertwined as the opposing forces clashed. Back in my central command, my mind wandered to necessary upgrades for my territory. Despite its beginner status, other lords had already advanced 2 tiers ahead of mine. My modest troop count, while bolstered by dragons as guardians, was clearly inadequate for a territory of this size. Though expansion was inevitable, I had intentionally delayed, as guarding a larger territory with so few troops would prove too difficult. As the trial concluded, the system logged the results: 0 casualties, 8,000 enemy kills, rated SSS. A treasure chest was rewarded. Compared to the prior day, the monster count had doubled, and they were mostly between bronze levels 3 and 5. On the upside, the resource gain was substantial. However, should the heart of the lordship be upgraded any further, the next wave of monsters could include silver tier threats, elevating the challenge to an extreme level. Careful balance was key. Lilith and the others hadn't progressed significantly. The bronze tier soldiers were still at level 1. Resource investments would need to prioritize elevating new recruits, even if that meant older troops remained stagnant for now. Hastily upgrading the Heart of Lordship would risk facing insurmountable creatures at higher tiers, sacrificing the stability of abyss difficulty trials. The gap, spanning 2 or even more sub-tiers, would be too great, and the risk wasn't worth it. Amid the piles of monster corpses on the battlefield, I issued a command: disintegrate. Ding! Disintegrated 8,000 corpses. Gained 2,000 prime crystals. With my resources replenished, I nodded in satisfaction. Afterward, I compiled 1,000 bronze abyss treasures. "Open these." "Open," I ordered. From these chests, high-grade meat, wood, stone, iron, and copper resource cards emerged in consistent patterns, each containing 2,000 cards at a cost of 200 chests. I chuckled wryly. While these premium resources were valuable, they didn't hold the same immediate utility as gold or prime crystals. Copper resource cards, in particular, would be essential for developing technological troops. Though I presently only had gene guards deployed, accumulating resources for future tech armies was critical. As I tucked away the resource cards, my eyes locked onto the highlight of the day: a single SSS Abyss rating chest. Without hesitation, I selected. Open. Ding! Received 1 unit refresh recruitment card, 1 barracks upgrade card, 1,000 primordial crystals, 10,000 gold coins, and your Lord exclusive relic, the Divine King's Treasury. I gazed at this one-of-kind treasure with awe. Its meaning profound, its rarity unparalleled. This relic was of an extraordinary tier, possessing 3 core abilities: clone, elevate, and project. It could replicate weapons, relics, and gear it came into contact with, except for unique tier items, upgrade the level of collected treasures, except for unique tier ones, and project holographic replicas of collected weapons. Bind it. I decided resolutely. Soul binding the relic meant losing it upon death, but I deemed it worth any price to make it mine. A question crossed my mind. Could it replicate Lilith's exclusive weapon? Although as the Lord, I rarely took the battlefield, improving my self-defense capabilities was indispensable. Lilith. A flash of dark energy cut through the shadows. Her damp hair evaporated, and Lilith appeared before me. I pointed toward the 7 Sins scythe in her hand, preparing to test the treasure's capabilities. Gently touching the weapon, I felt its cold texture. A surge of greed, lust, and negativity poured into my heart like a flood. She swiftly retracted her weapon and explained solemnly, "Divine Emperor, this is my exclusive weapon infused with the power of the 7 deadly sins. It must not be touched recklessly." I frowned slightly, the earlier wave of emotions leaving me shaken. It was clear, exclusive weapons served as impenetrable barriers, immune to replication by the Divine King's treasury. "I see," I replied quietly, massaging my temples. The brush with her weapon had left lingering impacts, but thankfully, with Lilith's presence, I escaped major harm. I summoned her again. "Lilith, gather the 7 sins fallen angels." In an instant, the angels representing the 7 deadly sins materialized before me. I instructed them to display their weapons: swords, daggers, whips, axes, hammers, scythes. Each appeared in turn. "Let's begin the replication," I commanded. Ding. "Would you like to replicate Pride Sword?" Replicated. Ding. Successfully replicated. Note: weapon upgrade permissions unavailable. I understood. The powers of exclusive weapons could only be cloned, not further enhanced, and their attributes were locked. One by one, I replicated the weapons, adding them to the Divine King's treasury. "We've got a situation," I chuckled grimly. "Divine Emperor, our duty is clear." The fallen angels responded in unison. In addition to their weapons, I also replicated the Shadow Blade of the Pureblood Fallen Angel and the Judgment Sword of the Holy Angel. However, I refrained from replicating the Gene Legion's equipment, as it hadn't evolved yet, and remained tied to their genetic framework. Observing the collection of weapons now in my possession, I marveled at their unique strengths and power. "Impressive," I muttered, fiddling with a few before storing them. I summoned Talise next. Ever expressionless and obedient, she arrived swiftly. "Talise, it's time to begin gene fusion," I said, my tone steady. When I inquired about the requirements, she replied, "Just a single droplet of blood. It also enables the transfer of genetic factors." "Simple enough," I remarked, summoning Lilith, Ishtar, Pangelia, and Keisha. Pangelia had already reached the bronze tier, her juvenile dragon form spanning over 10 meters in length. As the 4 heroes gathered, I explained, "Talise is unique. She requires the fusion of genetic material from other beings to unlock her full potential." Their gazes turned toward Talise, understanding why she had yet to unleash her true strength. Lilith asked, "What would you have us do, Divine Emperor?" "Your blood," I replied succinctly. Lilith didn't hesitate. A drop of deep violet blood condensed at her fingertip, mirrored by the others, their respective blood colors hovering in the air. Talise nodded in acknowledgement and stepped forward. She chanted softly, "Void Engine." The 4 streams of blood began merging, swirling around her in black violet, pitch dark, crimson, and holy golden brilliance. Her voice gradually grew fainter. I must enter slumber to analyze the energy structures and recalibrate my evolution. As her words faded, she encased herself in a cocoon. Carved onto its surface were the emblems of Lilith, Ishtar, Keisha, and Pangelia, symbols of their powers. I silently watched over Talise's cocooned form, saying little. "You're free to do as you please," I told the others, gesturing for them to leave. One by one, they departed after casting familiar glances at Talise. The power coursing through her was derived from them, shared willingly. For others, such an approach would have been met with lethal retaliation. With them gone, I turned my attention to the resource cards in my hand. Neither the barracks upgrade card nor the refresh recruitment card could be used carelessly. Currently, my Fallen Sanctuary and Supreme Accord structures were only at Tier 3, with limited capacity. The upgrade card tempted me, but would prove more valuable later on. Using it early would consume resources, while delaying usage would yield more troops. I deliberated painfully, to use or not to use. If only I had more of these, I muttered, half-jokingly. As if responding to my thoughts, 2 additional cards materialized in my hand. Advanced Lumber card and Advanced Stone card. System, upgrade the territory, I commanded. Ding. Would you like to consume 100 units of wood, 100 units of stone, and 10 primordial crystals to upgrade your territory? Yes. Upgrade. I approved without hesitation. A radiance spread across the land as the territory rapidly expanded, its level rising to 2. Ding. Resource requirements have increased. Would you like to continue upgrading? I nodded, approving 2 additional upgrades, bringing the territory to level 3, with a diameter of 1,200 meters. Inspecting the details, I marveled. Territory name, Supreme Paradise. Level 3. Size, 1,200 meters. Structures, stone-walled Lord's Manor. Wonders, innate primordial lake, advanced. Chaos Spring, unique. Feast of Indulgence, exotic relic. Hall of Eternal Spirits, unique. Tower of Eternity, unique. Barracks, Fallen Sanctuary, divine. Supreme Accord, divine. Primordial Dragon Throne, divine. Sacred Chapel, divine. Warehouse Inventory, wood 9,700, stone 9,700. Requirements for next level, wood 300, stone 300, primordial crystals 30. That'll do for now. I smiled faintly. My gaze shifted toward the skies, where ancient black gold dragons soared majestically, each one between 6 to 7 meters long, their height matching Pangilia's juvenile form. However, there were now 39 of them, promising further growth come the next day. The remaining resources in the warehouse came from decomposed resource cards. Upon entering the warehouse, these materials could no longer be withdrawn, though the warehouse's high grade granted it unlimited capacity. Absolutely perfect. I stretched leisurely, strolling over to the shoreline of the primordial lake. The fallen angels and 7 sins angels were gleefully playing in the waters. One lust angel gracefully rose from the lake, extending an elegant invitation to dance. I shed my robe and leaped into the lake, surrounded by shimmering waters and celestial companions, indulging in magnificence beyond mortal comprehension. Amid their teasing laughter, they served roasted meat and fine wine from the feast of indulgence. At the water's edge, I savored the delicacies between glimpses at Talie's resting form. The morning passed in tranquil decadence until, suddenly, a radiant pillar of light erupted. I glanced upward mid-massage, my relaxation disrupted. The brilliance was blinding. Talie's. Rising quickly, I stepped toward the light as Lilith, Ishtar, Pangelia, Keisha, and even the entire Gene Legion assembled in perfect order, waiting in anticipation. Within the radiant column, the emblems representing the 4 heroes interwove and shattered, forming spiraling genetic symbols. Luminescent rain descended, each drop pulsating with untold energy. Talie's remained within, her eyes closed. Standing slowly, I checked the stats. Name, Talus. Rank, Bronze 1 star. I froze. Her skills had increased by 5, spanning across 4 major genes and even the ultimate form. The potential was staggering, ascending from the roots to creation itself, bolstered by traits of infinite evolution, granting her unlimited growth. Your Highness, she knelt with reverence. Rise, I said calmly. Talus stood, her gaze indifferent, yet simmering with determination. I smiled. Let's see what your new power really looks like. Understood, Your Highness, she replied firmly. A swirl of black and crimson mist quickly wrapped around her, encasing her entirely in original sin armor. The muffled clash of shifting plates echoed from within, while Lilith's eyes betrayed her subtle astonishment. When the mist dissipated, Talus emerged, her white hair now a stark crimson black, her aura captivating and dangerously seductive. Advanced layers of futuristic battle armor adorned her, etched with the 7 sins. The inverted crimson cross on her chest stood out prominently, while her back showcased dark feathered wings with sin-marked patterns, a divine scythe gripped tightly in her hand. In this form, I draw from the power of the original sins. My strength, while not yet matching Lilith's, has been awakened, Talus explained. I understood the understatement in her words. For Lilith, it was merely borrowed power, but for other fallen angels of original sin, it wasn't just borrowing, it was something beyond. Talus, true to her nature, without the armor, more closely resembled what could be called the purest fallen angel of original sin, blending perfectly her sin form and ultimate battle gear. She then went on to showcase her other transformations, fallen angel, holy angel, and dragon form. Her dragon form wasn't like Pangilia's authentic dragon morphology. Each of her forms wielded distinctly different powers. The dragon form mastered the force of obliteration, The holy angel form wielded divine power, and the fallen angel form controlled the might of original sin. Curiosity brimmed over within me, and I couldn't help but ask, what about the ultimate form? Talus nodded and commanded in a resolute voice, ultimate battle gear. A dazzling pillar of light enveloped her. Her appearance did not drastically shift, but her long hair turned an even purer white, while her eyes gleamed like molten gold, sharp and resolute. In her left and right hands swirled divine light and primordial darkness, her entire figure gleaming with luminous gold armor. Behind her, 8 translucent wings shimmered faintly, melding the real and the surreal. The sheer weight of her presence cracked the ground, as her aura dominated the entire hall. Lilith and the rest of the group grew visibly serious. Previously, they'd regarded her with renewed interest, but now, they couldn't help giving her the respect she demanded. That's enough. I finally broke the moment, signaling her to stop. Talus nodded, the light surrounding her fading as she reverted to the stoic, emotionless white-haired girl she always seemed to be. I smiled. The future of the Genetic Legion rests squarely on your shoulders. Yes, Your Highness, she answered, her gaze resolute. She nodded slightly at Lilith and the others before turning to gather her troops. I addressed the rest. All right, everyone, you're free to do your thing. The group dispersed, and I watched as Talus departed with the Genetic Guard Legion in tow. The blending of the 3 corps could wait. Soon enough, they'd all come to see it for what it was. Everything was in her hands now. She would carry the weight. Over here, Divine Emperor. Come quick, someone called. I'm coming, I replied with a grin, heading toward the Spirit Lake, surrounded by fallen angels and holy angels alike. One of the fallen angels of original sin handed me a glass of imported wine with a knowing smile. I nodded lightly. System, upgrade the heart of the Overlord. Ding. Do you wish to spend 400 origin crystals to upgrade the heart of the Overlord? While chewing on some roasted meat, I casually replied, upgrade it. A warm current coursed through me, streaming from my wrist all through my body. My strength surged, ascending the boundaries of the black iron tier. Ding. Heart of the Overlord upgraded to level 5. Unlocking 1 trait selection opportunity. Please review your options. With a curious pull at the scent wafting from a nearby demoness of original sin, I smiled. System, present the trait options. 3 beams, glowing red, manifested before me. What the? Did the scent of face wash just heighten my senses? I murmured, surprised. The 3 traits read as follows. Ragnarok, your territory becomes a forbidden zone for all deities. Any god who trespasses will inevitably perish, turning the area into a graveyard of fallen gods. The downside, you and your forces will lose all potential to ascend to divinity. I paused, considering the profound drawback. This is insane. While the power sounds unstoppable, no gods would dare tread here once word gets out, and my forces would never ascend to godhood. That's way too steep a price. Pass. As a beginning overlord, I clung to the hope of ascending myself. To choose this trait would be to sever that future entirely. A seductive lust-fallen angel refilled my wine, and I took another sip, shifting my focus to the second option. God-slaying power. Your forces gain abilities that are supremely potent against divine entities and artifacts. Ineffective below divine tier beings. Narrowing my eyes, I muttered, God-slaying power. This is intriguing. A specialized force meant to counter gods. The sword cuts deep both ways, though, once noticed, it would undoubtedly mark me as enemy number 1 for every higher power out there. It felt like holding a grenade, just waiting to explode. With a mix of hesitation and resolve, I turned to review the final choice. Forbidden Realm warps your territory with the attributes of distortion, chaos, unknowability, and incomprehensibility. Both you and your forces gradually evolve into entities of the forbidden, forsaking humanity in the process. I inhaled sharply, setting down my drink. This is paving the way to eldritch horrors. This path promised the pinnacle of power while abandoning all conception of humanity, a pure and ultimate existence beyond comprehension. But among the 3 options, God-slaying power was strongest while also bringing substantial danger. Finding this trait would bring immense exposure, and eventually, the clash of divine retribution. However, my gaze flicked toward the Supreme Accord. For now, I craved technological breakthroughs, leaning toward science as my chosen route forward. A tech-centric army? Yes, that was the way. Resources in this field were abundant, growth steady and pragmatic, without invoking envy or drawing unwanted attention. My voice steadied. God-slaying power it is. Lock it in. Ding. Binding trait God-slaying power, red tier, successfully. Check Heart of the Overlord for detailed properties. At once, a foreign ripple reverberated through the ranks of my army. Lilith's eyes flickered with astonishment. She felt the uncanny force coursing through the area. A mixture of curiosity and unease lingered in her expression. Other divine tier beings in my following also recognized the alien sensation. It was incomprehensible to them. Unlike those yet to grasp their divine affinities, they themselves possessed godlike attributes needing no awakening or divine spark, raw, pure, and innate. And now, with the introduction of God-slaying power into our midst, a strange and unsettling question formed in their minds. What happens when gods harness the ability to destroy themselves? I lacked an answer to that, but for now, I relished the moment, surrounded by the companionship of fallen angels, pure-blood angels, and holy angels alike. Why the ancient obsidian dragons were absent? Understandably, they were all female dragons, and I believed they should at least manifest humanoid forms before I could earnestly interact. No matter the allure, I wasn't interested in creatures outside of human perception. I respect the quirks of other overlords. It's impossible to cater to everyone's preferences, but mutual respect is the baseline. As daylight waned and dusk rose, I found myself entering the Supreme Accord Hall. The Genetic Legion was immersed in their ongoing evolution. The codes of 0 and 1 blinked within glowing orbs around us, while Talus stood motionless nearby, guarding what appeared to be a massive cocoon. I approached, greeting her. "Talus, well done today," she responded in her usual reserved tone. "I merely performed my duty." "What did they choose from the gene?" I began to ask. "Why?" Talus replied. "The core is based on Pangilia's genes, supplemented by Ista and Keisha's genetics." I was surprised. "Isn't Lilith's gene even stronger?" She responded seriously. "Pangilia enhances the physical body, Ista controls darkness, and Keisha governs holiness. Using Pangilia as the foundation creates the most powerful combination. While Lilith's genetics are indeed strong, they are too complex and not suitable for the characteristics of the Gene Invincible Army." I nodded. "It's best to leave professional matters to the professionals." It put my mind at ease. Beams of light emerged consecutively, and massive cocoons split open. Over 40 fused genetics Gene Invincible Army soldiers knelt with fervent determination burning in their eyes. I checked their new stats. Name, Gene Invincible Army, Dragon of Light and Dark. Level, Bronze 1 star. Talents, Gene Devouring, Bioengine. Skills, Light Angel Armament, Dark Angel Armament, Dragon Armament, Gene Liberation Mode. Divine Artifact, Genetic Armament. Potential, Lord of Gods, no cap limit, lowest rank, Supreme Deity. A satisfied smirk appeared on my face. "Not bad. All of you, rise," I commanded and then turned to Talus. "They're under your management now." Talus nodded. I left the Supreme Protocol, my thoughts shifting to Legion construction. Why must the number of units exceed 10,000 to form a Legion? Because quantitative changes lead to qualitative shifts, which result in the development of dedicated Legion auras. I began to envision the brilliant aura my future Legion would possess. Time flew by. It was already day 5 of the novice period. At dawn, I awoke in the midst of a hedonistic paradise villa, surrounded once again by fallen angels, holy angels, and original sin fallen angels. By now, I didn't even bother identifying who was who. I crawled out of the group of beauties, stretched lazily, and stepped outside the villa. This kind of indulgent life feels so draining. Rubbing my lower back, I reflected on how my bronze 5-star body still felt exhausted. Starting today, no more drinking, I declared decisively. It had to be the alcohol's fault, definitely not anyone else's. I made my way to the Chaos Spring. Taking a few sips, my health instantly replenished and my energy was restored. Time to begin recruitment. I headed straight for the Fallen Angel Cathedral. Lilith and Ista were already waiting. "Let's go," I said, leading them into the sacred hall. "Ding, would you like to spend 30 gold to proceed with today's recruitment?" Recruit. Black and crimson mist churned, as countless original sin and pure-blood fallen angels emerged from the fog. "Lilith, Ista, they're yours," I remarked with a smile. "Understood, Divine Sovereign," Lilith replied with a gentle smile, while Ista nodded quietly. Leaving the Fallen Angel Cathedral, I proceeded to the Supreme Protocol. Yesterday, I had reorganized the sequence of my barracks: Fallen Angel Cathedral, Supreme Protocol, Origin Dragon Nest, and Holy Cathedral, ensuring recruitment went in that order. Outside the Supreme Protocol, Talus was waiting. I led her inside to initiate daily recruitment. "Ding, would you like to spend 30 gold to proceed with today's recruitment?" Recruit. In less than 10 minutes, all 4 barracks had completed their recruitment. The only downside was the lack of hero units. Recruiting heroes required luck. There's a guaranteed hero on the first try, but subsequent ones are randomized. Current troop statistics. Original Sin Fallen Angels, 290. Gene Invincible Army, 100. Dragons, 60. Angels, 60. Total troop count, Over 500. 5 days worth of effort. I had spent 5 refresh cards. After breakfast, around 10 a.m., I called out, Lilith, Ista, Talus, Pangelia, Keisha. The 5 heroes promptly appeared. The Void Trial is about to begin. As always, prioritize upgrading newcomers, I instructed. The 5 heroes each took their positions, allocating troops as they saw fit. System, initiate the Void Trial. Difficulty, Abyss. Ding, the Void Trial is about to start. Abyss difficulty will commence in 30 seconds. Creatures emerged from the edges of the black mist. Not mutants nor deep-sea creatures, but grotesque flesh abominations. They were bronze 5-star to 8-star tier 5 beings. They hail from a desolate world, sustained by blood and gore. Repulsive and terrifying, yet against hero tier troops, they were mere ants. Battle began. The heroes ravaged the enemies, maintaining a steady rhythm. Sitting cross-legged on the grass, I gazed at the blood-soaked battlefield in the distance, pondering the differences between this world and my own. System, open the daily power pack. Ding, acquired 1,000 gold coins, 100 source crystals, and 1 barracks upgrade card. All were critical resources. The upgrade card was especially precious. I checked my messages. Little merchant, big boss, do you want refresh cards? I found a chaos seed but still lack some materials. I hesitated but didn't reply just yet, biding my time until my gold and crystals were more flush. I didn't want to sell my resources cheaply. Grasping a bottle of bronze-grade wheat juice, I took slow sips, savoring the taste. An hour later, the trial ended. My troops' levels had risen. Units reached bronze 1-star, while heroes leveled to bronze 2-star. I sighed, realizing how resource-intensive it was to upgrade divine tier units. Ding, Void Trial complete. 0 casualties. 10,000 enemies defeated. SSS rating achieved. Ding, you've obtained an SSS-rated Abyss score chest. The results were gloriously outstanding. It was exactly my style. Scanning the trial log, I noticed all 10,000 tier 5 monsters were at least bronze 5-star and chuckled at the absurdity. Sipping my wheat juice, I activated my lordly authority to dismantle the corpses. Ding, dismantled 10,000 bronze tier corpses, gaining 3,000 source crystals. 3,000 crystals felt underwhelming. A decent haul, but still not much for 10,000 flesh abominations. Gathering the rewards from 3,000 abyss chests, I activated them all at once without hesitation. The loot was abundant. Advanced meat, iron ore, copper ore, beginner fire and water element crystals, and mithril resource cards, 5,000 of each. These were resources usually found mid to late game during the novice period, so obtaining them on day 5 was an unexpected boon. I knew why. The newbie buff combined with abyss difficulty made rewards disproportionately generous, an advantage no other newcomer would have. Finally, I turned to the SSS-rated score chest. Ding, would you like to open the SSS-rated abyss score chest? Open it. Out spilled treasure after treasure, the dark seed, chaos seed, holy seed, tech seed, and elemental seed. Alongside these were barracks upgrade cards, recruit refresh cards, and a unique wonder, the dimensional gate. I stood in awe of the 5 rare treasures, thinking, at last, I can upgrade the Origin Dragon Nest and the Holy Cathedral. Oddly, though, this high-tier chest lacked gold or source crystals. Frustratingly, I was still short on funding to complete the barracks upgrades. With several refresh and upgrade cards already in hand, I decided to save them for later. Take it slow. I am intrigued as I study the unique wonder known as the Gate of Dimensions. Its status is unique, endowed with 3 core features, locking onto spatial coordinates, consuming crystals to open a portal across time and space, and sealing dimensional fields to prevent invasions. It is indestructible and exists for eternity. Taking a deep breath, my eyes gleamed with excitement. I use origin crystals to open the dimensional portal, giving me the ability to explore countless worlds outside my territory at will. Within this eternal realm, territories exist as isolated floating islands, independent from one another unless invaded. Beyond territories, there are numerous dimensions of varying sizes and levels. High-level dimensions are extremely dangerous but rich in resources. Some dimensions have been destroyed, while others remain unknown, guarded by native deities. Diamond-tier worlds and above are far beyond my current capabilities, but by burning enough crystals, they can still be accessed. Looking at the dimensional gate model in my hand, I lament the financial burn, eventually deciding to place it on the eastern side of my territory. The ancient gate surged up from the ground, its doors shimmering with waves of light. Lilith and others looked on curiously, oblivious to any potential risks. For now, I set the dimensional gate aside and opened private messages to check on resources. Traveler from another world. Boss, you there? Lin Xiaoxiao messaged back instantly. Small merchant, I'm online, big boss. I inquired about the price of chaos seeds and recruitment refresh cards. Lin Xiaoxiao lit up with excitement, quoting 1,000 crystals for a chaos seed and 3,000 crystals for a set of 12 refresh cards. After evaluating, I deemed the pricing reasonable. The refresh cards could sometimes prove invaluable. At 1,000 crystals per card, it was practically a steal. I then asked about troop building upgrade cards and special resources. Lin Xiaoxiao mentioned she had upgrade cards, but they cost 10,000 crystals each, with prices fluctuating. I hesitated, finding them expensive, but instructed her to gather them without rushing payment. She hesitated too, but decided to lend me 5 cards first, with payment deferred. Surprised, I asked why. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled and said, "Pleasure doing business with you. I trust you." I understood immediately. She was investing in a client with potential. The deal was struck, and I obtained 1 chaos seed, 12 refresh cards, and 5 upgrade cards, totaling 3,000 crystals paid up front. Lin Xiaoxiao followed up, asking if I needed anything else, but I told her not to rush and to continue stockpiling refresh and upgrade cards. She agreed cheerfully and ended the chat. Looking at the 5 upgrade cards, I realized I now owe 50,000 crystals. Troop building upgrade cards are primarily useful for buildings under level 10 and are relatively affordable, as there's an ample supply during the early stages. In contrast, truly rare materials are often bartered, only traded for something of equivalent high value. Noting that I was still owed 9 additional upgrade cards, I realized I was a step ahead of others in upgrading a troop building beyond level 10. I stored the cards away, planning to upgrade the Primordial Dragon Nest and the Holy Sanctuary next. Lin Xiaoxiao, pragmatic as ever, sent me the cards directly, treating it as an investment. As her largest client, she could afford the potential loss of 50,000 crystals. If it didn't work out, she'd still gain networking benefits. Her approach demonstrated the true value of a merchant. When it came to dealings, I was clear-headed. Fooling around was a no-go. Ambitious freeloaders might have potential on paper, but seasoned merchants like Lin Xiaoxiao weren't about to gamble on something so intangible. What she valued wasn't just potential, but real, measurable abilities that justified her investment. Materials like upgrade cards or chaos seeds were plentiful in her eyes. It was people with potential that mattered most. Lin Xiaoxiao also had her eyes on a few other up-and-coming lords of potential, spreading her investments wisely to minimize risk. That's just typical merchant lord strategy. Invest in the future while diversifying as a precaution. Standing before my primordial dragon nest, I admired the ethereal golden structure. Pangelia landed gracefully at my side. System, upgrade the primordial dragon nest. I issued the command decisively. Ding. Do you wish to spend 1,000 origin crystals, 10,000 gold coins, and 1 chaos seed to upgrade the primordial dragon nest? Upgrade. A burst of golden light erupted. The ethereal shadow of an ancient dragon roared, coiling in the skies above before merging into the dragon nest itself. Ding. The primordial dragon nest has been upgraded to level 3. Details are available for inspection. I pulled up its stats. Primordial dragon nest, level 3. Alignment, chaos. Daily recruitment, October 30th. Gold cost, 1 meter gold coins per unit. Aura, dragon god's favor. The power of all dragon units is doubled. Next upgrade requirements. 10,000 origin crystals, 100,000 gold coins, 10 chaos seeds. Dragon god's favor? This is insane, I exclaimed with satisfaction. With further stacking of buffs from places like the Hall of Heroes and Crystal Palace, my army had become incredibly powerful. Needless to say, my strongest faction was now the dragon kind. Even my fallen angels had all been transformed into mighty dragons. I entered the dragon nest with Pangelia, planning to max out today's remaining recruitment capacity. Ding. Do you wish to spend 10 gold coins to recruit daily units? Recruit. 10 colossal black gold ancient dragons materialized before me. While I hadn't attracted any hero tier units, a batch of dragon hatchlings was still a solid gain. Pangelia, take care of them, I instructed her. As I turned to leave the dragon nest, a glimmer of red caught my eye near the grass patch outside. A 200 square meter section was covered in crimson fruit. It was Earth Spirit Grass. I examined it. Earth Spirit Grass. Level, bronze, progression, iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, demigod, god tier. Properties, a bronze tier medicinal herb whose fruit slightly enhances the potential of 5th tier and below units. Description, a regular plant that evolved through mutation. The fruit is sweet and can neutralize greasy foods. I was intrigued by this herb, recalling that the nearby Chaos Spring emitted an aura of evolution. The spring not only healed wounds, but also accelerated the evolutionary process. I picked a fruit to taste. It was sweet with a hint of tartness, perfect for cutting through richness. This stuff is tricky to price. I mused to myself. Listed too high, and no one would buy it. Too low, and it's a loss. Units below 5th tier are mostly cannon fodder, so spending money to enhance them isn't meaningful. Developing advanced troop buildings is the only wise strategy. Still, though low level, this herb has potential and should be given to new recruits. Packing up the fruit, I headed over to the Holy Sanctuary, where Keisha was already waiting. System, upgrade the Holy Sanctuary. Ding. Do you wish to spend 1,000 origin crystals, 10,000 gold coins, and 1 holy seed to upgrade the Holy Sanctuary? Upgrade. A divine light enveloped the entire sanctuary as the image of an angel appeared above, bathing the structure in radiant energy. Gleaming rays of gold imbued the sanctuary with unparalleled sanctity. Ding. Holy Sanctuary upgraded to level 3. Details are available for inspection. I checked the updated stats. Holy Sanctuary, level 3. Alignment, order. Daily recruitment, October 30th. Gold cost, 1 meter gold coins per unit. Aura, eternal sanctity. Recruited units cannot permanently die and will be revived upon death. Next upgrade requirements. 10,000 origin crystals, 100,000 gold coins, 10 holy seeds. Getting troop buildings to level 3. Feels good, I said with a satisfied smile. Ying gazed at the halo of sacred immortality. It bore a resemblance to the original eternal halo from the Fallen Temple. Both prioritized resurrection mechanics. The only real difference was that the former belonged to the Chaos faction, while the latter aligned with Order. Let's go, I said as I entered the hall with Keisha. Spend 10 gold to recruit. Recruit. 10 holy angels appeared in a neat formation. Keisha, they're all yours, I said with a smile. Keisha nodded and exited the hall with me. I sat down cross-legged and took inventory of my resources. 4570 core crystals. Only 5570 gold left. Ugh, this might seem like a lot for a newbie, but for me, it's pocket change, I muttered. Still owe the tiny merchant 50,000 crystals. The pressure is unreal. My eyes turned to the dimensional gate in the distance, my fastest shot at making money. The daily void trials barely provided enough resources anymore. I need a new plan, I thought to myself. Lilith, Talus, Ishtar, Pangelia, Keisha, come here, I called out. One by one, the 5 heroes materialized. Sitting cross-legged, I asked seriously, any ideas on conquering a dimension? They answered in unison. Lilith, kill. Talus, kill. Ishtar, kill. Pangelia, destroy. Keisha, purify. I stayed quiet and shook my head with a wry smile. You're all warriors. All you know is killing. Is there any other way? Lord Sovereign, eliminate the enemy, and everything is ours. Lilith responded with a sweet, yet menacing smile. Ishtar agreed wholeheartedly. Talus was even more ruthless. All traitors must die. The Empire tolerates no dissent. Pangelia nodded in approval. I turned to Keisha in despair, the only one whose answer seemed reasonable. All heretics must be purified. A chill crept into my heart. Depending on them for strategy was a naive fantasy. Sure, the dimensional worlds were vast, but what could we do with only a few hundred troops anyway? Monsters were valuable resources. Slaying them was wasteful. Mining and logging were more sustainable. But with our current strength, how much could we harvest? Relying solely on slaughter was the least efficient route. Unless you ignored all costs and sacrificed everything for bloodshed. What if I just want to extract dimensional resources? How do I do that? I looked at the 5 heroes. Silence. Only the sound of the wind filled the still air. I pinched the bridge of my nose. Looks like fighting is all they're good for. Planning is totally out of the question. Lying down, I stared up at the blue sky and muttered to myself, I'll figure this out on my own. You guys can go have fun. Still, I clung to a glimmer of hope. Finding a new tech-savvy hero through the Supreme Contract system. Anchoring a dimension without an economic strategy? Pure folly and losses. I glanced at Keisha and asked, aren't you joining them? Her cheeks flushed red, and she shook her head without saying a word. I immediately understood. Lilith gave me a sly smile. Her implication was clear. Keisha was my first recruited hero and remained one of my top concerns, along with Lilith, Ishtar, and Talus. Pangelia and Keisha shared similar circumstances, both still in their dragon forms. Keisha, let me rest on you for a bit, I said softly. Using her tender thighs as a pillow, I reclined my head. Startled, she held me in place, and her upper body armor melted into a thin, silk-like dress. Breathing in the light scent of her presence, I closed my eyes, pretending to nap. A faint smile lingered on my lips. Golden locks swayed in the breeze, dragons soared across the blue sky, and angels frolicked in the distance. So tranquil, so serene. When I woke up, night had fallen. Keisha gently brushed my cheek and asked with a smile, "How long were you asleep?" Rubbing my face, I replied, "Almost 7 hours? That was quite the nap." Suddenly, I remembered something. I didn't upgrade the Lord's Core today. I murmured to the system. Consume 500 core crystals to upgrade. Upgrade the Lord's Core? Cost 500 core crystals. Upgrade. A white glow encapsulated my wrist, sending a soothing warmth throughout my being. Lord's Core upgraded. Current level, Iron 6 star. Clicking my tongue in satisfaction, I thought, next upgrade depends on Lilith and the others reaching Bronze 9 star. That won't take long. The system prompted me to choose a trait. Resting in Keisha's lap, I nodded. I'll pick. 3 red traits appeared before me. 1. Favor of the gods. Divine protection blesses your territory with prosperity, but significantly increases the likelihood of being noticed by deities. Frowning, I shook my head. Avoiding divine interference was mandatory. Pass. 2. Origin. Your territory could become the cradle of eternal, ancient life, or even the realm of a creator god. The cost? Awaiting eons for fruition. Too much patience required. Pass. 3. Reckless spending. Recruiting units costs a fixed 1 gold forever. Seemingly simple, but this would drastically reduce recruitment expenses. Not the strongest red trait, but incredibly practical for my current circumstances. Without hesitation, I chose the last one. System, bind reckless spending. Ding. Bound successfully. For a detailed overview, please check the Lord's Core interface. Excited, I opened the Lord's Core panel. Name, Lord's Core. Level, Iron 6 star. Traits, Super Evolution red. Infinite Evolution red. Reckless Spending red. Godslayer Might red. Crystal Palace gold. Barrier of Size gold. Upgrade requirement, 600 core crystals. Seeing the screen full of powerful talents fired me up. My growth was entirely thanks to innate blessings. The first trait I received, Echoes of Fortune, gave me an immense advantage early on. Each lord had unique characteristics tied to major ranks. Right now, I was at Iron 6 star and close to upgrading to Bronze. The only reason I hadn't rushed ahead was the need to consistently obtain SSS abyssal chests every day. Lilith and the others couldn't reach Bronze 9 star in a single day. Without them at this level, upgrading recklessly would only increase the dungeon's difficulty without sufficient rewards, a recipe for disaster. I'll wait until I stockpile enough resources, I thought. My strategy was twofold. Reach the Bronze tier in one go while ensuring Lilith and the others ascend to Silver rank, all the while maintaining enough resources to tackle future challenges. Without the proper setup, leveling up would be meaningless. Rising from Keisha's lap, I stretched. Come on, let's throw a feast. With a calm smile, she accompanied me into the grand banquet. Let the feast begin, I declared, my voice resonating across the territory. Cheers erupted as night descended. My time for indulgence had arrived. The next morning, I crawled out from a pile of women, rubbing my lower back, and made my way to the Chaos Fountain. I gulped down mouthfuls of water to recover health. Ah, refreshing. Stretching, I felt rejuvenated. System, open the battle pack. Ding. Received 1,000 core crystals. Ding. Received 10,000 gold. That's it. I rolled my eyes. The number of battle packs was fixed, and the drops were mostly resource-based. Daily recruitment commenced soon after. 30 fallen angels, 30 genetic guards, 30 dragons, and several holy angels. 30. Although there are no great heroes, new recruits can summon 120 god-tier troops per day, leading to 1,210 days and 12,100 days. It's only a matter of time before the Legion is fully formed. Day 6 of being a rookie. It'll all be over in 24 more days. Wow, time flies. I sighed. I summoned my 5 legendary heroes. Lilith, Delise, Istha, Pangelia, and Kaisha. One by one, they appeared before me. The Void Trial is about to start. Newbies get priority for leveling up, I instructed with a serious tone. Everyone nodded. New recruits must surpass their current level as quickly as possible. System, open the Void Trial. Difficulty, Abyss. Ding. Trial activated. Difficulty, Abyss. 30 seconds to prepare. Let's move out. I watched my 5 heroes disperse in all directions. The edges of the battlefield became tinged with blood-red light, and the void quivered ominously. Abyssal demons surged forth, the sulfuric reek nearly overwhelming. I glanced at the enemy's stats. Name, Abyss Horn Demon. Level, Bronze 9 star. Rank, Tier 5. Description, elite cannon fodder of the Abyss. Known for their brute strength and robust bodies. In my heart, I concluded that Bronze 9 star was close to the peak for now. The monster's levels are clearly escalating rapidly. Seems about right. All I can do now is wait. To ensure securing the coveted SSS-rated loot chest, my lord level must remain steady. As the battle raged, I took a seat on the grassy field, casually munching on a spiritual fruit while scrolling through the live chat. Bronze breaker hammer for cheap. Only 10 gold. How do you beat nightmare mode? Buying resources, DM me. My troops are starving. Any welfare support out there? I nearly got eaten alive by a troll. Nightmare mode advice. Only recruit troops from holy sanctuaries. The chat was chaotic, and I exhaled deeply. Nightmare mode sounded horrifying. Meanwhile, I was breezing through abyss mode as if it were a simple warm-up. I turned off the chat and switched to the livestream section to observe other rookies. Compared to the veterans who were able to get a head start on day one, the newer players' live streams featured more tutorials, skill selection demonstrations, troop showcases, and talent bragging. The most popular streams seemed to center around flexing troop tiers, aimed at attracting investors. Many of the up-and-coming lords tried to amass a following by showing off their high-level troops as bait to draw people into their factions. However, in most cases, it was all carefully crafted deception. These rookies flaunted early game advantages, but it came at a hefty price, signing unfair contracts to attract funds. Those who didn't comply were ostracized. Similarly, lords who boasted incredible talents often lacked troop production capabilities, meaning they heavily relied on contracts. In the end, the majority of rookies failed to break away from this pattern. They shined brightly during the early phase, but after their rookie period ended, they became little more than wandering nobodies. Very few managed to establish an independent power base. I was one of them. Man, it's rough being a new player, I muttered as I watched one live stream. Glad I have a god-tier talent, I thought to myself with some relief. Exiting the live section, I rubbed my temples. Still, I need to figure out a sustainable revenue source. While the rookie period felt like a holiday, the real challenge came afterward. Sustaining a steady and reliable inflow of resources would define success. My god-tier troop camp was a carefully guarded secret. Should it ever be exposed, it'd spell certain doom. Challenging the established power balance among lords wasn't just risky, it was a surefire way to get obliterated. The current ruling class tolerated emergent talents, but absolutely wouldn't allow someone to rewrite the rules of the game. My rapid growth painted me simultaneously as both a massive opportunity and an undeniable threat. Time passed, and a system notification pulled me out of my thoughts. Ding. Trial complete. 0 casualties. 20,000 enemies slain. Rating SSS. I snapped out of my reverie, immediately resuming my planning efforts. The trial had concluded without a hitch. 20,000 enemies? I was stunned. That was double yesterday's tally. All 5 of my heroes had leveled up to bronze 5-star. The regular units had also improved, leveling up to bronze 1 and 2. Today's new recruits reached similar levels. But relying solely on monster farming for growth was proving to be an increasingly uphill battle. The Spirit Spring Lake was little more than a glorified pond, not much use. Even the rewards from the monsters' remains were modest at best. The auto-decompose feature was more of a nice-to-have than anything game-changing. Nonetheless, I quickly decomposed the 20,000 corpses and received a system message. Ding. Decomposition complete. 20,000 bodies converted into 5,000 source crystals. Fairly decent rewards. Next, I gathered 6,000 bronze abyssal loot chests and prepared to open them, eager to replenish my supply of crystals and gold. As I opened the chests, resources began flooding in. Source crystals, gold, high-grade meats, ores, elemental crystals, among other items. By the end of it all, my haul included 100,000 source crystals, 1,000,000 gold, and tens of thousands of advanced resources of various types. I even obtained rare resource cards containing units of gold, silver, and steel, each card representing 100 units. For now, managing source crystals or gold wasn't an immediate concern. I contemplated whether to use the fresh influx of resources to pay off my debt to Lin Xiaoxiao, a small-time yet reliable merchant. I decided to adopt a cautious, low-key approach, repay in installments to avoid unnecessary attention while subtly silencing any doubters. By opting to repay 1,000 source crystals per day, I maintained steady progress without arousing suspicion. After sorting through my newfound gains, I opened my friend's chat window. Lin Xiaoxiao had sent me a message outlining repayment terms. When I explained my proposed installment plan, she replied, saying her cash flow was fine and there was no rush. However, I immediately initiated a transaction, transferring 1,000 source crystals, which earned me a smile of approval from her. She saw the potential in me and knew investing early would pay dividends. Her family's vast network of business connections meant she wasn't reliant on any single person, but rather viewed partnerships holistically. Repayment wasn't a burden, and once the transaction was done, I closed the chat. With my gaze turning to today's SSS tier abyssal loot chest, I hesitated briefly before deciding to open it. The chest revealed valuable recruitment cards, troop camp upgrade cards, and 2 high-tier troop camps, a Tier 3 Amazon camp, and a Tier 4 Starlight Hall. It also contained a rare treasure, the Divine Summoning Hall. My eyebrows raised slightly. While troop camp upgrades and treasures were undeniably precious, my current resources were sorely insufficient to even maintain troop production, let alone promote upgrades. This was why I hadn't upgraded my Lord's Heart yet. My troop levels weren't high enough, resources were tight, and I wasn't about to overextend myself into bankruptcy by trying to sustain unmanageable growth. Although the 2 new camps were phenomenal additions in others' eyes, their true value to me as top-tier godly camps couldn't be understated. The Tier 3 Amazon camp could recruit female warriors, hunters, and elite Amazon fighters, each boasting specialized capabilities and power. Its unique attribute: exclusively training female units. The potential of these camps made them invaluable for diversifying my future army composition. However, raising troops from these camps required enormous resources and upkeep, which I simply couldn't sustain at present. Still, the battle outcomes left me brimming with confidence. My resources were replenished, and though the road ahead remained fraught with challenges, I was steadfast in my determination to forge ahead. I started upgrading the barracks. The Tier 4 Hall of Starlight can recruit powerful Tier 4 units, such as Starlight Envoys, Starlight Mages, and Starlight Assassins. System: upgrade the Tier 3 Barracks, Amazon Camp. I looked expectantly at the camp model in my hand. The camp burst into brilliant light and slowly condensed into a towering temple. The temple was carved with reliefs of heroic Valkyries, graceful and imposing, fierce and majestic. Ding! Tier 3 Amazon Camp has been upgraded to a Divine Tier Barracks, the Valkyrie Shrine. Valkyrie Shrine. I sized up the building that resembled an ancient Greek temple and, without much hesitation, decided to upgrade it first and ask questions later. Ding! Barracks Valkyrie Shrine has reached level 2, detailed attributes available for inspection. I checked the materials needed for level 3, war seeds. I didn't have a single one on hand. A level 3 barracks would bring a qualitative leap, with its exclusive aura attached. Forget it. Let's get it up first and worry about leveling to 3 later, I decided. Ding! Do you want to consume 1 barracks upgrade card to upgrade the Valkyrie Shrine? Upgrade. I took a deep breath. Radiance surged upward, and the phantom image of a Valkyrie riding a white heavenly steed merged into the model. Ding! Valkyrie Shrine has reached level 3, details available for inspection. I checked its attributes. Valkyrie Shrine level 3 faction, order daily recruitment, 30/30th gold cost, 1 gold, fixed, aura, glory of the Valkyrie. Recruited unit's strength increases by 100%. Upgrade requirements: origin crystals 10,000, gold 100000, war seeds 10. As expected, the upgrade card wasn't wasted. I smiled in satisfaction and placed the Valkyrie Shrine beside the sacred sanctuary. A golden Greek temple rose from the ground, and the brilliance of the Valkyries shrouded the entire territory. Lilith, Theris, Ishtar, Penguilia, and Kesha all rushed over, and even the ordinary units came over curiously to watch. They all knew that a powerful non-native hero legion had been added. I walked into the temple hall. In the center stood a Valkyrie statue riding a unicorn-scaled heavenly steed, holding a spear, bow, and sword, mighty and awe-inspiring. The several heroes were divided into 3 groups: Kesha and Theris together, Penguilia on her own, and Lilith with Ishtar. Though each had their own stance, they were rarely this harmonious under my command. Ding! Do you want to spend 30 gold for daily recruitment? Recruit. Excitement flashed in my eyes. Golden light surged within the Valkyrie Shrine, and tall heavenly steeds and heroic women appeared one after another. The leading Valkyrie had a slender figure and skin like congealed cream, riding a tall white unicorn heavenly steed, her golden armor blazing. They all knelt in unison and said, "We greet the God King. Rise, all of you." I replied with a smile. They stood up, full of spirit, their eyes sharp as lightning. I checked her attributes. Name: Orita Loyalty, 100 level, Black Iron 1-star tier, Divine Unit, Sky Patrolling Valkyrie, Orita Talent, Way of Sky Patrol Skills, Piercing Sky Spear, Shattering Sky Arrow, Splitting Sky Blade Divine Artifacts, Sky Patrolling Spear, Sky Patrolling Bow, Sky Patrolling Sword Potential, Infinite, boosted by the Crystal Palace and title effects. Remark: controls the way of Sky Patrol, patrols time and space, and suppresses aberrant beings. I inwardly thought, ridiculous. Like Lilith and the others, she came with 3 divine artifacts and also mastered the great Tao of Sky Patrol, specializing in inspecting time and space to ensure the safety of the territory. In the future, there would be no unit more ideal for patrol duty than her. I examined the remaining 29 recruited units one by one. Sky Patrol Hunt, explosive combat power, max loyalty, talent, heart of Sky Patrol, equipped with divine artifacts, infinite potential. This was Orides' exclusive legion, terrifying in combat, and especially adept at group battles. I took a deep breath, unable to hide my smile. With the Valkyrie Legion taking shape, combat power surged dramatically, and their might was extraordinary. They were completely different from the Fallen Angels, Gene Guards, Holy Angels, and Dragons. This was a distinctly team-oriented unit. I introduced the legions under my command to Orida. These are Lilith's and Fallen Angels, Theris's Gene Guards, Ishtar's Pure-Blood Fallen Angels, Panguilia's In-Stage Extreme Dragon, and Kesha's Holy Angels. You recognize and understand each other. You handle the affairs of the territory. Orlide smiled respectfully. Understood, Your Majesty the God King. The heroes all nodded in approval. We walked out of the hall together. She led the white-scaled dragon steed, looking valiant and heroic. Territory patrols are your responsibility, along with the Sky Patrol Hunt Legion. Everything shall be carried out as commanded, Your Majesty the God King. I stretched and watched the cavalry mount their sky steeds. Hoofbeats rang through the heavens as they flew toward the firmament. Though the territory was small, patrols were indispensable. Defense was the right path. Only then would the future have confidence. Many lords failed because they neglected defense. When invasions came without warning, they relied on patrols and reconnaissance. I began planning to expand the territory. The Valkyrie Legion consumed resources fiercely, but I could bear it with ease. At that moment, a streak of starlight flashed in my hand, and a Tier 4 barracks model, the Hall of Starlight, appeared. The system prompt sounded, Tier 4 Hall of Starlight upgraded to Divine Barracks, Starry Temple. I looked on with curiosity as the model transformed into a dazzling celestial temple, stars intertwining and light shining brilliantly. System, upgrade Starry Temple to level 2. Ding, consumed 100 source crystals. Level increased to 2. Attributes can now be viewed. I saw that the materials required were star seeds. No matter. Even the Valkyrie Temple had been upgraded, so this was easy. I directly used a barracks upgrade card. Ding, consumed 1 barracks upgrade card. Starry Temple upgraded to level 3. Detailed attributes can now be viewed. With steadfast resolve, I knew greater surprises awaited me and the Valkyrie Legion in the future. Viewing Starry Temple attributes. Name, Starry Temple level. 3 faction, Chaos tier. Divine daily recruitment. 30/30th gold. 1 gold coin. Fixed, aura. Radiance for myriad ages upgrade requirements. Source crystals 10,000. Gold 10,000. Star seeds 10. I exhaled a foul breath and stared at the model. The aura, radiance for myriad ages, was bizarre and extraordinary. Recruited troops would never truly perish. Like stars, they would shine forever. Upon falling, they would be revived. Another resurrection aura. I knew it well enough. The first aura of a divine barracks was either enhancement or resurrection. The supreme protocol belonged to the technology route, and its nature was entirely different. I took command of the recruitment and placed Starry Temple within the territory, where its starlight shone brilliantly and enveloped the structure. Lilith smiled faintly. Another new companion. Ishtar nodded and walked toward Starry Temple. Taris, Pangilia, Kaisha, and Orlides also gathered over. I stood at the entrance, watching the vivid starry mural cover the entire palace. Orlides had shed her golden armor and weapons, now clad in a light veil, while her sky steed remained to guard the territory. Her mood was good, as was Kaisha's from the Order faction, and the two were chatting happily. A new companion? Orlides asked. Kaisha nodded and led her to my side. I smiled. The 6 hero units have gathered. Let's go welcome our new companion. Stepping into Starry Temple, the interior was like an endless starry sky. Beneath our feet lay an abyss of empty space, stars shimmered, and a rotating black hole at the dome's apex swallowed everything in its depths. Ding! Would you like to spend 30 gold coins for daily recruitment? Recruit. My eyes flashed with anticipation. Starlight bathed the great hall, followed by interwoven chaotic red and evil rays. Several figures emerged. Leading them was a beauty in a white dress, skin as smooth as congealed jade, with a blood-red crescent moon mark on her forehead, silver hair draped over her shoulders, and an ethereal bearing. We pay our respects to the Lord of Stars. Her voice was as ethereal as a dream. I was slightly stunned. All of you rise. The new troops wore blood-red armor, with blood-red crescent moon patterns etched on their brows, utterly different from what I had imagined. Although Starry Temple belonged to Chaos, The troops recruited were filled with sinister, chaotic, and ominous aura, and the source of it was precisely the hero leading them. The Chaos faction was complex, divided into three major branches: neutral, evil, and order. Chaos evil. This was the first time I had recruited a truly chaotic evil legion. The strange aura spread everywhere, truly dangerous. I gathered my mind and looked at her attributes. Name: Delma's loyalty. 100 rank. Divine troop type. In-Moon of Doom, Delma's talent. In-Moon of Doom skill. Moonfall divine artifact. In-Moon Moonstaff potential. Creator god, Crystal Palace bonus plus infinite entries. Description: she represents the end of all things, controls the In-Moon of Doom, the source of chaotic evil and ominousness, and is a predator of life. I took a deep breath. If there were an evil ranking, she would undoubtedly be first. Though Lilith and Ister were chaotic, they still had a bit of fun and humanity to them. The invisible aura of terror emanating from Delmas made me truly feel the absolute nature of chaotic evil. I looked through the other troops one by one. Name: In-Moon Purge loyalty. 100 rank. Divine troop type. In-Moon Purge talent. Red Moon skill. Gift of the Red Moon divine artifact. In-Moon sword potential. Main god, Crystal Palace bonus. No upper limit. Note: belongs to the exclusive legion of In-Moon of Doom, Delmas, naturally born for slaughter and plunder. I thought to myself, this was the real evil legion. I had previously assumed the evil legion would be born in the fallen sanctuary, but I never expected the first one to come from Chaos, and from the Chaos evil faction at that. Recruitment results were difficult to fully control, and the troops were rich and varied. Delmas, you and your sisters are companions to Lilith, Ister, Taris, Pangelia, Kesha, and Olids, all under my command. I hope you can coexist harmoniously, I said solemnly. Delmas replied respectfully, Lord of the Stars, your will is everything I pursue. I nodded. Turning to Lilith and the others, I saw that aside from Pangelia, who seemed unconcerned, the rest were all warily watching Delmas. Her ominous aura was frightening. I knew a few words wouldn't resolve this. Only time could. Delmas possessed terrifying power, and without absolute loyalty, she would be difficult to tame. Rooted in evil, she brought chaos and risk. Come on, let's have a banquet first to welcome our new companions, I said with a smile, leading everyone away from the starry sacred temple. Lilith and Taris went to the wine pool and meat grove to prepare. Delmas and Olids followed Ister, Kesha, and Pangelia to get familiar with the others and avoid conflict. I opened the territory panel and began upgrading. System: upgrade the territory. Ding. Consume 300 wood, 300 stone, and 30 source crystals to upgrade. Upgrade. A beam of white light enveloped everything, and the territory rapidly expanded, its diameter increasing from the initial 1,000 meters. Ding. Territory level increased to 4, attributes now available. I continued pushing forward. Ding. Consume 400 wood, 400 stone, and 40 source crystals to upgrade. Upgrade. The light rose again, and the territory grew even larger. I kept upgrading until level 7, then stopped. The area reached 1,600 meters, and the buildings at the peak were Advanced Stone House, Lord's Mansion, Innate Spirit Source Lake, Advanced, Chaos Spring Eye, Unique, Wine Pool and Meat Grove, Rare Treasure, Hall of Heroes, Unique, Tower of Eternity, Unique, and Time Space Gate, Unique. The barracks contained divine sanctuaries such as Fallen Sanctuary, Supreme Protocol, and Primordial Dragon Nest. The warehouse was well stocked, 7,900 wood and 7,900 stone. The total upgrade cost was 180 source crystals and 1,800 wood and stone, which I handled with ease. I opened the rankings. First place was level 15, and the lowest in the top 10 was level 12. For now, I couldn't compete. For me, this size was just right. A smaller territory was easier to defend, and it made the void trial smoother. Starting tomorrow, I'll upgrade the territory by 1 level every day. I made the plan. The territory didn't need to be too large. As long as it was sufficient and not crowded, that was enough. My troop recruitment was limited, so there was no need to waste space. If I didn't deploy the Dragon Core, the territory expansion would naturally remain moderate. Suddenly, a black shadow landed in front of me, and the black-purple wings vanished in an instant. Lilith smiled and said, Lord God Emperor, the banquet is ready. I smiled faintly. Let's go. The two of us went together to the wine pool and meat grove, where the banquet had already been laid out. The troops within the territory had gathered. I raised my glass. The banquet begins. Welcome, new companions. Cheers thundered through the air. I sat among the sofas, watching the fallen angels dance and savoring fine food, sighing, this is life. Someone stuffed a piece of meat into my mouth, and I chewed slowly. As time passed, the banquet turned into a wild party, and I became the center of attention. Lilith walked over to Aelitis. Not used to it. Aelitis replied flatly, "Indeed. This new environment is hard to adapt to. But since the God King likes it, I'll do my best." Lilith smiled and advised, "Don't force yourself. The God Emperor is tolerant. Just be yourself." Aelitis looked back at Lilith, feeling a faint warmth in her heart. She had never imagined she would drink at the same table as the Chaos faction. Lilith pointed to the isolated Diarmus nearby. "You feel lonely?" "She's even more so." Diarmus was colder and harder to get close to. Her strength and temperament made her out of place. After the banquet, Suyi was slightly drunk and was helped to the edge of the spring. After drinking a few mouthfuls of Chaos spring water, the haze in his mind gradually dispersed. He thanked Lilith, who reminded him to pay attention to Diarmus's location. She had been by the Spirit Source Lake all along. Suyi nodded and walked toward Diarmus. Seeing him approach, she wanted to kneel and greet him. "Don't," I stopped her. "You don't like lively gatherings?" "It's not that. I just don't know how to get along with others." I smiled and held her hand. "Then try to interact. If that doesn't work, go find Lilith or Kesha." The two sat down on the grass, and Diarmus said in surprise, "Really?" "Of course. You're all mine." She nodded in acceptance, and I lay down with my head on her lap. She carefully protected me as I fell asleep. Night fell. Suyi asked for the time, and Diarmus claimed, 8 o'clock. I sat up and sighed that drinking really did require a sleep to recover. Amid the noise and bustle around us, I took out the new model, Divine Artifact Summoning Hall, a unique level secret treasure. Each day, it can summon divine artifacts, secret treasures, and blueprints from the heavens for free. I placed the model beside the Chaos Spring. A bronze ancient hall rose from the ground, about 100 square meters in size, in a simple and ancient style. I called Diarmus over to take a look, and she nodded and followed me. Entering the great hall, an ancient altar aura rushed toward us. The system prompt said, "Would you like to summon today?" I raised an eyebrow. "Summon." A blood-red pillar of light shot into the sky, reeking of blood, piercing through the dome. On the altar appeared a blood-red slaughter sword, exuding a murderous atmosphere. The system prompt said, "You have obtained the demon's sword, Bloody Slaughter." I stared at the sword. Red crystal stones adorned the hilt, and the patterns on it pulsed like blood vessels. The moment I grasped the sword, a maddened will to slaughter violently struck my soul. Diarmus suddenly grabbed my arm, forcefully suppressing that madness. I sighed helplessly and, borrowing Delmus's power, began checking the magic sword's attributes. Level, Divine Artifact. Traits, Self-Recovery, able to absorb blood to heal itself automatically. Plunder, killing enemies drains their vitality to strengthen the wielder. Bloodthirsty Evolution, continual evolution through blood. The weapon of an evil god from 5,000 years ago, containing divinity. If you cannot withstand its mad will, you will be devoured completely. The system's note lingered like a riddle. Why would such a mysterious residual evil god presence appear here? I cursed my own carelessness. How could a lord forget caution? I immediately stored the magic sword into the Divine King treasury. The treasury could copy it. Keeping it there was always safer. The moment the sword vanished, that blood-soaked, crazed aura dissipated with it. Looking at Delmus, I realized her authority was extremely high. Though she was only at the Black Iron rank, she could easily suppress the residual divinity of an evil god. Authority was not simply about strength, but about existence at the level of talent. Delmus, Lilith, and the other heroes were all like this. They were still in their infant stage, and their power had by no means reached its limit. This also made me understand that only by leveling up could I awaken their true potential. "Let's go, Delmus." I took her away from the Bronze Hall. Night fell, and after a simple meal, the two of us headed straight to the Starlight Sanctuary to rest. Time flew by, and the 7th day of the newbie period arrived. The system prompt sounded. On the 7th day of the newbie Lord, authority unlocked, Dimensional Rift. Once per day, a dimensional rift may be opened, random and non-cumulative. Dazed, I slowly opened my eyes, sat up in confusion, and finally fell back into Delmus's embrace for warmth. After waking fully, I opened the system log and finally remembered the true use of the dimensional rift. This was the authority of every lord, and also the main method for expanding territory. The opening level fluctuated with the lord's heart level, allowing invasion of other dimensional worlds to plunder resources. But the dimensional rift was two-way. Others could also break into our world. This was precisely the root reason why the vast majority of ordinary lords could never rise. The struggle for resources was too intense, and the risks were enormous. Although the difficulty was controllable, One must not forget that this was an entire complete dimensional world, on a scale comparable to Earth, with the strongest native life, at least at the bronze rank. The higher the level, the fiercer the challenge, with even hidden deities lurking within. The greatest advantage of the newbie period was the once daily void invasion. After that opportunity was gone, one could only rely on trade and plunder for resources. And in high-tier worlds, native gods and demigods surrounded everything, making the threat immense. I knew very well that the road ahead would be perilous beyond measure. My attitude was cold and full of hostility. Enemies were invaders, and no one would welcome them. Dimensional rift. I stretched, stepped out of the Starlight Sanctuary, and said as I walked toward the Chaos Spring, System, unlock the combat package. Ding. Obtained gold times 10,000. Ding. Source crystals times 1,000. Better than nothing. I glanced at it indifferently, my mind undisturbed. After a quick bath, my energy recovered rapidly, and I began the daily summons. Fallen angels times 30, gene guards times 30, dragons times 30, holy angels times 30, valkyries times 30, star gods times 30. No hero unit appeared. As expected, it's really hard to summon a hero unit for the first time. I wasn't discouraged by this. After all, every legion was made up of god-tier powerhouses, so there was no reason to be disappointed. Afterward, I took Lilith to the Divine Relic Summoning Hall. This place was strange and mysterious, and what we could obtain today was still unknown. Having someone to protect me by my side made me feel much more at ease. Ding, daily summon. Summon. I stared at the altar and issued the command in a low voice. The altar lit up with dazzling golden light, and a beam of light pierced through the dome. When the light faded, a set of golden armor appeared. Ding. Obtained the armor of the Immortal King. The armor of the Immortal King. I was astonished and reached out cautiously to touch it. Name armor of the Undying King, grade half-divine artifact, trait 1, Undying Barrier. Withstands attacks from demigods. Trait 2, Undying King's Blessing. Withstands a fatal blow, 30-day cooldown. Trait 3, Enhancement. Boosts the user's physical strength. Ineffective against divine-level beings. Introduction. In the past, a symbol of the Undying Dynasty. Now only the armor remains, tattered and broken. Not bad. This is far better than that demon sword. I sneered and put it away in the Divine King treasury. That demon sword was only fit to be a mascot. It refused to recognize a master and might even backfire on its wielder, so it wasn't worth hesitating over. The Undying King's armor suits me perfectly. Let's go, Lilith. I took her and left the summoning hall. Looking at my territory, the upgrade plan would have to be put on hold for now, until the void trial was over. The dimensional rift could only be entered once a day, and it must not be wasted. I stared at the dimensional gate. It was the key to opening endless dimensional fissures, and it also had many special functions. Lilith, inform everyone to act according to the rules, and let the new recruits level up first. Yes, Your Majesty. Lilith spread her wings in a burst of flowing light and vanished in the blink of an eye. The 6 legions gathered one after another beneath the firmament: fallen angels, dragons, holy angels, valkyries, star gods, and gene imperial guards. Each held guard over their own region. The valkyries and star gods were mostly bronze 2 and 3 stars. After forming ties in yesterday's void trial, their bonuses were significant. I thought to myself, resources are insufficient. Don't upgrade yet. Push everyone together to bronze 9 stars first. The Lord's Heart would not be upgraded for now, so as to keep the Abyss score chest stable. System, begin the void trial. Abyss difficulty. Ding. Void trial begins. Abyss difficulty. 30 seconds to prepare. Black and red lights surged at the boundary. Abyssal horned demons appeared, and bronze 9-star experts gathered. Roars of beasts rang out as battle was about to erupt. I idly sat on the grass, opened the livestream module, and jumped into the hottest room. The barrage of comments flew by at lightning speed as I watched the screen intently. The dimensional rift has only just appeared, and the lords of all worlds are already this crazy? They've got guts. On screen, the streamer led a rank 7 Lionman Beastman Legion, full of courage. Aside from his strength, he also had 3-word entries: strength plus 5%, speed plus 5%, recovery plus 5%. The streamer claimed his talent was extremely powerful, Beast King talent, boosting beast-type troops' combat power by 20% and loyalty by plus 5. It was truly king level. The dimensional rift he was in was of black iron grade, and the terrain was a barren yellow desert with almost no remaining resources. The streamer considered himself unlucky and was deploying troops to search for what little remained. Suddenly, the image changed drastically. A large number of insectoid monsters surged out of the yellow sand, baring their fangs and claws as they tore into the lion men, blood splashing everywhere. Millions of insect swarms launched a massive attack, and the situation fell into chaos. These insectoids wore armor of yellow sand, had huge compound eyes, bone-spiked claw limbs, and sickle-like forelimbs that gleamed coldly. The flying insects overhead looked like fighter jets, ferocious beyond measure. This was precisely the greatest nightmare of all lords, the insectoid raider clan. Even at Black Iron grade, their numbers were astonishing and their assaults savage. The barrage exploded. The streamer is done for. The rift can only last 12 hours. These insectoids are too terrifying. I understood that insectoids' individual combat power was mediocre, but their numbers were immense, and with elite variants mixed in, they were extremely dangerous. Eliminating millions of elite insectoids was hundreds of times harder than defeating the same number of ordinary insectoids. In the livestream, the insect swarm crashed forward like a tide, and the lion men roared as they entered berserk mode, turning the battlefield into an extreme contest. The lionmen's commands became difficult to control, loyalty wavered, and morale sank. Helplessly, the Lord ordered a retreat in an attempt to preserve strength. Many lion men were dissatisfied. In their lost rationality, they ultimately obeyed with great reluctance. The insect swarm steadily invaded the territory. The streamer's face turned ashen. The crisis had just reached its peak. The swarm was bound to come in. The only choices were to hold the line or concede. The barrage urged him to sell troop refresh cards, and the streamer pleaded to buy them at a high price. I watched coldly from the side. Troop refresh cards were the only hope of survival. More summons meant more chances to live. Time flew by, and the streamer completed several deals. Fresh troops surged in, but the lineman's loyalty was only in the 50s or 60s, making it impossible to withstand a battle to the death. The fighting spirit in the lineman's eyes gradually grew colder, as if they were headed to their deaths. If it weren't for that golden lion man hero suppressing the situation, he might already have been betrayed and abandoned by everyone. Under the roar, the first wave of insects stepped into the territory, and the destruction had already been sealed by fate. The livestream suddenly disconnected. I shook my head. Such a tragic ending was not surprising. Death, or losing one's status as a lord, amounted to the same thing. The reason was simple reality. Without powerful allies, no one would be willing to risk their life for him. This was the real world of lords, ruthless and cruel. By contrast, a cold light flickered in my eyes. Insectu, if I really run into them, that would actually be a good thing. For a Black Iron level dimensional realm, I was confident. With Lilith and the others, breaking through to Bronze 9 stars would be effortless. If I could encounter the Insectu main world, I'd gain a huge advantage. I wasn't afraid of Insectu's numbers. What I relied on was not quantity, but the quality of my troops. Within 1 hour, the entire army advanced to Bronze 1 star. Delsmiz and Oridice led their legions forward side by side, both reaching the Bronze tier. Lilith took the lead and had already generally reached Bronze 5 stars. The resource consumption was astonishing. Ordinary soldiers simply couldn't compare. Beep. Void trial ended. 0 battle losses. 30,000 kills. Rating SSS. The system log revealed that today's invading monsters numbered 30,000, over 10,000 more than yesterday. The difficulty is rising day by day, and that's because the Lord's heart has leveled up. As the heart levels up, the difficulty is bound to surge. I coldly issued the order. Disassemble. Beep. Disassembled 30,000 corpses, obtained 4,000 source crystals. The yield is decent. I collected the treasure chests, totaling 8,000 bronze-grade chests. Beep. Open all. Open them all. Resource cards flooded the screen. High-grade meat, wood, stone, iron, ore, copper, ore, silver, gold, steel. There were 1,000 chests of each of the 8 resource cards, for a total of 80,000 cards. Not bad. I tucked them away for now, not planning to sell them yet, waiting for the right opportunity. What I lacked most right now was high-grade meat. My troops had grown rapidly, and the dragon unit was gluttonous beyond measure. Even though the banquets of wine, meat, and plenty were already abundant, supply was still limited, with long queues forming. As time pressed closer, food consumption surged sharply, and high-grade meat had to be tightly stockpiled. After taking stock of the spoils, I sent a private message to my friend Lin Xiaoxiao. Otherworld Traveler. Boss, are you there? Little Merchant. I'm here, Big Shot. Otherworld Traveler. Requesting a trade, please approve. Little Merchant. Okay. I transferred 2,000 source crystals to her, leaving 47,000 as backup. She held several thousand Lord-grade resources and was the heir to a major merchant guild with formidable strength. Once the trade was settled, I summoned my commanders, Lilith, Talus, Ishtar, Pangilia, Kaisha, Delsmiz, Oridice, come here. They appeared one after another. Notify your respective units. 1 hour from now, open the rift gate and prepare for an otherworld invasion. The eyes of all the commanders flashed with excitement. War was liberation for them. Aside from the Gene Guard and the sacred angels guarding and spreading across the territory, the rest of the legions were all full of killing intent. The Valkyries excelled in coordinated combat, while the moon's final silence governed the end of all things. When there was nothing to do, they were extremely eager for war. Lilith began to reorganize the troops, while my gaze turned to the SSS treasure chest. Beep. Open the chest. Open it. Beep. Obtained purple blueprint. Blackstone armor. Beep. Obtained purple blueprint. Flame spear. Beep. Obtained God tier spiritual root. Source divine tree. Beep. Obtained Lord exclusive treasure. Immortal soul jade. 2 purple blueprints and powerful divine items appeared at once. Both the Blackstone armor and the flame spear required top-tier craftsmen to forge, just like the gale-breaking bow blueprint I already had. I stored them in my personal space for the time being. Without a craftsman at home, blueprints represented an inexhaustible source of resources. At minimum, they could be forged to gold grade, and top-tier craftsmen could raise them to diamond grade. With the same blueprint, quality determined a world of difference in combat power. The weapons manufacturing market was enormous, with endless demand. A thought flashed through my mind. I need to find a professional forging vassal lord. A vassal lord, to put it plainly, was a subordinate, with the lord holding their life and death in his hands. Some might wonder, who would willingly submit and become enslaved? In fact, quite a few weak lords were willing to serve a powerful one in exchange for protection and benefits. I didn't even have that qualification. The chance of being chosen was minuscule. The world of lords was no game, and kindness was even less of a qualification. Lower-level lords rise by devouring others. As the saying goes, you can't become superior by enduring hardship alone. Only by consuming others can you become king. I muttered, we'll look for it slowly later. The blueprint is complicated and the materials are extremely rare, so there's no rush for now. We'll subdue it when the time is right. I shook my head and smiled at the tiny golden sapling in my hand. Its leaves shimmered with a dazzling radiance. The primordial source divine tree, the legendary divine grade spiritual root. Primordial source divine tree level. Divine grade trait 1, primordial source chi, gathers the source of the void, enhancing the strength of troops. Trait 2, ascension, raises the dimension of the territory, expanding the limit of living beings. Trait 3, foundation stabilization, stabilizes the flow of time and space. Trait 4, attribute-less divinity, condenses attribute-less divine fruits, enhancing divinity. Trait 5, indestructible immortality, merges with the territory and can never be destroyed. A one-of-a-kind spiritual root, its power impossible to fathom since ancient times. The sapling was planted beside the spirit source lake, golden light scattering everywhere, as if countless strands of primordial source chi were flowing through the territory. With primordial source chi combined with eternal light, the territory's power will soar. I looked at the fully equipped territory, my heart surging with excitement. Though small, everything was unique. Lilith and the other heroes sensed the change, and their power gradually increased. Lilith smiled and said, "The Divine Emperor is protected by the will of eternity." My gaze settled on the final item I obtained, the Undying Soul Jade. Undying Soul Jade level. Unique attribute. Lord exclusive. Trait 1. Soul immunity. Immune to all soul attacks. Trait 2. Nurturing. Nourishes the soul and strengthens soul power. Trait 3. Light of immortality. Breeds an eternal divine soul. I took a deep breath, and the immortal soul jade in my hand instantly burst forth with dazzling divine light. The value of this jade was almost comparable to any treasure in my God King treasury. It was specially meant to protect my soul and defend against soul attacks. To be honest, what I feared most were those invisible attacks like curses and goo toxins, impossible to guard against. But at this moment, I finally had a solid line of defense, leaving those schemes and tricks with nowhere to take effect. System, bind the immortal soul jade. I gave a low command. Ding. Do you want to soul bind the immortal soul jade? After binding, it cannot be traded and will completely vanish upon death. Bind it. I almost couldn't wait. The ancient jade flashed, and a warm current pierced through the center of my brow, straight into the depths of my soul. Though my strength wasn't top tier, I clearly felt a golden, sun-like power of immortality blossom within my soul space, nourishing and shielding it. My soul instantly became clear and lucid. Every bit of the past came into view, with not a trace of blur remaining. Comfortable. I laughed and muttered softly to myself. Now that I've got the God King treasury for offense, the immortal king armor for defense, And this soul jade for protection, life is truly comfortable beyond all satisfaction. My smile grew even brighter. It was still early, so I decided to wait an hour before opening the dimensional rift, letting Lilith and the others rest and recover first. After all, dimensional warfare was no joke. Even with great strength, risks still existed. Time passed little by little, and I patiently watched the live stream, observing the movements of all sides. An hour later, I shouted loudly, "Lilith, Theris, Ishtar, Pangelia, Kesha, Aldith, Delmis." 7 figures appeared in succession. "Are you ready?" I asked. "Your Majesty, we are ready," Lilith answered firmly. Above the territory, the 7 great legions were arranged in neat formation. The fallen angels of sin, the pureblood fallen angels, the Gene Imperial Guard light dark dragons, the primordial black gold dragons, the sacred angels, the Valkyries, and the final moon purifiers. Dimensional rift, open. I bellowed sharply. Ding. Do you want to open the dimensional rift? After opening, it will last for 12 hours. Please note, open. I replied in a deep voice. A vortex-like rift, 20 meters high and 10 meters wide, suddenly appeared on the grass. Aldith took the lead. "God King, I'll scout ahead first." Riding her dragon, she shot into the rift like a meteor, and the Valkyrie Legion followed closely behind, mounted on white Pegasuses, their spears gleaming like stars. 1 minute later, the Valkyries reported back, safe. I had them remain on guard. Lilith, Ishtar, Kesha, and Delmis led their units in one after another. Pangelia lay prostrate and invited me to ride on her back. "God King, climb onto my back. We'll go in together." Without hesitation, I stepped onto her heavy armor and sat down firmly. "Roar!" Pangelia roared, while the primordial black gold dragons guarded both flanks. Theris led the Gene Imperial Guard closely behind. The discomfort of the rift lasted only briefly. I stood steadily on Pangelia's back and entered a brand new dimension. What met my eyes was a stretch of lush green vegetation. The system prompt sounded. Ding. Data synchronization initiated. Ding. Reading world information. Ding. Data synchronization complete. Treasure chest generated. 12 hours of exploration, time available. Ding. World information complete. A technology-type black iron dimensional world. Due to catastrophe, all living beings have perished, leaving only mindless mutated monsters. I rubbed my brow and looked ahead. The good news was that this was virgin land. Since it was my first time stepping in, the system gave such a prompt. This meant that, as the extended arm of the will of the eternal world, I possessed full authority to open the rift. The eternal will grows by relying on lords to invade and expand its domain. Even gods cannot walk beyond the bounds. How the eternal world came into being is impossible to investigate. I am merely a tool for expansion, mutually dependent, struggling, and coexisting in conflict. As I gazed at this black iron dimensional technology world, the bad news soon followed. This place belonged to the technology system, so the treasure chests that spawned were all technology-based items. Originally, there were no treasure chests here. Only when a lord appeared would they be generated, and the technology treasure chests of the black iron rank only yield technological resources. Things from other systems simply cannot appear. Technological items are too weak, truly unsuitable for me. A cold smile spread across my lips. I only hope there are more monsters here, so I can use them to train. Resources existed, but they couldn't be developed at this stage. The future was uncertain. So I decided to seal off this world first. Dimensional gate, anchor, seal. An ancient gate slowly covered the entire world, countless chains locking down the black iron technology dimension. Ding. Dimensional world anchored successfully. Ding. Dimensional world sealed successfully. Anchoring meant that after 12 hours, I could enter at any time without reopening the rift. Sealing meant exclusivity. No other lord had the right to teleport in. If they wanted to enter, they first had to detect my world, then rely on strength to break through the barrier. In simple terms, this world became my backyard. I marked the dimensional gate, number 1 technology black iron world. The number represented the order of discovery, technology represented the system, and black iron represented the rank. Looks like I can keep freeloading new worlds forever, I said with a smile. With authority and the dimensional gate, there was no need to sacrifice spirit stones to open the gate anymore. I'd only sacrifice them when I actually needed to use it. At that moment, Allardyce suddenly shouted, "God King, enemy spotted." I followed her gaze and saw countless crimson torrents surging all around, packed with twisted flesh and blood monsters. They had bizarre forms, with tentacles, fused bodies, and mixed animal traits, like the ghosts of flesh-eating haters, only smaller in size. What is going on? Evil god contamination? Or a flaw in the research? My heart tightened sharply. This kind of bizarre mutation was very likely caused by deep contamination. The situation was not good. Why the already extinct life forms had twisted into such monsters would have to be investigated by me personally. Go, I ordered coldly. I still hadn't developed an army yet, so these could only be used as leveling monsters for now. I told Pangelia, you take me with you too. God King, are you safe? She asked with concern. With you all protecting me, I'm fine. Don't worry, I won't run around. Go ahead without concern, I answered easily. Pangelia was silent for a moment, then gently put me down. Taris, take the Jinjinjin and level up together. I smiled and added, before you go, clear the dangers around me, and bring back any treasure chests you find. Yes, master. Taris replied respectfully. Roar. Pangelia roared, her 8 wings vibrating as dragon breath swept across the scorched earth. The other black gold dragons moved in sync as well, leaving no grass within 1,000 meters alive. Mountains were flattened, rivers cut off, valleys filled in. Any dangerous place was razed to the ground. The Jinjinjin went deep to investigate, and any abnormalities were instantly eradicated without leaving a trace. I simply laughed and said, destruction really is much easier than construction. In the distance, the original sin fallen angels, pureblood fallen angels, Valkyries, and star gods all began to move one after another, while the crimson tide continued to charge, wanting to cross the invisible barrier. I was separated by an iron wall and unable to approach. Beside me were star gods, Valkyries, dragons, fallen angels, holy angels, and the Jinjinjin. The 2 holy angels took turns guarding me to prevent any sudden incidents. 3 hours passed. While I roasted meat and drank wine, enjoying everyone's service, life was extraordinarily pleasant. Suddenly, Lilith returned surrounded by a bloody aura. She said to the 2 holy angels, you 2 go level up first. The 2 glanced at me. Although they obeyed Lilith, they were actually from Keisha's faction and only listened to the orders of the 2 of us, so they responded and left. I looked at Lilith, who had returned, her whole body dense with blood energy and a ferocious killing intent. She had slaughtered so wildly that she had nearly wiped out half a city. The scale of the killing was astonishing. How many monsters did you kill? I asked curiously. I'm not sure how many, at least half a city's worth, she said casually, taking the roasted meat from my hand. You found a city? I asked in surprise. She nodded. It was a modern city inhabited by 1,000,000 monsters. Half the city was packed with monsters, mostly black iron and bronze rank. Their strength wasn't enough, but their numbers were enormous. What about the others? I asked. They're still working hard to level up. God Emperor, should we open the treasure chests? Lilith pointed to dozens of treasure chests nearby, varying in size. Most were iron black, with a few bronze ones mixed in. I had never seen treasure chests of such a low level before. The territories were all Abyss Affix iron black difficulty, but the chests here were ordinary, capable of dropping iron black and bronze items. I didn't rush to open them. Don't touch the chests for now. Your leveling speed is astonishing. What's got you so motivated? I asked with a smile. Lilith gave a sweet laugh. Isn't it because I miss your majesty, the God King? Her watery eyes stared at me affectionately. I smiled faintly. There must be treasures in the city. She replied that they would wait until Pangelia returned before continuing the deeper exploration. Time passed as I watched live streams and ate barbecue, while the treasure chests kept piling up. The iron-black world was as large as Earth, but my troops were limited. Clearing a few cities was already the limit. There weren't enough hands to explore farther. Lilith and the others had already forged a pure land. Pangelia, cloaked in dark red destruction light, her 8 wings flapping, powerfully engulfed the city. She looked down on the streets, where mutated creatures covered every inch. A column of light gathered in her mouth and blasted downward. Dragon breath swept across the area, and the monsters were all annihilated, while the ground split open into a massive trench. Suddenly, silver light flashed. Pangelia's eyes widened, and with a beat of her 8 wings, she landed with a boom. She saw a small treasure chest being guarded by a 4-meter-tall steel-colored humanoid giant. The giant's blood-red eyes burned with bloody flames as it stomped the ground and charged straight at Pangelia. Pangelia's eyes turned icy. With a swipe of her claw, she sent the steel giant flying. The giant was smashed like a rag doll and buried under the ruins. She coldly picked up the silver treasure chest. From within the ruins came furious roars, sounding from the giant's broken remains. Impatiently, she spat dragon breath. The giant was instantly vaporized, as if it had never existed, and a bronze 9-star mutated monster was erased. Pangelia grabbed the chest and flew up, rampaging through the surroundings, her destructive power still escalating. On another front, Istal was in trouble. A living city fused from flesh and blood had appeared. The city was like a living creature, swelling and shrinking as it wailed and thundered like a song from hell. She spread her black wings and gazed down coldly. Buildings, cars, and flesh in the blood-and-flesh city were intertwined in an embrace, and struggling faces covered its surface. A dangerous aura roiled beneath, threatening life itself. Let's try it. Istil gathered dark energy, and black light pierced the flesh-like surface. The town shook, and its surface surged like turbulent waves. Monsters burst out through the flesh, half beast and half human, their bodies covered in slick slime. In less than a minute, their forms straightened, the slime disappeared, and they transformed into bronze-grade monsters. This city has become a monster incubator. Istil frowned, flapping her wings and vanishing into black light. The monsters did not chase after her. They only stared blankly at her departing figure, as if guarding something. I strolled leisurely through the iron-black dimension, already stuffed, while Lilith beside me looked at me with endless fondness. She supported whatever I wanted, right or wrong. All the generals of the Legion were loyal to me, and even the extreme Kaisa acknowledged my command, cutting down anyone who stood against me. Suddenly, a streak of black light tore across the sky and descended in front of me. "Your Majesty the God Emperor," Istil called respectfully. I looked at her in confusion. "What is it, Istil?" She was only Bronze 7-star, yet she had returned ahead of schedule. She should have come back only after reaching Bronze 9-star peak. She smiled and said, "I found an unusual place. It's very interesting, and the God Emperor might need it." "What is it?" I asked curiously. "A flesh city. It can automatically incubate bronze-tier monsters," she said solemnly. My eyes narrowed. "Where is it? How many can it incubate?" "Not clear yet, but it definitely produces monsters. Deep inside, there's something threatening my existence," she replied. My expression sank immediately. I knew Istil's strength well. She was no ordinary being. Aside from the lunar end Pangelia, no one could easily suppress her. Delma's was only on that level too. For her to say someone there threatened her existence, this was serious. My first thought was a destruction-type enemy, but I quickly dismissed it. Being threatened didn't necessarily mean being attacked. What she encountered might have been some other kind of existence. This was a monster incubation factory, with hero troops constantly refreshing. For Lords, this was a blessing. It meant a steady stream of troops and a steadily rising combat strength. My gaze turned decisive. "Istil, don't go there for now. Go level up elsewhere. Notify the others not to go there yet." "Yes, Lord God Emperor." She turned into a beam of light and left. Lilith asked, "God Emperor, are you planning to study that place?" I smiled. Bronze monsters keep spawning there, so there must be a secret. No need to attack recklessly now. We'll wait until our strength is sufficient. I had no intention of charging in blindly. Development was the foundation. We would avoid the danger for now and handle it easily later. Time passed, and the Silver Pegasus Valkyrie Legion returned. Oleades led the troops, already at the Bronze 9-star peak, with every member of the Legion meeting the standard. They used ropes to firmly suspend the spoil's treasure chests, piling them up like a mountain. "Lord God King." Oleades looked at Lilith and saluted me. Sure enough, Lilith was the first to reach the Bronze 9-star peak. "Curious," I asked, "how did you do it?" "We swept through one city after another and destroyed them one by one," she replied briefly. Indeed, the Valkyrie Legion's teamwork far surpassed that of the fallen angels. The system label was no exaggeration. Lilith's expression suddenly darkened. The Sin original Fallen Angel Corps still hadn't advanced to Bronze 9-star, so clearly she was in a bad mood. She was embarrassed to say much, understanding that the responsibility lay with her. Suyi did not criticize her, and instead tacitly approved. The territory encouraged healthy competition and opposed internal friction. Healthy competition could activate the vitality of the legions, raising the overall strength of all of them. The rise of the Valkyrie Legion further inspired the original Sin Fallen Angels to strive harder. Lilith remained silent, bearing the sense of responsibility. I nodded calmly. "Lord God Emperor, now that the Oleades Legion has returned, I need to properly reorganize my corps. It's become far too lax," Lilith said, accepting her fate. "Go ahead," I replied with a slight smile. She spread her black and purple wings and turned into a streak of light, soaring into the sky. The Oleades Legion stayed by my side. Bronze 9-star peak was temporarily the limit, unless I advanced personally. I looked at the treasure chests scattered all over the ground and smiled faintly, planning to open them after returning to the territory. Time passed again, and the Gene Praetorian Guard became the second legion to ascend to Bronze 9-star. I wasn't surprised. Their primary duty was to protect me, and their teamwork was already quite good. I originally thought the next to rise would be under Kesha's command. To be continued. Unexpectedly, the final one was Demise's in Moon Legion. I was greatly surprised. Looking at this legion, which carried an especially aloof atmosphere of destruction and slaughter, I finally understood. The reason the In-Moon Legion had advanced so outstandingly was only one: destruction. All enemies must be destroyed. Time swept by, and night fell. The last primordial black-gold dragon advanced to the bronze 9-star peak. By this point, all the legions under my command had reached the bronze 9-star pinnacle. I crossed that enormous rift gate, still standing tall, and returned to my territory. The rift would remain for another 12 hours, only disappearing tomorrow. For safety's sake, I would never allow anything to sneak in under cover of night. Oldides, I'm leaving this area in your hands and those of your Valkyries, I ordered calmly. Yes, my king of gods, she replied with heroic poise, never once showing resentment. I added, I hope this rift closes soon. Looking at the mountains of treasure chests piled up before me, among them was one silver chest brought back by Pangelia. Counting them up, there were 178 black iron chests, 45 bronze chests, and only one silver chest. Don't underestimate those numbers. After all, I had only explored several nearby major cities. The rest of the vast region was still undeveloped. What troubled most lords was the limited time. They simply couldn't fully clear and develop everything. A rift gate only stayed open for 12 hours. Once time was up, it closed, and the chance of opening the same world again was vanishingly small, unless you had a governor backing you. That was why this became the bottleneck all lords could not break through. Too little time, too little exploration. There was no other way to solve it. You either needed enough troops to sweep the area all the way through, or you needed a dimensional gate like mine, one that could directly anchor to a world and be used repeatedly. Otherwise, even encountering the same dimension twice was already pure luck. The level of a dimensional rift depended on the level of the Lord's heart. The higher it was, the higher the rift level, and the greater the risk. I looked at the first chest. Ding. Open black iron chest X178. Open. I didn't hesitate. The result was both absurd and exasperating. Ding. Obtained 1 box of black stockings, 1 box of white stockings, 1 box of glossy stockings, 1 box of pearl lingerie, 10 gold coins, 1 source crystal. What was going on? It actually gave me stockings? 1 black iron chest yielded 1 whole box, each box containing 100 sets. There were even 20 boxes of all sorts of bizarre stockings. I barely suppressed my laughter and stuffed them into my backpack, thinking I absolutely could not let anyone else see this scene and ruin my imposing aura. Too little. Where are the lace ones? The suspenders? The gradient colors? Why is it only these? I mocked myself. The number of gold coins and source crystals was pitifully small, a total of 50 source crystals and 480 gold coins, far less than the number of chests. No wonder ordinary lords can't make it. And this is only a black iron dimensional chest. If it were a void trial chest, maybe even these would count as trash. I put away these rare treasures, knowing they were still passable. Then I opened the bronze chests. Ding. Open bronze chest X45. Open. Though the bronze chests were fewer, they had greater potential. This time I felt a bit of anticipation. Ding. Obtained 10 source crystals, 100 gold coins, white blueprint, stockings. A white blueprint for stockings. I was speechless. I thought to myself, could it be I've become a stocking fetishist? The blueprint note read, name, stockings grade, white requirement, learnable by technology side research units note. After learning, various stockings can be produced. LSP is the primary productive force. I sighed and put it away, then turned to the only silver chest. After all, it was my first time opening one, so my expectations were high. Ding, open silver chest. Open. Once opened, I obtained a green blueprint, gene enhancement potion. Curious, I clicked it open to read the description. Name, gene enhancement potion grade, green requirement, learnable by technology research units description, can enhance troops of tier 5 and below. This green one was completely different from purple blueprints. Purple blueprints required craftsmen to make, and my barracks had never recruited any craftsmen. But hey, technology research unit could study this one. After all, I had recruited all the technology side troops under the Supreme Covenant. This thing was destined to become a future cash cow. Its flaw was that it could only enhance troops of tier 5 and below, but low-tier troops were ubiquitous and formed the main force of cannon fodder and gathering, so demand would be huge. I thought to myself that the rental price couldn't be too high. If it was too expensive, no one would buy it. And if the cost was low, selling it would be worthwhile. Counting the ledger, the most crucial thing for a lord is cost control. High costs are worse than losing money. If you die too early, you can't even support yourself. I put away the blueprint, stretched lazily, and opened the territory interface. System, upgrade the territory. Ding, consume 700 wood, 700 stone, and 70 spirit stones to upgrade. Upgrade. A streak of white light illuminated the territory. The range expanded to a diameter of 1,700 meters, while the other data showed no major changes. So tiring. I guess today's task is done. I sighed lazily. I'd messed around enough in the dimensional world. Time to rest. Throw a banquet. Oh, and have the holy angels wear black stockings, and the fallen angels wear white stockings. That'll be absolutely awesome. I laughed as I walked toward the sea of wine and meat. My voice echoed throughout the entire territory. Bonfires surged upward, and a breeze brushed over the leaves of the root divine tree, making a rustling sound. The fallen angels danced passionately, while the holy angels chanted hymns. I was intoxicated by it all, as if a king had retired from the world. A night passed. On the 8th day of the beginner period, I struggled out of the pile of women, clutching my waist, and staggered toward the chaos spring. Damn, I can't take it. What's going on? I leveled up so fast, but it still feels this bad. I muttered helplessly. Looking up at the sky, the eternal light shone down, yet it offered no answer. No wonder I'm getting more and more tired. I need to strengthen my body, or I'll be knocked flat sooner or later. I swallowed the chaos spring water in one gulp. Fully recovered, I instantly felt energetic again. System, open the daily battle power gift pack. Ding, obtain barracks refresh recruitment card ×2, barracks upgrade card ×1. Pretty good today. 2 refresh cards, 1 upgrade card. I laughed out loud. I had 18 refresh cards and 9 upgrade cards now, so I'd stockpile them for the time being. At present, my territory barely met the daily recruitment requirements, so I had to upgrade every day. There was no rush to mass recruit. The trait, spend as you like, fixed recruitment cost at 1 gold coin, meant I had no worries. I'd first raise the barracks level slowly. Materials were easy to find in the early stage, but much harder later on. I always treasured the barracks upgrade cards, so if materials were cheap, I'd upgrade quickly. I knew very clearly that I couldn't just focus on the present. I also had to look far ahead. Back in reality, I began the daily recruitment, starting with the Fallen Angel Temple. Fallen Angel plus 30. Then I hurried to the Hall of the Supreme Protocol. Taris had already been waiting. The two of us entered the hall, where the numbers 0 and 1 revolved around the white light sphere. Ding, consumed 30 gold coins to perform daily recruitment. I stared at the light sphere. Recruit. A burst of white light bloomed, and a golden radiance appeared. A tall figure emerged. Got a gold pull. Joy flashed in my eyes. As the light faded, CS stood before me, wearing a white lab coat and high heels, with a delicate figure, an oval face, half-rimmed gold glasses, and a golden high ponytail. She was the very image of rational calm. Taris sized her up coldly, showing no reaction at all. Sia greets your majesty, Sia said with a gentle smile. I looked her over, and then at the newly recruited Gene Guards, judging that she was a special hero with no exclusive troops, only herself. I opened her attribute panel. Name, Sia level, Black Iron tier, God rank troop type, Mechanical Creator, Sia talent, Heart of Machinery skills, Upgrade, Modify, Research and Development exclusive building, Technology Research Institute potential. Unknown Sia is a mechanical creator who can develop all mechanical technologies. Her level rises as the number of mechanical creations increases, and her potential is tied to mechanical creations. She had no artifact, but for the first troop pull, she came with an exclusive building. Your Majesty, I need to build a research institute to fully display my abilities. Sia smiled brightly. I nodded. Fine. Follow me for now. After recruitment, you'll be in charge of management. Taris and the others are in your care. A strange look appeared in Taris's eyes, but Sia said lightly, genetic creations aren't good at modification. Taris's eyes narrowed slightly, but she didn't care. I said to Sia, everyone in the territory is a comrade. She smiled and said, I know, but I'm from the mechanical branch. Recruiting madmen is a separate matter. Madmen? I thought of the strange races on the edge of the Technology Lord faction. Wanting a mechanical flesh slave isn't stressful, but build the research institute first. Her tone was relaxed. I was helpless, feeling she was no different from a madwoman. Forget about that for now. Come on, let's go recruit the others. I took Shiyu and left. I made a round through the remaining barracks, and Shiyu greeted everyone one by one. Dragon 30, Holy Angel 30, Valkyrie 30, Star God 30. No new troop types. Only Shiyu is newly added. Shiyu followed quietly, observing how my territory's energy operated. Though her curiosity was strong, she understood that newcomers had to keep a low profile and remain silent. Recruitment's done, but there's still one thing left. I set my sights on the Divine Relic Summoning Hall. Even with Shiyu protecting me, I still decided to call Delmas over as well. Shiyu belonged to technology and research, while Talus belonged to combat. Their attributes were different. I was confident I could handle Shiyu one-on-one, or at least I was stronger than before. As for summoning that evil thing, the magic sword, there was no need to trouble anyone. Let's go. I led Shiyu and Delmiz into the summoning hall. Ding, would you like to summon today? Summon. My expression was focused. Shiyu stared at the altar with interest. Delmiz stood behind me with a cold, proud expression, vigilant. Golden light burst forth from the altar, pressure spreading outward, and a golden throne suddenly appeared before us. Ding, you have obtained the golden throne. The golden throne? I hesitated. Had I become a toilet king? I hurried to check. Name, golden throne grade. Divine artifact trait. Eternity. Once seated, you are instantly and permanently fixed in time trait. Invincibility. Immune to all attacks, unless an extreme breakthrough occurs. Trait. Intimidation. Weakens enemy attributes and morale, with the effect depending on the difference in strength node. A lost divine artifact, weathered by time. Only a true king can wield it. I couldn't help but smile, secretly delighted. This was practically the ideal defensive gear. Sit on it, and any attack would be ineffective. Enemy morale would collapse straight down. With this throne, plus the chaos spring water, I'll be completely safe from ambushes. I immediately bled to recognize it as mine and stored the throne in the treasury. Although the artifact's potential had not been fully unleashed yet, just its exclusive traits were enough for me. The magic sword was too dangerous. Let it gather dust for now. Let's go, I said to Shiyu and Delmiz, leaving the summoning hall. Delmiz cast a cold glance toward the distant end moon solemnity. I instructed her, the void trial is about to begin. Prepare for battle. She nodded and turned to leave. Shiyu smiled at Delmiz without the slightest fear. If I weren't here, Delmiz would have already made a move. I brought Shiyu to the shore of Lingyuan Lake. System, begin the void trial, abyss difficulty. Ding, void trial initiated. Preparation time, 30 seconds. Black-red mist spread everywhere, and the demon invasion was about to erupt. Lilith and the others had already raised the new recruits to bronze rank, strictly following the rule of those who truly become wealthy first should lead those who come after. Shiyu had no interest in battle at all and only focused on research. Emperor, I need a dedicated research institute. She adjusted her glasses lightly and said gently. I frowned. It won't take too many resources, will it? Shiyu wore a bright smile. Technology output requires resources and not too many. I had a bad feeling. I opened her construction list and was stunned. Wood 100,000, stone 100,000, iron, ore, and copper or 100,000 each, steel and gold and silver 10,000 each, source crystals 100,000, coins 1 million. You call this not too many? I nearly shouted. Could it be that I'm not a high, rich, and handsome guy? She looked at me seriously. I gave a bitter smile, my heart strangely warmed. This was only the construction cost of an initial research institute, and it was already terrifying. My resources were far from enough to withstand such a bottomless black, hole-devouring source crystals and coins. Watching the precious materials vanish made my heart ache. But seeing Shiyu's eager eyes, I gritted my teeth and said, fine. Since you need it, no matter how hard it is, I'll support you with everything I've got. She blossomed into a radiant smile and hugged me tightly. I suddenly felt relieved in my heart. An assistant was this important, so of course she deserved to be spoiled. I took out 2 blueprints, white silk stockings and a green gene potion. Can you learn these? She replied, yes. Genetic potions are a clear weakness for my mechanical type. I can only learn to deal with them, and the effect is average. Stockings aren't a big problem. With a research institute, I can design automated factories. I nodded and put away the genetic potion blueprint. Make the stockings first. Leave the genetic potion for specialized researchers. She seemed about to say more, but seeing the strength of our territory's troops, she could only stay silent. We leaned close together and opened the livestream module, following the lively battle reports and comments. Yet in the distance, beyond the boundary, the brutal slaughter formed a bizarre contrast with my calm, placid demeanor. An hour later, the system prompt announced that the void trial had ended, with an SSS rating, 0 battle losses, and 40,000 kills. I opened corpse disassembly and, with lightning-fast hands, exchanged 40,000 corpses for 5,000 source crystals, which I thought was pretty good. Then I opened 10,000 bronze-grade abyss treasure chests and gained 10 types of resource cards, 100 units each, an enormous haul. Although there were no source crystals or gold, the resources were abundant. I would never cheaply sell the resources in my hands. Even if I were strapped for cash, I would hold on to them. Through private chat with a friend, I transferred 2,000 source crystals to Little Merchant, repaying part of my debt. There were still 45,000 source crystals owed, and the task was urgent. Just as I was staring at that final SSS Abyss-rated treasure chest, my heart stirred slightly. Does this count as exploiting a bug? I silently shook my head. Even if you're going to exploit a bug, you need real strength. Without it, you can't make it work. Ding. Open the SSS Abyss difficulty rating. Treasure chest. Without hesitation, I chose Open. System prompts followed one after another. Ding. Obtain Troop Refresh Recruitment Card ×1 ding. Obtain Barracks Upgrade Card ×1 ding. Obtain Troop Advancement Card ×1 ding. Obtain Faith Statue Blueprint ×1. I examined the items carefully. The Refresh card and Upgrade card were common enough, with convenient functions. The Advancement card was extremely precious. It could raise the rank of troops at Tier 10 and below, with the potential to leap into the Sanctuary tier. There were many current restrictions, but its value was astonishing. What a pity I can't use it. I understood at once. My troops were already God tier, so the Advancement card was of no use for now, but it would be easy to sell for an astronomical price at the auction house. I put it away first, saving it for a future opportunity. The final item, the Faith Statue Blueprint, piqued my deep interest. A Faith Statue is, in legend, a statue of divinity that can gather faith. Lords cannot directly absorb the power of faith. They must use it as a receiver. Only innate gods can make direct use of faith. If one possesses a faith statue, then the path to becoming a god begins. Start planning to gather faith, convert it into divine power, condense a divine persona, and establish a divine kingdom. I stared at the blueprint of the faith statue. The material requirements were simply astronomical. 1 million each of wood, stone, iron ore, and copper ore, 100,000 each of steel, silver, mithril, gold, and jade, 1 million origin crystals, and a staggering 10 million gold coins. There was also the rarest item, Lord's Blood. With just one drop of my own blood, I could bind myself to this collector on the path to godhood. The system prompt rang out. Faith Collector, the starting point of the road to godhood, invincible. I couldn't help but frown. The price was terrifyingly high, far beyond what I could afford right now. At my black iron rank, I was still a long way from godhood. For now, I could only set it aside. After all, it was only used to collect faith and couldn't show its effect yet. I remembered that troop loyalty was especially crucial to faith production. The data showed that between 60 and 100 loyalty, faith output differed by 100-fold. At 60 loyalty, it was only 1 point of faith per day. At 70, 2 points. At 80, 5 points. At 90, 10 points. And at 100, it soared to 100 points per day. Just 1 point of loyalty could mean a world of difference. My troops' loyalty remained steady and unwavering, which became my greatest advantage. While other lords racked their brains to curry favor with their subordinates, my troops were instead supporting me. Naturally, my strength stood a level above the rest. I sighed inwardly. Let's hold off on the faith statue for now. That huge shortage of high-grade jade is even more astronomical. My gaze shifted to Sia. One must eat a meal one bite at a time and walk a road one step at a time. The resource demand for the faith statue had skyrocketed. Stockpiling materials and gold at my current pace simply couldn't keep up. Compared with that, getting Sia's exclusive building in place first was the most stable golden egg at this stage. Emperor. Sia looked at me with a smile. I sighed. I know, there's no way around it. Without an exclusive building, you can't fully favorite Nidatralik. Building it by manpower alone is unrealistic. We have to make an exclusive technology research institute. I opened the warehouse and swept out all the resources I could use on hand. High-grade wood ×10 cards, high-grade stone ×10, high-grade copper or ×10, high-grade iron or ×10, basic steel ×100, basic silver ×100, basic gold ×100, 100,000 origin crystals, and 1 million gold coins. Take these first, I said, though my heart ached at the loss. My origin crystals and gold coins were already scarce, and now they were almost gone. My remaining origin crystals were only 15,000, and I had roughly 22,000 gold coins left. Each high-grade resource card represented 10,000 units, and each basic one represented 100 units. Sia accepted them, and a system prompt appeared, consuming a large amount of resources to construct the exclusive Technology Research Institute. Confirm? Confirm. I gritted my teeth. In a flash of white light, a building with a strong technological field took shape. A 3-story main building with 2 annexes on the left and right, all in a sleek, avant-garde style. Emperor, it can be placed directly within the territory, CS said with a smile. I nodded and set it behind the barracks in a row, making future expansion convenient. The 3 buildings rose at lightning speed, taking up 400 to 500 square meters. Because the territory was small, they automatically scaled down in size. After all, once the God-tier barracks was activated, a full-size structure would be terrifyingly huge. I opened the properties of the Technology Research Institute. Level, Basic Trait 1. Research Speed doubled Trait 2. Upgrade Speed doubled Trait 3. Creation level increased by 1. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the upgrade requirement's outrageous cost. But the traits were absurdly powerful. Accelerated research, doubled upgrades, and even the technology output itself leaping across tiers. Such a combination was rare indeed. It was absolutely worth it, spending all my resources for this. I nodded with satisfaction. Sia suggested, Emperor, can we use the territory's resources? Many of them are suitable for research. I became wary. Sia might not have an exclusive troop type, but she was the territory's biggest resource sink. If I opened the floodgates, the stockpile would probably be drained very quickly. After some thought, I said solemnly, I'll grant you access to the warehouse. Use whatever resources you need, but I want to see results. Her smile brightened. I won't disappoint you. Please watch carefully. After investing so much, if I turned around and gave up, it would all have been wasted. The sunk cost must be fully leveraged. I trust Sia. She not only has God-tier skill, but also enough sincerity. At this moment, the system prompted that the rift gate was closing and settlement was beginning. I was puzzled. Shouldn't this rift have disappeared long ago? Why had it dragged on for more than 20 hours? I checked the system log and saw. First exploration of the dimensional world progress 1%. Rift gate duration extended by 12 hours. I was shocked. So that's how it works. Extending the time by pushing progress? This was incredible news. Why didn't anyone say so sooner? We'd been stuck wasting time for nothing. This operation was simple and brutal. Just slaughter a few cities and you could buy more time. The other lords complained inwardly. Are you deliberately acting arrogant? The system issued another prompt. Settlement complete. Exploration rate 3%. Obtained a beginner black iron dimensional treasure chest. Dimensional treasure chests were extremely precious. Each dimension only had 4 of them. If exploration exceeded 1%, you could obtain a beginner chest. 40% gave an intermediate chest, 70% an advanced chest, and 100% the unique chest. The difficulty was enormous. I had long known treasure chests existed, but this was the first time I'd heard that extending time depended on them. That showed just how important strength was. The world had already been marked and sealed off by me, and the treasure chest had become private property. Most importantly, only the lord of the first exploration could claim it. The other big shots had no chance. Each world only has 4-dimensional treasure chests. I smiled. It was even more valuable than an ordinary treasure chest. However, there were only 30 SSS difficulty treasure chests, so the chances were pitifully few. I opened it without hesitation. Obtained Cyan Blueprint. Liquid Robot. Obtained Cyan Blueprint. Artificial Intelligence. I checked the blueprint attributes. Liquid Robot. Cyan Quality can be learned by tech and research units. Artificial Intelligence. Cyan Quality can be learned by tech and research units. I asked Sia, can you use these too? She nodded. Yes. Even without blueprints, we can build them, but blueprints save research time and make it much easier. Then she said, Emperor, do you need a factory building blueprint? I can finish it in 2 hours. I was stunned. That was way too fast. You can do it. Sia learned the blueprints and went into the research institute. I didn't like racking my brain over these things, so leaving it to her was reassuring. Having a minister really saves me a lot of trouble in developing the territory, I said contentedly. I continued upgrading the territory. Consume 800 wood, 800 stone, 80 spirit stones. Confirm upgrade. Upgrade. A white light enveloped everything, and the territory's diameter increased to 1,800 meters, while everything else remained the same. Everything was sufficient, calm and steady. In the distance, the dragon-riding Valkyries patrolled, giant dragons basked in the sun, fallen angels played with the end of moon, and holy angels strolled leisurely. The Gene guards ate quietly, their fair silhouettes reflected on the lake's surface, accompanied by bursts of laughter. Lilith, Taris, Ister, Pangelia, Kesha, Allardyce, Delmas, get ready. Open a new rift in 1 hour. I shouted with heroic force. Yes. 7 voices answered in unison. Sia was buried in work at the Research Institute. The Stockings production line and the Liquid Robot automated factory were gradually taking shape, starting with a breakthrough in artificial intelligence to pave the way for future work. I floated above the Spirit Source Lake. When are we going to build a hot spring? Soaking in the lake every day gets boring. A sexy fallen angel beside me fed me meat, and from time to time I took a sip of milk. How much better could life get? Time passed, and an hour later I inspected the forces. Dimensional rift, open. A golden vortex rift appeared, and Allardyce rode a white Pegasus forward first, with the Valkyries following closely behind. In less than a minute, the Valkyries returned with good news. Lilith and the others had safely passed through and arrived in the new dimension. I mounted Pangelia and gazed through the yellow desert. So it's this world. I narrowed my eyes, staring at the desolate expanse overrun by the Zerg. Lock and seal it. Golden armor enveloped me, and the phantom of a dimensional gate took shape, sealing off this Zerg world. I coldly looked at the dead silent sea of sand. This world had no more vitality left. Once it changed hands, it would turn to dust. Allardyce flew to my side. God King, a rift has been found ahead. It appears to be a ruined territory. That unlucky streamer's old place? I said in surprise, then ordered Pangelia to hold the line tightly and not let the Zerg invade. Lilith and the others will hold the fort. No need to scout. As long as the bugs don't come in, that's enough. The insect race wasn't very smart. To control them, I had to seal them off. Otherwise, the safety of the territory could not be guaranteed. Allides, take me to have a look. She took my hand as we mounted the Pegasus. I gripped her waist and galloped across the horse's back. The rift exit was pitch black, and the Valkyrie Legion was already stationed there. Have you gone in before? It's completely ruined, slowly fading away, she said in a low voice. Stepping into the wasteland, bloodstains covered the ground, and broken walls and collapsed towers painted a miserable scene. There were no corpses at all. The insect race had dragged everything away. The edges kept collapsing. In another day or two, it would completely vanish. I signaled for allies to go deeper and probe toward the center. That ruin had even caused a 7th-tier orc barracks to collapse uselessly. Abandoning a detailed search, we went straight to the exit. A system prompt appeared for the occupation option, merge or affiliate. Without hesitation, I chose affiliate and withdrew immediately. A flash of white light later, I returned to the yellow sand world, and the system confirmed that the affiliated territory had been activated. A new panel appeared in my wristwatch territory core. Although it couldn't share the main territory's powerful exclusive talents, the upgrade function still remained. I smiled. Let's go back first and get the big thing done. Back at the rift entrance, I asked Lilith about the insect race's movements. She said the insects were timid and had not dared to show themselves for the time being. The dimensional gate was sealed off, and the insect race was isolated and helpless. There was no hope of escape or contact. I ordered Pangelia to send dragons to guard the gate and kill any insect race on sight. After that, I disbanded the Legion and cleared the newly acquired dimension myself. Returning to the main territory, I opened the affiliated territory gate, revealing an empty grassland and a solitary building. There were 3 kinds of affiliated territories: picking up a bargain, conquering by force, and signing a contract. This place was the first kind. After the collapse, it was transformed into grassland and became mine. The territory core information showed level 3, an area of 1,200 meters, with an affiliated lord's manor and a small warehouse. Upgrade requirements: 300 wood, 300 stone, 30 source crystals. The area was too small, and I had missed the best time to upgrade. I named it First Productive Force, a future gathering place for technology factories. It wouldn't feel right not to build some factories here. After settling my mind, I returned to the main territory and closed the light gate. Allies did not want to go to the affiliated territory because there were no exclusive talents, no wonder bonuses, and no benefits. The deed is done. I can finally catch my breath. I stretched and walked toward the Spirit Spring Lake. Allies took off her armor and followed, stepping into the lake water. Yishio stood on his own territory, looking at the several thousand dragon-slaying brave ones brimming with momentum as they prepared to open a dimensional rift and charge into the top 10. In his previous life, he had spent 10 years as a low-profile farmer lord, but this year he was in an entirely different state. He thought to himself, that guy should have already developed advanced robots. I should buy some to use as cannon fodder. Then he hesitated. He wanted to make Su Yi an affiliated lord, so going to Su Ye's place to buy things would be perfectly reasonable. But what if he refused? In the end, he dismissed the idea. Just as he was about to open the rift gate, he knelt down and bowed 3-6-S, hoping for divine luck through superstition. Dimensional rift, open. A black iron rift appeared, demons surged forth, and the air filled with the smell of sulfur. Yishio's face darkened. That bastard was talking nonsense, and I actually believed it. Although he knew it wasn't Su Ye's fault, he still blamed him in his heart. Small demons were nothing, but black iron demons were fierce, and bronze-tier demons were terrifying beyond measure. Helpless, he sent out multiple purchase requests in succession. A leaf in autumn, urgently buying troop refresh recruitment cards at a high price. At that moment, I sneezed. Allides hurriedly wrapped her arms around me, and ripples spread across the lake water. God King, are you all right? I rubbed my nose. I'm fine. I don't know who's thinking about me. Forget it. As soon as I finished speaking, I plunged into the lake with a splash. All eyes blushed and looked aside without saying a word. I was lying on the grass in my territory, with the gentle Orideus beside me, massaging me with both hands. Sia walked over, crouched down, and said, "Your Majesty, the thing you wanted is ready." I opened my eyes and sat up, looking at the two blueprints she handed over. One green, an automatic stocking production factory. One purple, a liquid robot automatic production factory. So fast, I asked in surprise. The design blueprints were already complete. It wasn't hard to calculate the factory construction, so it just took a bit of time to finish, CS said with a confident smile. I nodded and took them. As she turned to leave, I called out, "Where are you going?" "The Research Institute." Without looking back, she walked off with her hands in her pockets. I carefully browsed the contents of the blueprints. Automatic stocking production factory, green level. Requires 10,000 each of wood, stone, iron ore, and copper ore, 1,000 source crystals, and 10,000 gold coins. Description: upgraded from a white-grade blueprint. Leveraging the characteristics of the Technology Institute, it can produce multiple types of stockings, with special low-tier attributes attached. I nodded in satisfaction. Then I looked at the Liquid Robot Factory blueprint. Liquid Robot Automatic Production Factory, purple level. Material requirements: 100,000 each of wood, stone, iron ore, copper ore, silver, gold, and basic alloy, plus 100,000 source crystals and 100,000 gold coins. Description: thanks to the Technology Institute's upgrade and Sia, the mechanical creator, this green-grade blueprint has leapt to purple grade and can mass-produce liquid robots comparable to 10th-tier troops. I frowned tightly. How much effort would it take to get something like basic alloy? The material requirements were far too massive. Sia, you can handle synthesizing basic alloy, right? I thought to myself, I'll ask her in a bit. I closed the blueprint and put it away for now. It couldn't be built. Whether it was the stocking factory or the liquid robot factory, once they became official building blueprints, their resource demands were indeed quite steep, but the advantages were obvious. As long as the raw materials were sufficient, they could continuously and automatically produce goods. I muttered to myself, selling liquid robots would be too wasteful. With such high costs, I need to make some cheap products instead. Stable sales are the real way to go. So I stood up and headed toward the Technology Research Institute, ready to discuss with Sia and make some inexpensive, practical equipment first. Seeing Sia idly seated in the Research Institute, she looked at me and Orideus as we entered, a flash of confusion in her eyes. "Your Majesty, is there something wrong with the blueprint?" I glanced around the clean and spacious hall. "No, on the contrary, it's great." She asked, puzzled. I smiled and said, "Liquid robots are impressive, but they aren't something ordinary lords can afford." Sia froze. She had originally thought there was something wrong with the blueprint, but it turned out to simply be unaffordable. The production cost was high, and if the price was set too high, no one would buy it. If it was too low, it would be a loss. It was a dead end. She asked, "Your Majesty, then what do you plan to do?" I replied, "Focus on cheap materials and prioritize weapons and equipment. The cost-performance ratio has to be high." She took notes seriously. "Any other requirements?" I said, "Durability is secondary. The key is that it's cheap and worthwhile." She said confidently, "No problem. I'll have it done within a week." I asked again, "Can basic alloy be researched?" "Piece of cake. How much do you need?" "As soon as possible. The faster, the better." She nodded. "I won't disturb you any longer. Remember to hold a banquet tonight." "Understood, Your Majesty." Orideus and I laughed, knowing full well, leave professional matters to professionals, and just do the job of a good client. State the requirements clearly. If they can do it, let them handle it. If they can't, then forget it. Sia was just a research mascot anyway, no need to fuss over it. "Orideus, come on, let's go take a look at the second territory." The light gate opened, and we stepped into the space of the second territory. I took out the stocking factory blueprint, and the system asked, "Do you wish to consume the blueprint, materials, and gold coins to establish the automatic stocking factory?" I nodded. "Confirm." The blueprint turned into light and dissipated, and the factory model manifested, with an array of stocking styles displayed in the showroom window. I examined it. Pretty delicate. A fully automated silver-tier factory rose from the ground. Factory function: automatically produces stockings, customizable styles, with random low-tier affixes attached. The production materials are silk and source crystals. Silk is easy to obtain, and although source crystals are precious, it's still reasonable for adding affixes. I thought to myself, let's produce 100 pairs first. Seeing the resource shortage, I hesitated and shut it down. Money was tight. I didn't dare waste any. I'd previously had over 100,000 source crystals and 1 million gold coins, but now they were almost gone. Save them for now and stockpile first, I said with a helpless, bitter smile. I withdrew the holographic screen and returned to the main territory with Olidus. Stretching, I wandered around casually and finally arrived at the shore of Spirit Source Lake. I sighed inwardly. There are still too few entertainment facilities. Looking at the Gene Praetorian Guard, Inmoon Sanctity, and other troops. Emperor, come down and play. The system sent out a collective shout from the troops. The Gene Praetorian Guard and others have initiated a dual invitation. I laughed and jumped into the lake. My laughter and the splashing water enveloped my body, making me feel indescribably refreshed. Night fell. A bonfire was lit. Sia was summoned out of the research institute, holding black iron wine as she looked at the grilled meat, a smile appearing on her face. In my eyes, all troops in the territory were equal, with no distinction of high or low. Enjoy yourself. Today you're the star of the show. Lilith dragged Sia over with a mischievous grin. Sia could only give up dodging helplessly and enjoy it. After the insect rift had lasted for 12 hours, the system announced, exploration progress, 0, no rewards. Rift closed. I was eating milk and calmly continued eating. Since the world had already been marked, I had nothing to fear even if it disappeared. The pale yellow dusk turned into a white dawn. I opened my eyes, hollow and exhausted. Who am I? What did I do? Why am I so tired? Struggling out from the pile of women, I staggered like a walking corpse to the chaos spring and looked at my haggard face in the water. I silently made up my mind. No more drinking. No more drinking. I drank a few mouthfuls of spring water, and my spirit immediately revived. So much better. I wiped my face and began patrolling with loose, imposing steps, my aura intimidating. The fallen angels, Gene Praetorians, dragons, holy angels, Valkyries, and star gods. All 180 recruited troops, sprawled and scattered, assembled. Satisfied, yet still not satisfied, I said. Too bad no hero was recruited. System, open the daily combat power gift pack. Ding. Obtain source crystals times 100, I frowned. That's it. Feeling that something was off, I muttered. Keep a low profile today. Don't get too cocky. I called for Damus. You'll be with me. We'll build our bond, one day at a time. She nodded and followed. With Damus leaning against my back, I felt much bolder. I stepped onto the Divine Artifact Summoning Hall, and a screen popped up. Do you want to use the daily summon? Summon. A blood-red light shot up into the sky, and I instinctively stepped back. Damus's aura grew solemn, and an ominous energy spread. As the light faded, an ancient parchment appeared. Inspect. Name. Devil's Contract Grade. None attribute. Oddity trait. Make 3 wishes note. Originates from a demon overlord. 3 free wishes. Behind every free lunch lies hidden cost. Dare to try? Suspicion arose in my heart. A demon overlord? Quite a big shot. Need it or not? Not really, but keeping it doesn't hurt. Can it be traded? I wondered. It would definitely be in demand. Oddities have no grade, and their traits vary endlessly. Better than nothing. I put away the contract and stored it in my inventory space, treating it as a poisonous cake. I don't want to attract trouble, so I'll be careful. Damus, let's go. Leaving the summoning hall, I complained inwardly. The summons from now on are getting more and more insane. Time passed. I leisurely ate breakfast and wasn't in a hurry for the void trial. I also checked my friend messages. The reply from Little Merchant came very quickly. Little Merchant, what does my lord want to sell? Business has been tough lately. Troop refresh cards and barracks upgrade cards are urgently needed for purchase. Today is the 9th day for beginners, and some lord candidates with potential are beginning to rise steadily. The common consensus for most people is not to open rift gates, since they're too unstable and rescue is helpless. Only freaks like me and ambitious, ruthless people like Yi Shou dare to take the gamble. For the time being, the family can't help much. Steady and cautious progress is the mainstream. I sorted through the resource cards. Timber and stone are easy to sell, while the rest I'll leave for now. I have a troop upgrade card, but I'm not in a hurry for it, so I'll sell it and get some cash. After some hesitation, I sent a message. Otherworld Traveler, I have high-grade resource cards. Are you taking them? Lin Xiaoxiao quickly replied. High-grade resource cards? Good stuff. I continued. High-grade timber and stone resource cards. What's the price? Her eyes lit up. Market price is 100 crystals. I'll give you 90, so I only make 10 crystals off you as a little labor fee. I was surprised. The Chamber of Commerce was controlling the market, and the price quoted was this high. Unexpectedly, she wasn't trying to cheat me. Deal. I submitted a trade request for 600 cards in one go, and Lin Xiaoxiao looked stunned. Otherworld Traveler, deduct the crystals I owed you before, and give me 9,000 crystals. Xiao Xiao merchant. Thank you, boss. The trade was completed, and 9,000 crystals were credited. This was a beautiful deal. The market monopoly was brutal. Ordinary people couldn't get this kind of price. I smiled and replied that cooperation was pleasant, then finished breakfast. I calculated in my mind. It would be more reliable to sell technological weapons to merchants, so I wouldn't have to face the major chambers of commerce head-on myself. The Chamber of Commerce keeps a close watch on newcomers, and selling at a high price is dangerous. Only with a powerful backer would it be safe. Xiao Xiao merchant had a strong force behind her, and by the next day, she had already made friends everywhere. That was excellent for me. I could also become her dependable partner. Between chambers of commerce, everyone competed fiercely, but when profits were involved, the two of us cooperated seamlessly. At the same time, I needed an identity in the open. A technology-based lord wasn't bad. Hiding was useless. Before I became strong, I should still follow the rules. Back to reality, I set 3 directions. 1. Go all out to develop the technology factory. 2. Build weapons around technological output to protect Lilith and the others. 3. Stabilize my relationship with Xiao Xiao merchant and lay out plans for the future. It was the 9th day of the newbie period. I couldn't relax. Looking at Dermis, I asked, "Finished eating?" She nodded. "Let's go. The void trial is starting." The two of us walked out of the wine pools and flesh forests. She went to assemble the sorrow of the end moon, while I made one last patrol. System, start the void trial. Difficulty, Abyss. Ding. Void trial activated. Difficulty, Abyss. 30-second countdown to. Black-red mist spread everywhere, and Abyss demons poured out. They were bronze 9-star level, but their density surged explosively, far surpassing yesterday. I felt alarmed. Something's wrong. Countless demons charged frantically, and their numbers were abnormally exploding. Sitting on the grass, holding wheat juice in my hand, I frowned deeply. Within the first 10 minutes, over 1,000 demons had been killed. It was simply unbelievable. Could it be that the eternal world has noticed me? I thought. The clock approached 5 minutes. Suddenly, a demon engulfed in black flames appeared. Abyss Flame Demon level, Silver 1-star tier. Tier 10A top-tier demon, not cannon fodder. I fell silent. Facing a silver demon with a black iron 6-star force made me uneasy. The demon roared arrogantly, but then suddenly froze, cold sweat breaking out all over its body. It saw the troops in my territory: Primordial Black Gold Dragon, Sinner Fallen Angels, Holy Fallen Angels, Holy Angels, Sorrow of the End Moon, Gene Praetorian Guard, and Dragon-riding Valkyries. The demon's flames burned fiercely, but they were suppressed by the 8-winged dragon turning into a stream of black light. Pangelia's dragon claws gathered black-red halos, and with one swipe, the demon's head shattered instantly. A silver treasure chest dropped. I remained calm. The silver flame demon had damage reduction from its tier, but the End Extreme Dragon completely suppressed it. There was no way it could survive. The trial ended, and the system prompt appeared. Void trial ended. Evaluation in progress. 0 casualties, 80,000 kills. Rating: SSS obtained an SSS grade Abyss difficulty treasure chest. Compared to yesterday, the monsters had doubled, and with the addition of the Silver Flame Demon, tomorrow would only be harder. The good news was that the newly recruited troops had all reached the peak of Bronze 9-star. I calmly issued the order. Disassemble. 80,000 corpses disassembled. Obtained 10,000 source crystals. I nodded in satisfaction. Dermis quietly returned, and I nodded to her. I checked the treasure chests. 20,000 bronze Abyss treasure chests, and 1 silver Abyss treasure chest, the first one I had ever obtained. In the past, a silver treasure chest would have been nothing more than ordinary, but this one was upgraded 1 tier. Open the bronze Abyss chest for 20,000. I answered decisively. Open. The system announced in succession. Obtain basic aluminum or resource card X10. Obtain basic mithril resource card X10. Obtain basic silver resource card X10. Obtain basic gold resource card X10. Obtained origin crystals X100. Obtained gold X1000. I was stunned. Even the aluminum or resource card dropped. Looking at the latest spoils, I was sure this run still held limitless possibilities. I had 50,000 basic aluminum or resource cards and opened 5,000 treasure chests. I also opened all 30,000 each of mithril, silver, and gold resource cards from 3,000 treasure chests. 3 million source crystals and 300,000 gold coins were safely in hand. My wealth had skyrocketed. The feeling of getting rich overnight was genuinely amazing. Resource cards were important, but what really changed the battle situation were source crystals and gold coins. The basic alloy that the liquid robot factory was missing still had me uneasy. Whether Sia could produce it remained to be seen. After sorting the resources, I stored them all in the territory warehouse. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a silver-grade abyss treasure chest. I hadn't opened it before, and curiosity drove me to nod. Open. Ding. Advanced Fire Element Crystal Resource Card X10. Excellent quality. Each card contains 1,000 units of Fire Element crystals. Very practical. Then my gaze fell on the final SSS grade Abyss difficulty-rated treasure chest, and my heartbeat quickened. Open. Notifications came one after another. Barracks Refresh Recruitment Card X1. Barracks Upgrade Card X1. Troop Advancement Card X1. Hero Recruitment Card X1. And the most precious of all, the unique wonder, the town-suppressing Great Wall. Upgrade cards were common enough, but hero recruitment cards were incomparably rare. Once used, they would definitely recruit a hero. The more heroes I had, the more my combat strength would soar. All 6 of my Divine Tier barracks could use this card, but tonight I need to ask my allies for their opinions first. After putting away the hero recruitment card, I turned my attention to the town-suppressing Great Wall. Its 6 attributes were breathtaking. 1. Immortal. The Great Wall is connected to the territory. As long as the territory exists, the Great Wall will endure forever, and it can be made invisible. 2. 3. Iron Blood. Troop morale never drops. Even remnants can continue fighting. 4. 5. Suppress the world. Defends against natural disasters and fortifies the barriers of space and time. 6. 7. Bloody Battle. Troop stamina, magic, and spirit are instantly fully restored. 8. 9. Restriction lifted. When war losses reach 50%, recruitment restrictions are lifted, allowing unlimited recruitment. 10. 11. Growth. The Great Wall grows in sync with the expansion of the territory. 12. I placed the Golden Great Wall model into the territory, and in an instant a majestic Golden Great Wall, like a true dragon, surrounded everything. It stretched end to end, 50 meters high and 100 meters wide, impregnable. I smiled. This, town-suppressing Great Wall, would become the firmest guarantee of my power, shining immortal. The Great Wall from Attack on Titan flashed through my mind. With a single thought, the Golden Wall faded from sight. That looks much more comfortable. In truth, it was still bound to the territory and would manifest whenever I wished, its radiance everlasting. That should be enough. I decisively spent 900 wood, 900 stone, and 90 spirit stones to upgrade the territory. White light enveloped everything as the area rapidly expanded. The level rose to 10, and the diameter reached 1,900 meters. The change was visible to the naked eye. I opened the rankings. The first-place territory had reached level 19. Are you scared to reach level 20? I mocked inwardly. Level 20 was a major threshold. To advance to a black iron grade territory, one needed enough troops to defend it. Otherwise, void creatures would launch a savage assault. Only by holding the line would the advancement succeed. The rewards were generous, including the praise of the eternal world's will. Most beginners didn't dare take this on lightly, but with my cheat, I had no fear. During the advancement, void creatures would invade frantically, and the better one performed, the richer the rewards. I looked forward to reaching level 20 to see what treasures I could obtain, but there was no rush. There was no order to advancement. I'd rest for an hour first, then open the rift gate. Diarmus, let's go. She nodded without a word and followed me to the Technology Research Institute. Last night, Sia had been buried in research. I was curious about what she had achieved. As I entered the hall, an artificial female voice echoed out. Welcome, Emperor. Welcome, General Diarmus. You're an artificial intelligence? What's your name? I am Zero, created and edited by Lady Sia. With resources plentiful, I asked, where is Sia? Third floor office. The elevator is open. Go. 10 seconds later, we were on the 3rd floor. The space was spacious and modern. Sia was focused on typing away, and I leaned closer, unable to understand a thing. Emperor, it's nothing. Just wanted to take a look at you. She handed me several blueprints, a spiritual source grenade factory, a rifle factory, a robot factory, and a basic alloy factory. All of them were ordinary white-grade designs, focused on being cheap and practical for mass production. Finished in one night. With Zero's help, designing low-level blueprints takes less than an hour. I smiled and kissed her. Her face turned red, and she stole a glance at Damus before quickly turning her head away. I asked, can I play games here? No, but Zero can design single-player games, and there are plenty of computers on the 2nd floor. I hesitated, then gave up. After all, this was her research institute, and I didn't want to disturb her. All right, do your thing. After leaving, I examined the blueprints and checked the material requirements one by one. The automatic spiritual source rifle production factory required 10,000 each of wood, stone, iron, and copper, plus 1,000 origin crystals and 10,000 gold coins. Not bad, Let's try it. I brought Damis into the subsidiary territory, where a lone factory stood by itself. Construct. A white light flashed, and the factory took shape. Bronze grade, with automatic ammo replenishment and extremely material efficient. Satisfied. The other 4 factories were also built, all bronze grade or no grade, prioritizing practicality above all else. I fed in the materials to produce rifles. With an even ratio, 10 finished products were quickly produced. Good gun. I picked one up. It felt solid and steady, with a matte gun body, like an old AK model. Bronze grade, 30-round magazine, automatically loads spiritual energy bullets, 1 per second, durability of 50,000. I named it the S1 rifle, Su Ye's first generation. Come on, let's go see the grenade factory. Damis followed as I activated it with materials. 10 fire-attribute explosive grenades were produced, with a blast radius of 6 meters and surprisingly strong power. Named S1 explosive grenade. Then the robot factory was activated, and 10 bronze tier level 3 robots appeared. Their skeletons were sturdy, their entire bodies wrapped in steel. No equipment, but they came with a self-detonation trait. They could mine, chop wood, fight. Perfect laborers with no worries at all. I laughed. The robots are here. The living are liberated. I assigned the robots into groups of 2 and stationed them at the 5 factories. The machines responded in unison. I checked the remaining resources. There was still plenty, all stored in the subsidiary territory for later use. Store them first. Rifles and grenades go in the personal spatial storage, and the basic alloy can wait. The rift gate opens once a day, so nothing gets wasted. I ordered Damis to gather the members of Enmoon's solemnity, and she nodded before leaving. I opened the chat channel, where the screen was filled with ads from Zishu, desperately buying trooper fresh cards at high prices. His territory's rift gate had been destroyed, forcing him to liquidate assets. I sneered. No strength, and still acting so arrogant. Then I closed the channel. On Yishio's side, things were miserable. Corpses lay everywhere, and although his troops had reached bronze grade, they had fought nearly to exhaustion. The defense time for the rift gate had been extended from 12 hours to 24, and the difficulty had surged. He was deeply envious, yet still forced himself to endure fatigue. Simply being alive was already a blessing. Getting the black iron dimensional treasure chest was a small comfort. War was unpredictable, but for his formidable rival Yishio to endure until now, it truly meant he had both strength and luck. I lay on the grass basking in the sunlight. My troops had already assembled. Damis came over and asked, "All assembled?" "Yes, Star-Lord." I stood up. Dimensional rift, open. The rift gate exploded open. Oldies led the Valkyrie Legion in, and after a short while, she sent back a safe signal. Lily and the others escorted me into the rift, ready for the new challenge. What lay before me was a dim, ruined world. The sky was dark, the ground charred black, plants withered, and a lifeless silence covered everything, without a trace of vitality. Looking closely, only deathly stillness and decay remained here, as if the world might collapse at any moment. System prompt. Data synchronization initiated. Reading world information. Synchronization complete. Treasure chest obtained. Exploration time. 12 hours. World information. Black iron test dimensional world. Life extinguished. Decay and desolation. I murmured, a new world. Then I ordered, anchor. Seal. The phantom of the dimensional gate spread out, completely sealing this place off. I withdrew my troops and returned. There was no rush to explore. Extending the rift time didn't mean much. The rift gate was just a tool. The dimensional gate was the key. Discover, anchor, seal, steady and sure. I arranged for the holy angels to guard the rift gate to prevent a surprise attack. Although the earlier patrol had only been temporary, I still remained cautious, safety first. I fixed my gaze on the 3-dimensional gates. 1. Black iron technology dimension. 2. Yellow sand insect race world. 3. Silent world. After marking them, I lay down on the grass, resting my head on Diarmus's legs, and thought over my choice. Should I upgrade the Lord's heart and advance straight to the bronze rank? The difficulty of the void trial had surged sharply, with silver-grade monsters swarming in, and our forces were looking worrying. Our current military strength seemed ample on the surface. For 110 fallen angels, 220 Gene Imperial Guards, 190 Endragon, 190 Holy Angels, 120 Valkyries, and 120 Star Gods. Though the numbers were large, they were still stretched thin in the face of tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, of silver-grade enemies. Or should I play it safe and not upgrade? The difficulty would rise more gradually, and the troop types would grow slowly. With only 20 refresh cards, at most I could add several hundred troops, which would not fundamentally solve the shortage of forces. What worried me was not whether I could pass the trial, but whether I could obtain the SSS-rated treasure chest. That was the real key. Delmas, I asked, high risk, high reward, or low risk, low reward, which would you choose? She was silent for a moment, then said calmly, the first one. I was curious. Why the first one? Her gaze was clear as she replied evenly. Star-Lord, for us, nothing carries risk. Those words left me stunned. Gazing at her beautiful and resolute face, I laughed. Yes, I've been too cautious, afraid of losing what we have now. Delmas added, we have not yet given it our all. I nodded, closed my eyes, and felt the blessings of the divine barracks and the world-suppressing Great Wall. My confidence hardened. It's only a trial. What is there to fear? When I opened my eyes, my gaze was sharp, with a hint of languor. Then let's give it a try. In my hands I had stockpiled 20 troop refresh recruitment cards and 6 barracks. Fallen Sanctuary, Supreme Protocol, Holy Sanctuary, Primordial Dragon Nest, Valkyrie Shrine, and Star Sanctuary, the 6 divine grade barracks. I set the barracks upgrade cards aside for now. They were priceless treasures for later. I had used the barracks upgrade cards, but I still had concerns. Materials could be bought at this stage, but high-grade materials would be hard to find later, and by then the upgrade cards would be far more valuable. I planned to use the hero recruitment cards on Supreme Protocol. After all, in my technology-oriented territory, if I could recruit a scientific hero like Sia, it would be a huge win. That's all the cards I have. Keep 2 and use the remaining 18, 3 per barracks, for a total of 90 troops. Is that the limit? I walked toward the Fallen Sanctuary. The heroes and generals in the territory crowded around, but I ignored them and brought Lilith, Ister, and Delmas into the sanctuary, pulling out the troop refresh recruitment cards and using them in a frenzy. 90 fallen angels, 90 Gene Guard, 90 dragons, 90 holy angels, 90 valkyries, 90 star gods. I didn't touch the hero recruitment cards for now. I left them for tomorrow. This time, recruitment didn't yield any hero units. I stared at the troops. The territory's upgrade was affecting everything. Especially the dragons. They ate astonishing amounts, and the primordial dragons alone would need a full day of queuing in a wine and meat feast just to be fed. I would sell wood and stone resource cards, but never meat. Troops had to eat, and if they didn't eat enough, they would either riot or starve. Experience told me this was the hardest hurdle for a novice lord. Food has to be eaten bite by bite. The road has to be walked step by step. Looking at the troops filling the ground, especially the massive primordial dark gold dragon, a surge of pride welled up in me. System, upgrade the territory. Ding, consuming 1,000 wood, 1,000 stone, and 100 spirit stones. Upgrade, upgrade. After 3 consecutive upgrades, the territory surged to level 13, with a diameter of 2,300 meters. I nodded in satisfaction. 7 heroic figures appeared at once. Lilith, Taris, Ister, Pangelia, Kesha, Alidus, and Delmas gathered together. Divine Emperor, the original Sin-Fallen Angel Legion has assembled. Divine Emperor, the Fallen Angel Legion is ready. Emperor, the Gene Guard is assembled. My lord, the Holy Angel Legion stands by. God King, the Primordial Dark Gold Dragon Legion has assembled. God King, the Sky Hunting Legion is complete. Star Lord, the Final Moon Purge Legion has gathered. Are you all ready? I asked. The heroes and troops had all surpassed 100, and the scale of a legion was beginning to emerge. Upgrade the Lord's heart. I ordered, then frantically poured in source crystals, advancing all at once to level 4. A warm current flowed through my body, and the diamond-shaped mark on my wrist suddenly turned bronze. Ding, Lord's heart bronze 1 star, for draw attempts remaining. Bronze 1 star, finally broken through. I opened my eyes. With the bottleneck broken, Lilith and the others also rose significantly, and their restraints were lifted. My limit surged to silver 9 star, no longer stuck at bronze 9 star. It's time to act. Looking at them, I was resolute. Dimensional Gate, Open World 2. A giant beam gate spanning the sky suddenly appeared, leading to the insect world where sand and dust filled the air. I ordered, aside from the 2 sacred angels guarding the rift gate, everyone else is to charge in with full force, plunder treasure chests, and return only after reaching at least silver tier. Lilith spread her black-violet wings and rose gracefully into the air. The Sin-Fallen angels flew first and charged into the dimensional gate. Isla, Talus, Pangelia, Kesha, Alidus, and Dymas each led their legions and followed. The territory instantly became empty, leaving only the 2 sacred angels guarding the rift gate. Shiyu stayed behind at the Technology Research Institute. That wasn't her style of fighting and leveling up. I sat cross-legged on the grass and carefully examined the second trait of my talent. It didn't appear at fixed intervals. A new trait would only trigger when I advanced to a major tier. The first trait, Strong Luck Echo, had created my cheat-like destiny. Now the second trait, Supreme Fate, had emerged, rendering my territory completely invisible. Any calculations would be futile. No hostile force could detect my main territory anymore, and I still had the backup of a second territory. The greatest hidden danger that could once be inferred had now been completely eliminated. This also made my image as a technology faction lord more stable. When facing other lords, I could openly display my second territory as non-threatening, dispelling hostility. I knew very well that genius newbie lords were everywhere, but true risers were few and far between. The old noble lords were like capitalists devouring newcomers, so I had to keep my cards hidden and proceed step by step. After closing the panel, I thought to myself, from now on, I'm a technology faction lord. I'll rely on my talent to hide, and on my strength to forge ahead. A talent alone wasn't enough. I also needed witnesses. I thought of Little Merchant. She was the best witness. After the newbie period, I'll have her come visit my territory and let the major merchant guilds know that we're a harmless rising technology faction. Just then, a private message from a friend popped up. It was Little Merchant. Little Merchant. Boss, do you have any more good stuff? Like resource cards and such? Hee. She was asking about advanced resource cards. Clearly, she had made a fortune off those 600 cards. Making money is a skill, and I admire that. I was about to reply that I didn't, but then I realized I had rifles, grenades, and robots on hand. Interdimensional Traveler. No more resource cards. What about these? S1. Type Rifle JPG. S1. Type Grenade JPG. S1. Type Robot. I sent over the weapon attribute images. Lin Xiaoxiao was sitting in her chair swinging her legs. The moment she saw the message, she cried out, "Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap!" These kinds of technological weapons, though she had seen even rarer things before, were still top-tier weapons in the first few days of the newbie period. Rifles, grenades, and robots of the same grade were practically invincible. The key was to set the price in line with ordinary poor lords, otherwise they wouldn't sell. Little Merchant. Boss, good stuff, but how much? Don't mind me being annoying, but I suggest not pricing it too high. I asked, what do you think? She replied quickly, Little Merchant, don't rush to sell. Wait 11 days. Little Merchant. The 11-day newbie period countdown is the key moment when lords start showing their real strength, and it's the best time to make money. Little Merchant. What you need to do now is mass produce like crazy. As long as a lord buys it, if it doesn't sell, I'll buy it back at double the price. How about that? I froze. You want to play it like that? 11 days later would be the real sprint period for power growth. Prices could be driven up, but not too harshly. I continued probing. Interdimensional Traveler. If I handed this over to you, how would you handle it? She hesitated, then finally said, Little Merchant, you set the price. I just need to sell them. Split the profits 90/10. You take 9, I take 1. How's that? I was surprised. 90/10. She smiled. Nothing else, I just think highly of you. I'm one of the heirs of a major merchant guild, and I want to cooperate. I said calmly, nice to meet you. I'm Su Yi, a technology faction lord. Just call me Su Yi. Little Merchant. Lin Xiaoxiao, one of the heirs of the Empire's Tianqi Merchant Guild. The Tianqi Merchant Guild was one of the Empire's 8 great giants, with a deep and powerful standing. I proposed, 90/10 is too harsh. Let's do a 50-50 split. You handle the materials and channels, and I'll handle the technology and production. She smiled. You may look like an ordinary lord, but you're actually smart and sensible. 50-50 is the most reasonable. I understood that beyond the 50-50 profit split, she was also willing to help me block trouble. After weighing the pros and cons, I nodded. Little Merchant. Okay, big shot. Happy to cooperate. As long as your gear is good, we can keep working together. I knew exactly what she meant. She'd be helping me deal with trouble, and we'd be in it for the long haul. I closed the chat and soaked in the Spirit Source Lake, feeling a little empty, as if something was missing. I opened the Lord's Heart panel. Level, Bronze 1 star. Traits, Super God Evolution, Red. Infinite Evolution, Red. Spontaneous Spending, Red. Godslayer's Power, Red. Crystal Palace, Gold. Side Barrier, Gold. Upgrading required 1,000 source crystals. I still had 4 more chances to draw traits, but I wanted to wait until Lin Xiaoxiao and the others came back, so we could all get the blessing of fortune together before drawing. I drifted into sleep, falling asleep against a warm embrace. When I woke, Lilith was smiling brightly. You've reached Silver 1 star? Yes. God Emperor, you and the Sin Army are all Silver 1 star. What about them? They're still hunting. They'll be back soon. Lilith said softly and seductively. Your Majesty, I'm the first one. Do I get a reward? We'll talk about it tonight. I smiled toward the rift gate, where the guards had been replaced by sin-fallen angels. Snuggled in Lilith's arms, I enjoyed her doting affection and milk-sweet scent. Then I suddenly sat up. System, draw traits. 2 red and 1 gold shone brilliantly, and I was satisfied. The 3 traits were infinite firepower, red troop trait. Reduces troop skill consumption by 99%. Stacks with the 4th property of the town-suppressing Great Wall, granting endless sustain and invincibility. Endless fortune and calamity, territory trait. Suffer disasters every day while also enjoying good fortune. Risk unknown. Abandon. Payday, gold resource trait. Daily gold income scales with troop numbers, with no upper limit. Tremendous returns, but limited practical use. Without hesitation, I chose infinite firepower and bound it. Ding, trait binding successful. A flicker of surprise flashed in Lilith's eyes, and she hugged me tightly. My strength had undoubtedly surged. Then, with a sudden roar, an incomparably huge 20-meter black 8-winged dragon burst out through the dimensional gate. A group of smaller black and gold twin-winged dragons followed. The dragons transformed into a black stream and prostrated themselves beside me. Pangelia, you're back. Her brilliant golden dragon eyes returned the greeting with devotion. God King. I smiled indulgently. Though she was a young dragon, she was still a child. Rest. The dragon roars gradually faded away, and Pangelia settled down to sleep. Lilith understood that they were symbols of the end, true boss-level monsters, far stronger than the others. I didn't interfere, my eyes flashing with plans. The system still had 3 trait draw chances left. Continue draw. 3 lights blazed. Primal Divine Body, Red Lord trait. After binding, the user gains a divine body, absorbs the power of faith, can condense divine fire, and open a divine kingdom. Though a young god is still immature, it is already a god. I took a deep breath, excitement surging in my heart. I bound the Primal Divine Body trait. This saved me the step of building faith statues. Faith would be collected automatically, silently, and without a trace. In the future, I could condense divinity and open a divine kingdom. More importantly, no one would notice me absorbing faith. Ordinary lords had to reach diamond rank to begin absorbing it, and only legendary rank could convert it into divine power. Only after legend could one truly enter the demigod realm. But I had leaped past all that in one step, saving a huge amount of time. The remaining 2 gold traits were Lucky Star and Advanced Spending. Lucky Star stacking meant I was guaranteed to recruit a hero every 10 days. That was extremely tempting to me. The hero might even be on Lilith's level. Advanced Spending could recruit troops in advance, up to 100 days ahead. My troops and strength would increase directly by double. I struggled internally. I wanted both gold traits, but in the end I still bound the Primal Divine Body. This was the key to becoming a god. Everything else was secondary. Ding! Binding successful, countless devout believers crossed time and space, and the flames of faith gathered into my body. The power that diamond rank lords dreamed of was now in my hands with ease. Faith flowed in automatically, and I didn't have to worry about a thing. Lying in Lilith's arms, I smiled. Having you is such a blessing. She smiled back. As long as your majesty is happy. Then I suddenly realized that the faith statues had become completely useless. It saved resources and was even more efficient. Building more factories would be better than putting up statues. I opened friend chat and decided not to sell the Faith Idol blueprint to Lin. Xiao for now. The blueprint was a treasure. I couldn't just sell it cheap. It would be more profitable to save it for auction. I'd make a big move after the newbie period ended. System, draw the traits. I said in a low voice. 3 red traits appeared. 10,000 worlds of antiquity. Everlasting haste. Source of calamity. I examined them one by one. 10,000 worlds of antiquity could generate subsidiary worlds, stacking endlessly like nesting dolls, with immense potential. Everlasting haste offered limited time manipulation. It would be useful after becoming a god, but useless now. Source of calamity was powerful, but it would destroy itself. I didn't want my territory taking that risk. Without hesitation, I chose 10,000 worlds of antiquity. It would be the key to the future. Just then, the number 2-dimensional gate opened. Dark-winged fallen angels and holy angels riding white horses all appeared. Ista, at your service, God Emperor. Talus, greetings, Emperor. Keshet, greetings, Lord. Oridis, at your service, God King. I nodded in satisfaction. Then I turned to Oridis and asked, how many Zerg are left in that world? Only a small portion was cleared. There is still a huge number left. She honestly admitted the situation was complicated. I said calmly, leave it for now. You've worked hard. She smiled and replied, it's my duty. After they left, I leaned into Dermise's arms. She wasn't as voluptuous as Lilith, but she was comfortable. System, draw the traits. This was the last time. I wouldn't upgrade the Lord's heart again for the time being. 3 red lights flashed, all red. Rule Weird Tales, Supreme Humanity, Power of Demon Bane. Rule Weird Tales had good rewards, but stability mattered more, so I wouldn't choose it. Supreme Humanity was too extreme and wasn't suited to my diverse troop types. Power of Demon Bane suppressed all supernatural power. Extremely ruthless. I locked onto Power of Demon Bane and gave my troops a dead-end break. Ding! Binding successful. Now my troops had become even more monstrous, countering gods and all supernatural beings. I opened the Lord's Heart, bronze 1 star, 9 red traits, and 2 gold traits. Anyone else who saw it would never believe it. I was truly cheating. As Lilith and the others felt divine power merge into them, their attributes gained God Slayer and Demon Bane. I looked at the troop aura. The wonder bonuses had doubled our combat strength. The Hall of Heroes and the town-shaping Great Wall were true war machines. About time. I lay back in Dermise's arms, calmly looking forward to tomorrow's void trial. I was confident I'd get the SSS treasure chest. Lin Xiaoxiao said she would buy a large batch of barracks upgrade cards and refresh cards to help me climb the rankings. She was my most trusted partner and never asked why. After the rift gate closed, I didn't delve further into the dead silent black iron world. At night, the bonfire blazed high. Fallen angels and angel valkyries sang and danced, and she was also pulled over to drink black iron juice. The next day, I got up pale and weak in the legs. Although I had the boost from my origin divine body, my troops improved even faster. I staggered to the chaos spring, drank a couple of mouthfuls, and recovered my energy. System, opened the daily combat power gift pack. Ding, obtained 1,000 origin crystals. Ding, obtained 10,000 gold coins. Not bad, better than nothing. The daily summons continued as usual, plus 30 fallen angels, plus 30 dragons, plus 30 holy angels, plus 30 valkyries, plus 30 star gods. No heroes. Heroes from god tier barracks were extremely hard to summon. I brought Talus into the Supreme Accord. After consuming a hero recruitment card, a streak of gold light rose from the orb. Golden pull. I smiled. A mature woman in a white lab coat, with red hair and black stockings, appeared. Lu Fei, greetings, Emperor. Along with her were more than 30 Gene Forbidden guards kneeling in worship. I ordered Talus to manage them. Emperor, what about me? Lu Fei teased. I said calmly, come with me first. I checked Lu Fei's profile. Virus control. She could create upgraded fusion viruses. Her exclusive building, the Virus Research Institute, required a huge amount of various materials. I noted it down. Glass could be produced from the number 2 yellow sand world, so materials were sufficient. Understood, Emperor. She stood up, and I took her to the Technology Research Institute to find Shiyu. Shiyu and Lu Fei got along quite well. I asked, can we build a glass factory? Xia nodded. Easy, but there's no sand. No sand isn't a big problem either, I said with a smile. Lu Fei stayed there and chatted with Xia about interdimensional communication. Lily and I went to the Divine Relic Summoning Hall, where we summoned Blacklight and obtained a death crystal. After putting the treasure away, I let them rest. That night, I soaked in the hot spring while listening to the barracks recruitment reports and the territory's updates, secretly delighted. The void trial began, difficulty, abyss. All the monsters were silver tier, with no gold tier ones. No explosion. Pangelia flapped and breathed out, and the black and gold dragon legion began the slaughter. I sat on the golden throne, my oppressive aura clinging to my body. An hour later, 150,000 enemies had been killed, with 0 losses, earning an SSS rating and a treasure chest. The chest reward was generous. Troop cards, barracks upgrade cards, a wonder hot spring, and a one-of-a-kind secret treasure, True Illusion. The secret treasure was incredibly powerful. It could modify the attribute panel, make illusions count as real, and was classified as top secret. I bound it without hesitation. Why hide it? Even if I did, no one would recognize it. Steady. I was overjoyed. Then I carried out my daily recruitment and obtained a large number of resource cards and advanced materials. The early game was tense, so I had to allocate resources carefully. Lin Xiaoxiao had been helping me collect materials all along, with efficiency off the charts. I was preparing to build a glass factory to produce rifles, robots, and grenades. Robots required too many materials, so I'd stockpile glass first. The insect race problem was becoming more and more urgent. I had to open up a new world to raise bugs. Next, I took Lu Fei to Bug World number 2 to install the glass factory and arrange for the fallen angels to patrol and protect it. New recruits would level up in Bug World number 2, safety first. Every day, I soaked in the hot spring and hosted beautiful women. So was I tired? Yes, but I was happy. System, start the void trial, difficulty abyss. I roared like thunder. The battle began. After killing 200,000 enemies, I got an SSS rating, and by disassembling the corpses I obtained 40,000 crystals. Treasure chest rewards kept coming, with resource cards and rank-up cards continuously entering my inventory. The materials Lin Xiaoxiao delivered came in batches, enabling mass production of robots and weapons. I recruited a new troop. Type, Cassilia, the Eternal Sun Dragon, with boundless potential. Pangelia, the Great Dragon, and Cassilia, the Sun Dragon, were evenly matched, and the atmosphere was tense. I intervened sternly, and the two dragons temporarily quieted down. Looking back on the early days, my technology-focused territory had become a giant that stood above the rest. Lin Xiaoxiao and my vassal lords helped me gather resources, keeping supplies continuous. The reborn one, Yi Xiao, appeared. He tried to pull me in as a vassal lord. I could tell he wasn't reliable, so I blacklisted him directly. Yi Xiao was the stereotypical reborn type, always carrying his own trouble aura. I decided to let him take the lightning, while I developed in peace. Tang Wuxue took the initiative to contact me, saying she was a 10th-tier giant lord with tremendous talent. Raising troops was difficult for her, and she was willing to sign a vassal contract to ask for help. I sent her resources, rank-up cards, and purple blueprint drawings. She signed a contract and was completely bound to me. My infinite recruitment and troop loyalty talent made her pleasantly surprised. I helped her purge low-loyalty troops, restart her territory, and made sure I could keep it under control. I recruited a gold potential giant, Hailey, who showed her edge at first glance. She greeted Alice, the hero in my territory, and their auras were clearly different. I took a deep breath, my heart surging with excitement. I bound the Origin Divine Body trait, saving myself the trouble of building a Faith statue. Faith gathered automatically, and no one could detect it. Others had to reach Diamond Tier before they could begin absorbing Faith, and only Legendary Tier could convert it into divine power. I leaped straight to the heavens, directly nourishing my divine body and opening my divine nation. The remaining 2 gold traits were Lucky Star and Spending Ahead of Time. Lucky Star increased recruitment by 10% every day without recruiting troops, and within 10 days I was guaranteed to get an hero card. The hero could be someone at the level of Lily or even stronger, like Pangelia. Spending Ahead of Time allowed me to recruit 100 days in advance, causing my troops and strength to surge immediately. After agonizing over it for a long time, I chose the Origin Divine Body. Becoming a god was the foundation. Everything else had to stand aside. Ding! Bound successfully, countless believers across time and space gathered their flames of faith and poured them into my body. There was no need for active absorption. Faith flowed in automatically and continuously refined itself. My soul flickered like white fire, and with a single thought I could control it. Daily faith production was scarce, and converting it into divine power required long-term accumulation. Lying in Lilith's arms, I felt the changes. "Lilith, you really bring me good luck." "As long as His Majesty is happy," she replied softly. Pangelia looked at me expectantly, but because of her massive size, she lay back down beside me. A thought flashed through my mind. The Faith Statue blueprint was basically useless now. Better to save resources and build more factories. Plans can't keep up with changes. That saved quite a bit. Smiling, I sent a private chat to my friend. I decided not to sell the blueprint for now and keep it for the auction, fully committing to the tech troop route. System, draw the traits. 3 red lights appeared. The red traits were Ancient Worlds, Time Flows in an Instant, and Source of Disaster. Ancient Worlds. Every 20 territory levels spawns an affiliated world, infinitely nested, with tremendous potential, but only after the territory is upgraded. Time flows in an instant. Control over the flow of time is limited. It only becomes truly useful after becoming a god. Source of Disaster. Powerful, but self-destructive. I had no desire to take risks and lose territory. In the end, I bound Ancient Worlds, looking forward to the returns the affiliated worlds would bring. At that moment, Dimension Gate number 2 opened, and black-winged fallen angels and holy angels riding white horses appeared. Ista, at your service, your majesty. Taris, paying respects to your majesty. Kesha, paying respects to the Lord. Oleatus, at your service, king of gods. I gave a slight nod. You're all back. Then I looked at Oleatus. How much of the Zerg is left? She said. Only a little over 10% has been cleared. The remainder is still enormous. I nodded. You've worked hard. She smiled. It's my duty. The Legion dispersed, and Dalmas came to keep me company in Lilith's place. Leaning against her chest, it wasn't as comfortable as Lilith's, but it was still pleasant. System, draw the traits. This was the last draw, and I wouldn't upgrade the Lord's heart for a while. 3 red traits flashed into view: Anomaly Rules, Human Supremacy, and Power of Anti-Magic. Anomaly rules offered decent rewards, but territorial stability was more important. Human supremacy was too radical and hostile to diverse races. Power of anti-magic restrained all supernatural forces and could be called a trump card. I bound power of anti-magic and refined the combat system. Opening the Lord's Heart, bronze 1 star, 10 traits, 8 red and 2 gold. It was basically cheating. Lilith and the others, since the infusion of power, and the original 7 deadly sins gained the attributes of god-slaying and anti-magic. Observing the troop auras, the wonders brought multiplicative combat power boosts. The Hall of Heroes and the town-ceiling Great Wall stabilized the core. Lying in Dalmas's arms, I felt carefree, looking forward to the next day's void trial. Lin Xiaoxiao frantically purchased materials, accumulating cards to fight for the ranking. She never asked why. She simply believed I was the most reliable partner. The rift closed, and I didn't pay too much attention to the silent black iron world. That night, the bonfires sang. Fallen angels and valkyries danced and sang, and even Sia, unwilling as she was dragged over. Early the next morning, I woke up feeling weak and breathless, so I drank chaos spring water to recover. I can still take on 10. I laughed at myself. The daily gift pack was generous, and I claimed 1,000 crystals and gold coins at will, steadily increasing my strength. The daily recruitment was normal, and I used hero cards in the Supreme Protocol to recruit troops. 30 each of fallen angels, dragons, holy angels, valkyries, and star gods, but no heroes. Taris accompanied me into the protocol, and within the light spheres, zeros and ones flashed by. A beam of golden light suddenly appeared, and 30 Gene Imperial Guards led by Lu Fei emerged, all with 100 loyalty. Lu Fei controlled viruses and possessed superb technical skills. The materials required for her exclusive building, the Virus Research Institute, were enormous. I mentally calculated that a glass factory could be built in world number 2, where sand was abundant. I took Lu Fei to the Tech Research Institute, where Xia was busy with mechanical research. Lu Fei wanted to delve into viruses, but she was hesitant about the experimental environment. Lilith stayed by my side while I summoned a war treasure, the Death Crystal, into my bag. With everything arranged, the void trial began, difficulty set to abyss. Red light enveloped the defensive line. The Golden Throne appeared, reducing attributes and fighting spirit by half, while the enemies were all silver rank 9. Pangelia led the Dragon Legion in a thunderous roar, dragon breath surging like waves. I sat on the throne, my gaze calm. An hour later, I had slain 150,000 enemies without a single loss. I obtained 30,000 source crystals. A massive number of intermediate resource cards were obtained from the treasure chests. The SSS rank chest rewards were extremely generous. Barracks, troop cards, a perpetual temperature-controlled hot spring wonder, and the unique treasure, True Illusion. The hot spring was comfortable and increased troop happiness. True Illusion could alter attributes, and no one could tell truth from falsehood. Without hesitation, I bound it to myself. The real trump card was now in my hands. I mocked myself for being low-key and useless, but now I needed to be high-profile and let everyone know how strong I was. All set, I calculated. The Merchant Guild would buy it, and no one would dare provoke me. While soaking in the hot spring, Lilith informed me that the new troops had gone to the insect race world to level up. The insect race corpses were dragged away by insects for reuse, forming a circular ecosystem. The insect race was everywhere, and resource utilization was taken to the extreme. Let them go. Don't ruin my land, I said with a smile. An hour later, I got up and wanted to open the bronze otherworld, but I was worried about the infant god. Better play it safe for now. The infant god is not easy to deal with, I decided. I sent Lilith to the Technology Institute, and I went to discuss the glass factory with Xia and Lu Fei. We agreed to build it in 3 hours and left them to continue researching. System, activate the void trial, difficulty, abyss. I called softly. The battle was intense. I oversaw the situation while Pangelia and the others slaughtered enemies like mad. The resource recovery was abundant, and treasure chests came one after another. As the Legion was cultivated, the 2 dragons contended fiercely, and I focused on nurturing them. Lin Xiaoxiao provided a steady supply, and the affiliated lords relieved me of all worries. The reborn Yishio made his entrance, intending to draw me in as his vassal. I smiled without saying a word and directly blocked him, protecting myself. He was troublesome, but as long as he kept other trouble away, my survival would be safer. Ordinary lords appeared, and Tang Wushu sought help to sign a contract. I revived her territory and arranged the potential troop, Haley. Alice and Haley interacted, and I enjoyed every moment of it. Call me master, and don't talk back, I said humorously. They obeyed obediently, and prepared to join hands to reach the pinnacle. My path was growing broader and broader, and the road of the strong had begun.